dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome to franchisesportsmedia.com's draft coverage for your Las Vegas Raiders. I'm Joe Arrigo, joined shortly by Nizio Ragosa, TQ, Chris Sproul, and Raider Knight. This is day 3 of the NFL draft. This is where NFL teams are made. This is where championship teams are built. Day 3 is the heart and soul of the NFL. This is where teams get their core players. Yes, you get splash and flash in round 1, and you get some guys that slipped in round 2 and 3. But day 3, that's where you find the core of your team. That's where you find your Tom Brady's. That's where you find your Daryl LaMonicas. That's where you find your studs. This is where teams are built. Championship teams are made. This is where the scouts make their money. So today, instead of criticizing everybody, let's take a look at these young men's dreams that are being fulfilled. And let's sit back and watch how these scouts really did their job for the last 364 days a year. This is what we're doing here at Franchise Sports Media. Again, I'm Joe Arrigo. Join me now is Raider Knight, Chris Sproul, and my partner and co-founder, TQ. What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
What's up? What's up? We here. We early.
I'm the Polish bomber, man. I know what you're talking about, man. You know what I mean? I kick more than footballs. Mr. Arrigo. You keep fucking with me, Arrigo. I'll kick you in the balls, okay?
Yeah, baby.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Hey, you know what? You sound like little puppet off Friday, bro. What are you talking about?
Hey, this is the best Polish I got, okay? It's the best Polish I got. I'm trying here.
So hey, everybody knows that, I'm a Green Bay fan. So in honor of TQ today, I wore that Newt, my frat brother Jair Alexander's jersey, just for you, Squeeze.
Listen, man, I'm trying to wake up and have a better day than I had yesterday. You know what I'm saying? The first thing I see is the absolute ugliest uniform in professional sports around the world. The ugliest uniform you have ever seen. Even the throwbacks are ugly. The ugliest thing that could possibly be put together has to be on the screen. Of all the people you start a company with, I got to start one with a damn Green Bay fan. Good Lord.
So speaking of ugly, you thought the draft was ugly yesterday for the Raiders. You didn't like what they did other than Tanner Muse.
Right.
Less than 24 hours later, let's say 14 hours later, you feel differently?
Well, I got a chance to do some homework last night and this morning. I see we got a whole lot of speed, a whole lot of athleticism. And then that made me start thinking. I say, okay, we've been talking about a lot of these other teams kind of drafting par for the course. they do it a certain way, right? And I just feel like the Raiders kind of reverted back to the way that they've done it over the years. So now, most of the time that we've been watching, at least, that hasn't rendered a lot of success for us. So my other team does it a different way, and I believe that.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
That's the way it's supposed to be done.
Speaking of your other team, they just made a trade. They traded a 5th-round pick and next year's 3rd-round pick to the Washington Redskins for offensive tackle Trent Williams, which means most likely Joe Staley is going to retire.
Yeah, we kind of figured that. But once again, it's building in the trenches, man. It's the trenches. So, but to finish the point, I'm not jumping off the cliff because once again, I feel like the Raiders overachieved last year. When Gruden came in and got that long-term contract, I said, okay, we're gonna have to flip this thing over, right? We're gonna have to completely rebuild from scratch again. And when you got 10 years to do it, hey, you got 10 years to do it. So I feel like they went aggressively on the offense to give Derek Carr as many weapons as he could possibly have. One thing that this draft is going to solidify on offense, there's no excuses. If everybody goes through healthy and any of these kids perform to the level of what they think they'll perform, then Carr should have a nice bag of tricks. That's a good thing, because then with a nice bag of tricks, I believe he'll have a great season like he did last year, and everybody could shut up about us getting a new quarterback. But I still believe that there's a formula to get to the Super Bowl, and the Raiders have not dug into it yet. They started it last year. They went away from it this year. We'll see what happens.
Well, the draft has started. The first pick in round 4 has happened, and that is Akeem Davis Gaither, the linebacker from Appalachian State. He has gone now to pick to the Cincinnati Bengals, but the Raiders have traded up with the Lions and they're now on the clock.
Oh wow.
The Redskins, you mean?
No, the Raiders traded, the Raiders and Lions had made a trade. The Raiders are now picking it. Well, the Raiders have the Lions pick.
109.
It looks like that. I'm waiting for details to come in.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because they don't show that right now.
109, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be
jump.
But I really like what the Bengals have done. I mean, getting Burrow, you got T. Higgins in the 2nd round, Logan Wilson in the top of the 3rd round, and now come back before you get a Gaither. I mean, that dude is super athletic. He's going to be a special team stud, and I mean, I really like what he can bring to the table.
So the Raiders traded picks 121 and 172 for pick 109.
They must really like somebody.
Yeah, they must.
I would say keep an eye on Curtis Weaver. That would make a lot of sense for them right there.
Yeah,
that'd be a good one.
I would like that. So they have then one more pick after this, after 109.
Right.
And just to piggyback off of when you were talking about there, Trent Williams getting traded to the Niners. The interesting thing with that is he doesn't have a contract in place yet. So that's going to be something the Niners are going to have to do.
Well, yeah, and I think, too, when you look at Trent Williams, you're looking at a guy who turned down a trade to the Minnesota Vikings yesterday.
Yeah.
Like there's a deal in place, and he said, I don't want to play for them.
Yeah.
So,
and I think I think he's an upgrade over Joe Staley, honestly, if healthy. But and I think your point's right. I think this will probably mean that Joe Staley's retiring.
I mean, Joe Staley wanted to retire last year.
Yeah.
So the Redskins had taken Sadiq Charles, the tackle from LSU, with their pick.
Yeah, that Raider pick came in quick too. These picks are going to come in a lot quicker. They're going to be
flying. Knight. They're going to be flying.
Yeah. But yeah, I would expect them to go defense here. Obviously, it was pretty excited what they did on offense yesterday, so I would expect them to focus today on defense.
And they still have another trade chip available with Gabe Jackson. You know,
True.
you're not going to get a guy that's going to be over the top. You know what I mean? In terms of you're not going to get great compensation, but if you get a 5th or a 6th or 7th round pick, that'll be a good pick for them.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Knight, do you have the feed on your ready to go
Yes.
when the pick comes in? Okay, so when the pick comes in, let's throw to that. And I will, and I'll give you. Well, when you go to, just let me know when you're ready.
I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Who's announcing it? Did you guys see who's announcing today?
Yeah, it's not Roger Goodell. It's one of the league office guys.
There's 2 people that's going to be doing it. Goodell's still trying to come down from that M&M high he had last night.
Yeah.
He's on the injury report.
Oh. So did you guys see in Vegas there's an old UNLV women's basketball coach, Jim Bola, that lit in Jim's older and he's fighting cancer, so Jim we're pulling for you. Coach Bola said, literally said what's the Arizona head coach, Kingsbury was flexing with his house.
Oh yeah.
I
would too if I lived in there.
So yeah. I tweeted at him. I said, but then Jerry Jones said, "Hold my beer."
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Get some of this.
Jerry said, "Hold."
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let me show you how the
big
OGs
bank take little bank.
For real. So when you look at
here
the
goes the
Raiders
selection
today,
for the Raiders.
Let's throw tonight.
What they're going to do.
The Detroit Lions have traded the 109th pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 109th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select John Simpson, guard from Clemson.
I said it.
So
I didn't think they were on defense.
Yeah, and that's a guy that's been connected to them a lot. He's a people mover. He's not super athletic, but he's a hog. And again, another Clemson guy. They obviously have a good connection with that school and rely on those guys. So I think this probably signals the end of Gabe Jackson.
I agree 100%. Actually, John Simpson was my 3rd highest rated guard in this draft. I had him going in the 2nd.
He's a people mover.
He is projected low, 3rd round, so they get good value there. 6'4", 321. And when you have a guy like him that you can bring in, you have to feel very good about what you want to do offensively. And look, Gabe Jackson, he's got 3 years left and an average of $9.6 million on his deal. Richie Incognito, he's got another year left, but you don't know what you're going to give him. You have to be careful. And then you have Good and the other dude who's been hurt most of the time.
Yeah.
That guard spot kind of is iffy, and if you want to free up some money and get rid of Jackson, you need to have somebody that you can maybe plug and play down the road. Simpson fits that mold.
And the fact that they traded up to make sure they got this dude right here, it just lets you know, it solidifies what Chris said at the beginning, and you as well, I believe, Joe, is Gabe Jackson is the trading piece to get either another pick or he's gone at this point. That's a move right there. That's the writing on the wall. We've been hearing it all offseason, but it's a solid pickup. If you're going to drop a guy like Jackson, you better have a replacement for him. So they're executing their plan, and I think they're doing it well. It bodes well what they did last night, where I was so focused myself personally on the offensive side of what they did, but there was a big special team side to that. And I think that's the one thing that we didn't talk about this whole thing so far, is that there's offense, defense, but there's also special teams. And when I heard Mayock talk about how they have a punt returner, a kick returner, and a captain on special teams now in those picks too, it just multiplied those picks times 2.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly just it goes with what they're doing. I guess their point is to build an offense in this draft, period. So if you draft all these offensive players in the first place, and they're all weapons, yeah, you need to you're arming the quarterback. That's basically what this draft is saying. They're saying that they 100 on Derek Carr, and it's time for Derek Carr to prove that he's 100, because they're giving him all kinds of tools. They're giving him protection, everything he could possibly need speed-wise, and he's got a hell of a playbook. He knows the playbook, so I guess they're just going for it on offense. Me personally, I don't believe that they made a better offense throughout the draft and free agency, a better offense than Kansas City. So if that's the case, then, but once again, we got time. So build it the way you're going to build it. If this is the way that they built their books, stick to the book.
Well, I think that at this point, you're looking at them feeling that maybe they feel like they've done enough on the defensive side of the ball, in for what they added in free agency, and even with Arnett in round 1, and Muse, in round 3. But overall, I still think that there's a very high probability that they're going to look to add another defensive player, and I think they're going to. I wouldn't be surprised if at pick 139 they trade back and they actually look to add another pick, and then kind of work back again. Gabe Jackson probably add two more picks, and one of those picks be a quarterback. And again, James Morgan is a guy that makes sense for the Raiders if they want to get a young guy to go in there if he's available.
Yeah, and I would be curious, moving up and taking Simpson, the guard. I wonder if maybe they already have an idea that they have a trade in Gabe Jackson. So that maybe you're getting a 5th or 6th round pick as well, so you can afford to move up and get the guy that you want. And with Simpson, I really think he probably was a 2nd, 3rd round player, and because he lacks athleticism, he fell to us in the 4th. And in our system, he works perfectly in that zone scheme, that zone running scheme. Maybe he doesn't work, but with us, I think it's going to be a good fit.
I think Gabe Jackson's already dealt.
Yeah,
I just don't think they have that announced yet.
Yeah.
And when you look at what they've done, they've changed the culture.
Yeah,
they have changed the culture. And I'll go as far as saying, and I'll say now at 9/21 and April 25th, 2020, John Simpson will be the starter at right guard when the season begins.
Yeah, I think. Well, he's going to have to compete with Good, because I thought Good played really well.
Yeah,
when
Good played good.
And
yeah.
And I'll say this too: the thing, I love Gabe Jackson. He seems like a really good dude. The only thing that bothered me is as soon as he got paid, his play fell off. He became really injured, and you can't be getting paid $10 million a year and have your game fall off or be injured all the time. So, and this is what happens.
Well, it's a business too, and when you look at the financials, it just made sense that if you're going to be injured and come back and not play up to the potential they expected from you, and obviously there's no, restructuring your contract, that's the writing on the wall right there. But we talked yesterday too a lot about teams having plans and executing their plans. The Raiders obviously had a plan: build their defense up in free agency and really attack this offense and build out their offense and special teams, and that's what they're doing. So even whatever they do from here on out, they really executed exactly what they feel is what's best for this franchise. So I back that up 100%.
And as of now, the Raiders only have 1 pick left, and that's in this round, pick 139. So there has to be more to it. Otherwise, it could be a very short day for Raider Nation in terms of where they're at in their draft. A couple picks to get you caught up. The Giants select UCLA cornerback Darnay Holmes.
Darnay.
What's up, Holmes?
And Solomon Kinley, the offensive guard from Georgia, was just selected by the Miami Dolphins. I really like what the Dolphins have done. I really like their draft. And Troy Pride was also selected by the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, I liked him.
So I like what the Dolphins have done. I want to go, that's a team that is building a little bit, they're building through the draft. They signed some guys in free agency. They're kind of mixing it up like salt and pepper a little bit. They've done a really good job reworking that team and bringing in Brian Flores guys, Knight.
Mm-hmm. No, the thing is that Miami had a lot of picks. How could you go wrong, right? And they had a lot of needs, but I like the way that they have attacked it, and I like the way that they got the perimeter set right now. And moving forward, in a division that's wide open now, or suspectedly to be wide open. Yeah, you got the Bills there you got to contend with, but the Patriots are kind of got an open wound. So it's going to be interesting to see how they attack that.
They got a good foundation. I think with having all of the picks that they had, that's what they needed.
Mm-hmm.
They could spread it around. They could spread it around as far as depth and everything else. Like, you just got to make sure that you get the right guys. And I think that they got some real tough players. And I think that's kind of what's been missing overall from the Dolphins for years. Like, it's just been too pretty down there. And I think that's going to change. It's going to change. Flores is a different type guy. He's drafting a different type of guy. And I think they're going to need another run of drafts, maybe 2 more years. But they got the foundation, man. As long as Tua's hip holds up, Tua's body doesn't hold up, then they kind of back in the same situation again. So that was a big gamble. That's the only thing that I worry about with them. But if he's all right, hey, Dolphins should be off to the races.
Well, the Chargers just had another pretty good pick in UCLA running back Josh Kelly.
Yeah,
so the Chargers
was that the Chargers?
No, the Chargers drafted Josh Kelly, and that's another for them. I mean, you have Austin Eckler, now you have Kelly. Even though you lose Gordon, the Chargers are just reloading at this point. Yeah. And you got to like what
Telesco's good at his job. Let me ask you guys a question.
Look at the full offseason draft so far and free agency. How do you guys believe we stack up to the AFC West? Because the whole AFC West got better, including the Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, I think it goes the Chiefs 1. I think the Chargers. We're just talking rosters here. I think the Chargers have the second best roster, and then I think it's a toss-up between us and Denver, 3-4.
I think after the Chiefs, you can play the music night. I think it's the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, no. I like to see you grab your mic and bust it out yourself. But that'll work, man. You know what? It is the Wild Wild West. This is something I've been used to my whole life, dude. Like, football's better for me as a Raider fan when the West is this good. And you know, I give the Chargers a lot of shit, but I've been noticing what they're doing, dude, and they've definitely made a mark. And I think it's at the right time too. They're getting ready to play in a new stadium, whether they built it or not, whether they're renters or not. LA's still a wide open market. You know, the Rams were able to go in there and make a Super Bowl and fail, but you know, they're resetting their roster too. And I think the Chargers have done a better job. So they have an opportunity to capitalize in this new stadium and make some noise. You know, winning cures a lot of things, and the Chargers are building themselves. And when you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, you know, we've been talking about it, squeeze mainly, you know, we need defense. And I think the Chargers have that kind of defense that could challenge the Chiefs. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Herbert and Taylor actually build this, you know, help motivate this offense to score some points behind this defense, because they could be challenging the Chiefs here.
Well, this is an interesting stat right here that Adam Schefter just put out.
Yeah, I saw that.
With the addition of John Simpson to the Raiders, they have now 8 players on their current roster from the Clemson, Alabama title game.
2 years ago.
That's a good game to pull players out of.
We
needed 2 of them players to be Isaiah Simmons and AJ Terrell, though.
Well, what was interesting?
No, we actually needed.
They're gonna let it go.
We needed a couple of more of them. We needed Terrell yesterday, man.
Yeah.
We needed a lot of them players from them games, bro.
Squeeze is riding or dying, dude. That's what it's about.
That's a group of special players out of them games, man. For real, we needed to get some more of them. We could have got some more of them yesterday.
The thing is they're building a winning culture, and they're bringing in the players that are coming from that, right? Like, so they know what winning's like. They know what it feels like. They're going to want more of it at the next level. And it's continuity. It's almost instant continuity, especially when you got guys that know each other. There's that bond that's already built, and I hear Arrigo talk about it all the time. Noops, right? There's something about coming from the same college and having the same fraternity and having that's brotherhood that's built up in your college years. And the Raiders are full of it right now. 8 players, they got something in common. They're brotherhood right there.
There goes Fotu.
I'm gonna tell you this much: we're gonna have to play some defense in this division, though. Regardless,
no, we are but I think we made some really successful defensive moves in free agency. I think we're going to be a completely different defense, especially in the middle of the field with Littleton and Kwiatkowski. I think you're going to see a big difference in our defense just from those picks alone, and then adding Collins in the middle. I think that's going to change the dynamic of how not only we rush the passer, but how we defend people like Kelsey coming out. So I think, I mean, I'm not going to put put the Raiders down right now for that. I mean, we got to see it all come together. But just from being unbiased and looking at it from a real perspective, I mean, the Chargers already have that kind of defense, so we have to give them the credit.
I'm not really on I'm not honestly, to be honest, I'm not down on them. I'm not down on the Raiders. The Raiders are a step away from the position that the Dolphins are in right now that we was just talking about. Like it's a process. So I understand that. But I just like, what do we say? And you know how our fan base is. What do we say if we take a step back before we take a step forward?
Always.
Like, you know what I'm saying? What if we don't win that? What if we win 5 games?
2 decades. 2 decades of waiting for this moment is our problem.
There you go. Exactly.
But see, well, let's find out. If you're a Raider fan and you're watching this or you have an opinion on this, we want to hear from you at the franchise. Give us a call, 253-993-3651, 253-993-3651. Raider Nation, call in. Let us know what you would do. What do you think would happen when or if the Raiders do take a step back this year and then next year take 3 steps forward? But let's say that if they take a step back, what would you do? We want to hear from you. 253-993-3651. That's the number to call. The way I see it's like this. And I know, like, as much shit as we talk about, between me and Squeeze about the Packers and me being a Packer fan and him being a Niner fan, and there's a lot of spoils there in between those teams, especially the last 20 years, full disclosure. But prior, I've been a fan before that. Okay, I've been a fan of my squad since Lynn Dickey was the quarterback. My first ever recollection of football was in 1980. Lynn Dickey, Eddie Lee Ivory, James Lofton, all Packers. Me watching the game when I was 3 years old, living in Wisconsin. Okay, that's my first recollection of football. Lynn Dickey was my first favorite player until Sterling Sharp came in the NFL. So for me, I suffered through the 80s and even mid-90s as a Packer fan. Just some teams that were 4 wins a year was like, I felt good. I watched them play one time a year every season. That was on Thanksgiving when they played Detroit. I was ecstatic to watch them play. Other than when they came to LA when I moved to California in 81, and when they would come to LA or Anaheim, and they'd play the Rams, I would watch them there. I know what it's like. And that's why I'm very appreciative of the run of success that they've had. I understand the frustration, but for Raider Nation, your history does not change based off the last 20 years. What the Raiders mean to the NFL does not change because of what happened, with one winning season in the last 15 years. Like let's really, or one playoff appearance in the last 15 years. Let's be real about that. You have a squad that is a very good young squad, and you have the ability and the opportunity to get better, and it's going to happen. But you finally have 2 people in place that are there for the long haul. They don't have their eyes on something else. And I think Reggie had every great intention. I know for a fact Reggie had every great intention of making the Raiders great. It's just things didn't work well. And sometimes there was some meddling and things. The head coach wasn't always on the same page as him and kind of tried to do some underhanded things to circumvent Reggie. So, at the end of the day, Reggie helped the Raiders get out of the 60s and 70s and even 80s. He modernized them. And then now Gruden and Mayock are taking them to another place. It's a process, and you're almost there.
Say, bro, that was a wonderful soliloquy, but kill the messenger with that whack-ass jersey on. We don't want to hear that shit. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Understand? We're not playing in Green Bay, fucking Wisconsin. We're playing in Las Vegas. We got a black stadium being built here. We trying to win. We don't want to hear all of that. We don't care about the last 20 years. We was a game away from the playoffs. We need to be in the playoffs. That's what we talking about. We have a lot of championships and a lot of pride. I don't know what they're doing in Green Bay. All right. All I see up there is cheese and snow. Not the place for me. This is Las Vegas. This is the West Coast. These are the Raiders. You sitting there with a Green Bay jersey on. We don't want to hear it. Knight, Chris, tell me something from Raider Nation, please. Hush this guy up. Get him off the screen.
Hey, San Francisco Squeeze is talking again.
You see this back here? There's the fire that burns the brightest. We don't want to hear that Green Bay stuff right now, man. Give me a pick. Somebody tell me something. Talk about the draft. Anything other than this. Good
translation,
Lord.
Joe, he said it sounded good, but it looked cheesy.
Oh, my goodness. like
But-
nacho cheese
No,
whiz.
that's no, dude. That's
Like
bad,
queso
dude. That
dip.
is so bad.
Better.
Oh my god.
We don't want to hear it. Stop it.
Hey, Joe, we got one word for you, Joe.
Oh shit. It wasn't as funny as when I got you last night, though.
No, but I had to
That's
come
what
back
the
with
phrase I
something,
got you
bro.
last
I don't know
night.
if you saw it when you were talking earlier. I put it up while you were talking too. So
Nope, I didn't pay no mind to it.
Obviously.
Didn't pay no mind to it. Oh shit!
no,
All right, guys.
but you know
what-
the
what
thing
we're gonna
is
do real
okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You and Chris go, then we're gonna take a break. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, man, there's a theme going on here. We've been waiting 20 years for a rebirth of the Raiders to come back to glory, and now it's 2020, and hey, there's a lot of hype. We're in Vegas, man. There's a new culture. There's a new city. There's gonna be a lot of hype around this football team, and I think that both Mayock and Gruden are looking at that from a certain point of view, and I think they've done a lot of great things to make that happen. I think people will argue that our defense at times last year had the potential, but like Squeeze pointed out, they tired out. So I think we're looking for more depth to help that situation, but we definitely got skill players that are better than they were last year. So, we're hoping that we're turning the corner, and Squeeze is right, man. We can't afford to take that one step back this year. We have to at least make the playoffs one way or the other.
What you got, Chris?
Yeah, and I would just say, like as fans, it's difficult because we keep getting fed this rebuild stuff, right?
Right.
We're constantly rebuilding. But I will say, since Mayock has come aboard, I really like the way that they're drafting the players, the type of players that they're drafting. I think really the thing that's missing on this team is impact playmakers on defense. And I know TQ's been pushing that. It's tough to find those guys. And we definitely need, 2 or 3 of them going forward to, I think, be really competitive.
Agreed. I think the same thing. And if you
know,
can't get the impact ones, then you stack.
And when I say impact, I mean a pass rusher that's just unblockable. Somebody like that, or a guy that's going to be, a multi-interception type of guy. It's just a playmaker. I think we're missing playmakers on defense.
What do you do if you're in a position which they kind of caught themselves in? And you can answer this, Joe. They kind of caught themselves in a position where they weren't in a place to get one of those guys, right?
Right.
Because they didn't have a trade partner, or because where they fell in the draft, or whatever the case may be. One of the first, second round guys that could have been that guy, right?
Right.
At that point, is it a better deal to try and just focus completely on building the offense, remembering you in the AFC West and all of the AFC West got better? Or should you say, okay, here's a group of defensive guys. They're not necessarily going to be stars, but I can stack them on top of the guys that I have.
Yeah, and I think that's what we saw.
So
yeah, and I think that's what we saw was they decided to go offense, right? Try to improve their offense.
Right.
And I think we have a lot of solid defensive players. Keep in mind what we did in free agency.
Right.
It's just that we're really missing those, like 2 or 3 star players, guys that are going to be game changers on defense. That's what we're missing. And usually those guys are top 10 picks.
But you're forgetting, and I don't think you're equating or even considering Jonathan Abram will be back, and if he's healthy, you get him as a playmaker.
But the problem is those guys are unknown.
But Littleton is there. So is a draft pick.
Right,
draft picks are unknown.
No doubt.
The safe pick was Aaron Curry was the best linebacker to come out in that draft. The safest pick. He was a bust for all intents and purposes. So you have Abram, you have Littleton, you have to give Kwiatkowski a chance. Malik Collins. Those are 4 impact guys that you're getting back.
And
then you get an impact guy. Nassim's gonna be there. Then you turn around and you have an impact guy on offense in Henry Ruggs III. If Bowden and Baldwin,
Bowden's
2
beast.
more impact guys. Those are impact guys. Are they on the defense? 3 of them on the defense side of the ball? No, they're not. But they're still impact guys. And that means teams have to equate for them, and they have to scheme for them. Now they have to you can't scheme for 4.2 speed. That's something Al Davis was way ahead of the curve on, and it happens today, and it's still a big factor today. You cannot at any point scheme for speed. You have to find guys that are fast yourself, and those guys don't come around that often.
Right.
So,
way to scheme.
yeah,
There is a way to scheme for speed.
by
Don't
adding
let
speed,
the
but
quarterback throw the ball. Then it doesn't
even
matter
at that
how fast your wide
squeeze.
receiver is. If you can get to the quarterback in 2 seconds, it don't matter how fast your wide receiver is. It's much easier to find a bunch of guys that can get to the quarterback in the third and fourth quarter than it is to find somebody that could stop Tyreek Hill.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think in a way it is a little more difficult than years past, and I'm going to tell you why. Back in the day when we all were, other than Chris, but when us three were growing up and playing football, everybody was under center except maybe one team on third down, and they're taking that while they're dropping back to throw, they're already getting pressured. Now everybody's in shotgun for the most part.
Ferb, you heard
Now
me
he
say
has
third
an
and
extra-
fourth quarter. I'm talking about third and fourth quarter.
I understand.
You got to remember the point. My point is always beat these guys up for the first part of the game. That's not going to be the same offensive line in the third and fourth quarter. If I got more defenders that I'm shuffling into this game than you have guys to block.
And I think a good
So you'd have
offensive
a team-
coordinator is going to manufacture those touches to Tyreek Hill and stuff. So, like, while you saw it in the Super Bowl with the Niners, they've got one of the best defensive lines we've seen in recent memory.
If not the best.
And Andy Reid, you give him a half, and he can manufacture, moving that ball. So, I think all things being equal, the offense is always going to win out. The game is designed for them to score.
Well, the thing
right,
is, and this
so
is where I
what
want
we
to
need-
give
we
Squeeze
need-
his credit real
Go
quick.
ahead,
I want to give Squeeze his credit real quick because, just like the Raiders, Squeeze is sticking to what he believed in his plan. And that's what I want to say about the Raiders in this particular draft. They started this offseason with a plan. Hey, we're going to go in free agency. We're going to build this defense. And you know what? We like what we see in offense. When they couldn't trade out of that first round, especially with that 19th pick, they didn't freak out and say, oh my gosh, what are we going to do now? They just said, you know what? I'm taking the guy that I had picked and plan for the second round if I was to develop more picks. They're sticking to their game plan. They have a vision. They're being brave and sticking to it. They're not panicking. Hey, we got to change on the fly. They're saying, you know what? Offense is what we're doing. So, you got to trust the system with the guys that are putting it together.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but before we go to break, the Broncos just picked another playmaking player, Alex Akaboom, the tight end from Missouri, 6'4", 230 plus pounds, but ran a 4.49 40. Another matchup nightmare. And the offensive in the AFC West, the offense is just got even more potent. So with that being said, we're going to come back, take your calls. Hopefully we'll have Nye ready to go. There's some technical issues, so we'll hopefully get Nye back in here. This is the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show on franchisesportsmedia.com.
Las Vegas, Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food. Trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back to Franchise Sports Media's Draft Simulcast, streaming on YouTube and Periscope. I'm Joe Arrigo. With me right now is Raider Knight and Chris Sproul of FranchiseSportsMedia.com, along with TQ and Nye, who will be with us shortly. And, you know what? I'm going to save this. I'm going to leave this up for TQ when he comes back, but I agree with Gus. I like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Hey, and just real quick,
marinate for me.
Before we got off, you were talking about Albert O, the tight end, going to the Broncos.
Yeah.
I forgot he's got a connection with Drew Lock. They played together at Missouri. So, their offense keeps getting better. I mean, that thing is scary good. I think that comment about from Gil Brandt last night, talking about the AFC West about the Big 12, I mean, no lie. I mean, these offenses are stacked.
Yes.
Yeah,
and there's no defense.
That's crazy good.
And I think, that's a copycat league, man. And what players, like I think it was Chris that was talking about, what players there in the draft were going to make that big of a difference right now when you're looking at where we're at as a team. And we went and made those moves. We went and got those different players in free agency. So it makes sense. I mean, you see everybody go on offense here. Chiefs were already the cream of the crop. And I know TQ believes that no matter what we do, we're not going to be able to compete offensively with the Chiefs. But, I mean, when I looked at Bowden yesterday and I looked at Edwards, I don't know, man. When you add Waller into the mix too, regardless if you say Kelsey's better or Hill's better and faster, and Jason Witten you add to that mix, we're going to be a completely different team in the red zone. We're going to be a completely different team on special teams with speed and playmakers. And then that translates over to our offense with a ton of speeds, a lot of options. Like, there's so many different packages we throw in there. And a guy like Bowden, I mean, who do they have? Who do the Chiefs have that, like a guy like Bowden, where you could put him on the outside, run him on a sweep, and all of a sudden he stops and chucks it downfield to Ruggs, who just went on a streak. Like, there's so many different options that I think we can compete with the Chiefs offensively. I really do.
It's first to 45.
I think. Yeah. You know what though, but that's not. I don't think this is where I definitely agree with you, Squeeze. I don't think that in if you want to be a Super Bowl team, I mean, the Chiefs got some stops against the Niners. Let's be real. And I'll say that's because of bad quarterback play from Garoppolo, because I believe Kyle Shanahan, again, got caught up in his own head like he did a couple years ago as the offensive coordinator with the Falcons, and said to himself, I want to throw the ball versus continuing to stick with the run. And because of that, the Chiefs were able to get some stops. So now when you look at this, you have to be able to stop people at some point. Now, I'm not saying the Raiders can't. I'm saying with what they've done in free agency, they were able to do that. And let's welcome in Nyshawn Zaragoza. Welcome back, Nye.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
she's like, hi.
I know that.
Hey, put your hands up. What? There it is, girl. There it is.
We've been having some technical issues this morning, boy. No joke.
It's all right, though.
This is hella early for Nye, though. This is like this is like 3 a.m. to Nye to like normal people.
Yes, it really is.
Hey, and just back
Gus,
to your point, Joe. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Back to your point, where you may lack talent and being able to stop people on defense, the great equalizer is being able to force turnovers. So if you can do that, you get the ball back in your offensive hands.
Yep.
Good point.
Absolutely right. So, Squeeze, Gus just said, so no more 49er talk from you.
Well, see, here's the thing about the 49er talk.
Here we go.
Here's the thing about the 49er talk. If Joe wasn't a part of this broadcast with that punk-ass jersey on, we wouldn't even have to talk about the 49ers at all. But my point of the Niners is this. This is the reason why I bring them up. It's because they did the best job of showing the Raiders how to deal with the Chiefs 2 times a year. They did the best job of doing it. All you got to do is do that and don't outcoach
and then end up
yourself.
losing.
If you don't outcoach yourself on the last couple of plays of the game, then there's the blueprint of how to at least slow that down a bit so that you can score points with them. Because if you can't slow them down, there's just not a team in the league that's going to be able to score that many points with that particular team. Whatever team you pick, they pretty much have a better player on offense in a skill position than you have.
And I think with the Niners, the way that they built their team, they built it from the defensive line. But keep in mind, they invested 3 or 4 top first-round picks on their defensive line. Plus, they added Dee Ford and spent a lot of money on him.
But then look at the parallel. Look at the Raiders. Look at that draft last year. Nobody thought we was gonna get that from Mad Max. Mad Max was Bosa.
No doubt.
He played better than Bosa.
Right. Yeah. I mean, very equal, both very good players. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely the blueprint because they did do the best job in containing the Chiefs. But all that being said, at the end of the day, the offense won out. So I think it's about forcing turnovers, honestly. I think, and that's when I'm talking about playmakers. Guys that can create turnovers is a huge deal.
I just want to point this out to you, Squeeze. You said the 49ers showed the best blueprint to beat the Chiefs, but they ended up losing, and Green Bay did beat the Chiefs last year, 34-27.
How did the Green Bay do against the 49ers last year? Why would you bring that up?
But
Let's stop talking about the
49ers
and Green Bay.
You're talking about the blueprint of beating the Chiefs.
But it doesn't make sense for you.
I just told you who.
Doesn't make sense for you to bring that up. That makes no sense for you to bring. It doesn't make sense for you to be sitting on our channel today with that jersey on, with the way that the Niners did y'all last year. Doesn't make sense. But you do it. You've been doing it ever since we was young. You have no shame in your game. I got no problem with that. You want to just walk around like an idiot with that losing. Go ahead and do it. Ride or die, homeboy. Go down with the chip, my dude. Listen. All right, I'm on Win TV. Say, okay, no more 49er talk then. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to continue to talk about the defensive line building. So then in the back of your head, you actually know what I'm talking about. I won't mention the team name no more, though. How about that?
Yeah.
Make you feel a little better, Chris?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple guys that I got my eye on. Bradley Anae still available. Curtis Weaver still available. Those guys are still available because they lack athletic prowess. You know, they don't have the longest arms. They're not the quick twitch guys. They're not super fast, but they've been productive when they've played. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Raiders go after one of those guys with their next pick.
You know, the fact that those facts that you just brought out about the guys that are left, does it make sense to start even trying for the defense now? Are any of these guys gonna make a difference, or do you continue to just build your offense? You got what? You may have a shot for another 2.
There's plenty of guys. There's plenty of guys that have been taken in day 3 of the NFL draft that have become impact guys in the NFL. Mike Daniels was a guy. There's other guys that have
no. What I mean is what I mean is what side of the ball. Like if you have these guys from this point out, and you've done all of this on offense throughout this draft, and you feel like you've done what you needed to do on defense, like you guys were talking about earlier, do you need to find one of those guys on offense and continue to build it, or do you need to try? Or it doesn't make sense to?
Here's the thing: you only have one. The Raiders only have one pick left as of right now.
Right, but they have a possibility to trade and get more, right? Still.
Well, Gabe Jackson. I mean, unless they want to trade another player that, I mean, I don't want to throw a name out there because I don't know if they're on the block. But
the Colts just drafted Jacob Eason, the quarterback out of Washington, so they got their young developmental quarterback.
I like him there only because. Big arm,
he's similar to Phillip Rivers a little bit. Big, tall quarterback, limited mobility, strong arm.
Colts did pretty well, to be honest, yesterday.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They've done really
Pittman
well.
And Taylor, Taylor behind that offensive line is going to be nasty.
Yeah, for real.
What's up, Joe?
So Nye, you the whole segment, I mean, obviously we had technical issues, but you were there and you were watching and listening. What did you think about in terms of everything that we were talking about, the way the team gets built, and where the Raiders are at currently. What did you think about that as a fan of the team?
As a fan of the team, I think the Raiders are on a good track. I'm a little bit confused as more of just us only having one trade and we took care of the offensive side. I feel like we were all kind of focused on the defensive side. So it's like, did we get those weapons to help us on that defensive side? I mean, and we only have one pick left. I'm not sure if we're going to, try to trade and get more picks, but it's like, is there good enough talent to be able to fit our roster? I mean, I know he wants about a year or two to develop. And I know Chris is pretty knowledgeable on most guys, in 5, 6, and 7, and you are too. But my concern is just focus a little bit more on the defensive side. I would have personally, if that were me.
I mean, Amik Robertson still available. Bryce Hall, the corner out of Virginia, still available. There's still defensive players that can come in and make an impact. Yeah, Bradley and I mean, those guys can play.
If I had my druthers right now, and the Raiders were picking him, and it's their last pick, and Curtis Weaver is available, that's the guy I take. You want a guy to get to the quarterback. You want a guy that could be a freaky athlete and is twitchy. That's Curtis Weaver. We watched him against UNLV and what he did. We've seen him up close in person. Just like we've seen Jacob Eason in person. Neither one of us came away impressed from the Las Vegas Bowl with Jacob Eason.
Nah,
so
we weren't.
Another name I like is
ahead,
Alton Robinson. Alton Robinson out of Syracuse, a defensive end. He's a really fast defensive end off of the coming off the outside. He's a little light. He can get pushed around in the run game a bit. But if you want that situational pass rusher, he might be somebody to keep an eye on too.
I feel like everybody's calling out defensive ends, defensive linemen is about 14 rounds too late.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Knight.
All right, guys, we got our first caller of the day, so I'd like to welcome into the franchise. Caller, where are you calling from?
This is Ruse, man.
There he is. What's up, Ruse?
There's Ruse.
What up, homie?
Not much. Sorry about yesterday. Couldn't call in.
You're good, man.
What's going on?
We're having the great debate, and
Appreciate
I think I know where you are.
As usual.
No problem, bro. We're having the great debate, and I think we know where you stand. And Squeeze has been waiting for you to call, dude, because I don't think I'm doing a good job trying to defend his theory.
How you doing, Big Ruse? Set him straight out here, man. Preach.
Well, I mean, the way I see it, clearly, they're still turning the roster over. So Gruden being an offensive guy, I'm starting to understand their vision. I'm starting to see what they're doing. Gruden's got to have his toys. He can't operate unless he has his guys. So that's why they invested in some of the younger defensive guys, and they went in free agency and signed some guys just to kind of shut the defensive guys up and be like, all right, here's some guys. Let me get my guys and let me do my thing. But I don't know, man. I mean, to me, you need to shore up the defense, man. Our defense is offensive, bro. Like, we can go on this nice 10, 12 play drive, and then they turn around and Kansas City goes boom, 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 4 plays, 90 yards down the field, and tie the game right back up.
Yeah.
So, I'm a big believer in defense, but the game is an offensive game, and the way the rules are written, I think maybe just Gruden just wants to try to outscore everyone else. I don't know, but I'm not too happy with the picks, but we just got to wait and see how it plays out, I mean, that Muse guy, you take a special teams guy in the 3rd round, that would seem like a bit of a stretch to me.
I think
Muse, if you look, go ahead, Nye.
Go ahead. They did.
No.
I think they picked a special teams guy because our special team couldn't even score in the red zone, which was a really big issue for us. So I think that's where they went with that one, because they're focusing not on just, starting players. They're really focused on building these guys and mostly this, special team idea. So I think that's where that came from.
Muse is a real culture guy too. So that was part of it.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Muse. He reminds me of Kwiatkowski. If you watch the film, similar guy, and he can do some things that, the reason why he's not playing safety is because his game is more like a linebacker, coverage wise, Ruse, and you know that. I mean, you're a smart football guy, so you see what he could do. And you have to have impact guys on special teams. If you can pin a team back, especially in today's NFL, where the kicking game is becoming obsolete, but if you could pin a team back inside their 20, and play the field position game, that bodes well for a team that likes to ground and pound, and that's really what Gruden wants to do. And I'll say this, in talking with somebody last night after the show and doing some research myself, because I think all 5 of us did that last night. Gruden talked about going more Wildcat, running more Wildcat with Bowden. I think you're going to see more of that than what people actually know, because right here, right now, he's added new tricks to his playbook. And that's more for defenses to scheme for, which is more time they're not going to scheme for something else. And that means 4.27 speed they're not going to scheme for. That means that, no one knows what you're going to get with Baldwin. If he's healthy, they got a monster there. Him opposite of Tyrell Williams. And then you have Waller. I mean, Renfro, you have some real weapons there in this in this division for the Raiders offense. I'm not saying they're Kansas City. And they may, people are down because, we all thought, I mean, myself included, that it's going to be a heavy defensive draft. But at the end of the day, they're in a position now where they can score more points than last year. If they can add 7 more points, and let's say they cut 7 more points off on defense, they're in a way better position.
Yeah,
I'll even take it. I'm sorry, Chris. I'll even take it a step further. You have to. It just dawned on me when you were talking, Joe. Like, when we were talking the other day, we were talking about Gunther understanding that his system wasn't working in today's NFL with these hybrid offenses with all this speed. And you can see that in the linebackers that they picked up. Those are not Gunther-style linebackers that they brought in, right? So he's actually making the changes necessary to move forward. And I think you're going to see that from John Gruden as well. You got John Gruden. You look at what you're talking about, John Gruden running a kind of a wildcat offense. Are you kidding me? I think John Gruden is ready to open up his offense too and show people that he's more than just a West Coast pony. Like, he could really open this thing up, take the deep ball, do some wildcat stuff, and just really use playmakers all over the field to score points.
Yeah, and as far as Muse goes, I think you just look at Corey Littleton. He started his career as a special teamer, right? And he was a special teamer ace for the first couple of years. And then he transitioned once the defensive coordinator got faith in him. He started playing on defense, and you saw him stand out. I think Muse has all the physical traits you want. I mean, he ran a 4.4 140. He played a little bit out of position at Clemson because they didn't have the safeties that they wanted. And so he played back a little bit more than Clemson probably would have liked. So I think it'll be interesting seeing him make that transition to linebacker. I think he could be really actually a very good fit down the road.
Seems like it's a lot of versatility with these guys, and they can all play different positions, and I think that's what's really going to help us right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the NFL is going to. It's like we was talking about Simmons earlier. It's like getting more than one player because they can play all over the field. And that's the same thing with Arnett. I didn't know that about him until I actually did some research after we picked him.
And speaking about Arnett,
all over the secondary.
Yeah, speaking about Arnett, Coach Gruden was on with JT the Brick last night talking about the draft, and he was talking about Arnett, and he said that Arnett reminds him a lot of Aqib Talib, who he drafted in Tampa Bay. And if Arnett's like Talib, man, I'll take that all day.
Yeah,
all day.
For real.
Well, Talib was a bigger guy, though, longer guy, but
he was.
Yeah, they both got the same. Got the same attitude and the swagger. And one thing that I was thinking about the other day was, we all know about Arnett. He's an edgy guy. He's swagged out. But don't forget about Abram now. I mean, you team up Arnett with Abram. Now you got some swagger back there. You got some
nastiness back there.
You got a couple of guys, they're not afraid to come up and smack you in the face.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think those two are going to get along well.
They don't keep giving us
fan favorites for sure.
Penalties. That's what
Right.
I hope. Get a bunch of targeting penalties from them dudes.
I want to point this out about Jacob Eason, and it came from Chris Mortensen. He said teams found work ethic and accountability issues with him. That's a quarterback.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why that dude fell all the way to the 4th round with that arm talent.
I think in 1990 he would have been a first round pick.
1990?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Roos?
Isn't he from Newport Beach or something? Doesn't he have a silver spoon in his mouth?
I don't know, but you know, but Raiders fans,
real.
I'm going to point this out to you right now. Well, hold on. Raiders fans, Squeeze, you don't have to worry about James Morgan. He just got taken by the New York Jets.
Yep.
Thank God.
Hey, dude, throw one up, Squeeze.
Yo, man, listen. I like
It's
I said
okay. Jake
yesterday.
Fromm's still on the table for us.
Them dudes is not getting no quarterback, man. It's not gonna happen.
Hey, I want to hear Raider Nation now, and I'm not trying to pick fights with Raider Nation because I'm part of Raider Nation, but I was so tired of hearing the Derek Carr shit all off season long.
You and me
Ain't
both,
nobody
Mike.
left on the board, man. You got Carr, you got Mariota. Can we just roll a Carr again? Can everybody just accept that fact and let it play out now, please? Can we stop? Can we stop the madness now and just move on?
And
Yep.
and the Peter man.
Where's Jason Lockett-Ford in all
and
this?
the Peter man.
Because he's always
Peter
talking.
man. Sorry, Ruse.
Lockett-Ford is always talking bad about Carr.
Who is?
Lockett-Ford is always talking bad about the Raiders.
Him and Florio.
With all these weapons, man, I'm really, man, and I know it's up to Carr. I can say whatever I want. It's up to Carr. I get it. But, man, I'm really looking forward for this guy to ball out this year and just have everybody just sit there like, what were we saying about him all off season? I have that feeling with these weapons and the offense that John Gruden's putting together that we thought Carr's numbers looked good last year. I mean, it's going to be insane, guys. I really do believe that.
Do you feel that the guys coming in,
So-
they're going to
so-
make immediate impacts?
I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I think the
I don't
offensive
know.
guys are.
Yeah, offensive for sure.
I think
All
that
three
they
of
love Ruggs so
I
bad they're
think-
gonna throw him out there regardless anyway. He have to because he's the first pick. But outside of that, I don't know. They seem more like projects to me, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I think Ruggs and Baldwin will be guys that make impacts early, and Bowden for that matter. I think all three of those guys, they're going to do everything they can to get them on the field because they're playmakers, and you don't have playmakers sit on the sideline. You have to get them out there, and they're going to take some lumps early. And this is where getting in the playbook and getting some type of chemistry with Carr is going to really have to take place.
That's a hell of a playbook, man. It's a real learning curve, man. And to expect these kids that are gonna notice like the back of their hands and not be running wrong routes and missing assignments and shit for like the majority of the first season. Like it just don't happen overnight in John Gruden's offense. So
Well,
I hope Raider Nation has some patience with these guys. That's what I hope.
I
That's what
remember
we gonna
Mayock said last night one of the things that they liked about some of these guys was when they had the Zoom interviews. He was saying he loved the Zoom interviews, and him and John were throwing verbiage at him and then coming back to him. And they were picking it up and spitting it right back at John.
Good.
I think that's why he
That's
was
good.
sold,
Hey,
especially on Edwards and Bowden.
But that's the best news all day then. Because that's always my worry when you have
Yeah,
offensive players coming to the Raiders.
Yep.
Mayock said that when they interviewed Bowden at the Combine, I think it was, or at the Senior Bowl, one of those, that they threw out stuff at him, and he basically regurgitated everything verbatim.
Yep.
Which
Keep
was
in mind he played
which
quarterback,
blew them
so-
away, and then Gruden was sold. So
And that's the thing. We look a little bit like the Saints too.
And here's the thing with Bowden, and look, and this is like any receiver for the most part. A lot of receivers that transition to that were a quarterback at first and in high school that transitioned to a receiver in college and play predominantly there usually are pretty good, or even running back, because they have a better grasp of the offense because they have to understand everything as a quarterback: protections, check with me, check downs, all of it. So when you have a guy like Bowden who was a high school quarterback and then played some quarterback at Kentucky, now you know his IQ was through the roof. The thing about Ruggs that I really love, and he out of the big three receivers, he's probably the most educated when it comes to knowing an offense. The guy eats, sleeps, breathes football after he decided after high school that basketball wasn't the route to take. The guy is a film junkie. The guy, like I think Chris brought it up the other night when he was drafted, he was the alpha male in the Alabama receiver room. That means he's leading guys like Jerry Jeudy and the other two guys that will be coming out next year and will be first round picks. So you're having guys that are there And then the kid from South Carolina, that dude's a stud. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, if he wasn't hurt, he gets taken. He's in that mix in the top 5 receivers of this class. He has some freaky catches. As our friend Jesse Halberstadt say, he's a freak, baby. Like he is literally a guy that does some freaky things. And I really think that they're in a position where they really upgraded. These guys are going to be on the field next year. They're going to create mismatch problems across the board, and that's going to be really big for Gruden, because now, as you said, as I stepped away for a minute, he's going to open up his offense. Finally, he's going to be able to open up his offense and say, stop me. This is why I'm here. Now you can stop me because I got my guys.
Keep this in mind too. John Gruden was a receiver coach with Green Bay, and then we also have one of the best receiver coaches right now in Edgar Bennett. So those guys are going to help these young guys develop, no doubt.
I just want to hear you say that again.
Yeah, and back to the point Joe was making about Bowden. I mean, the NFL.com has a comparison to Randall Cobb, and if you remember Randall Cobb, he came in, I think that first game against the Saints when they drafted him, he had that ridiculous game with the kick return and the touchdown on the catch, and just a jack of all trades. So, they could just stick him in and he can make an impact regardless of where they put him.
And remember who his coach was in Green Bay. It was at
you hear that, Squeeze?
What has he done? What has he done? What has he done? He's done nothing. Best thing he did was a commercial.
I'm gonna put this back up.
Commercial. That was the best thing he did.
This up right there. Well,
Steak Farm commercial. That's what he'll be remembered for. Steak Farm commercial next to Discount Double Check. That's it. Nothing else.
Discount Double Check.
You see that right there?
Nothing else. Nothing else.
You see that right there?
Oh my goodness.
That right there. That right there.
Lord, man. See, so just so you know, bro, this is why the 49ers talk keeps coming up. This guy right here. Old boy right there. The one with the ugly ass shirt on. Him. He's making it happen. Goodness.
Man, we gotta get TQ to cheer up, man. His facial expression looks like it did in that Daily video.
Bro, that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. Yo, put that banner back up, Joe. Ruth, best caller, right on point. Right on point.
Hey,
raining on my parade right now. Yeah, all of it.
Did you drop your ice cream sandwich in a freshly cut crash?
Sitting on the roof crying. All of that.
This segment brought to you by Cheese Balls.
He said something about he said we lost Steve Young for 2 weeks and the playoffs just started
last week. Exactly.
Like, come on, man, cheer up.
Money gone, bro. Money gone. Day out today. Money gone.
Hey, and he got his cable cut off.
Bro, do you realize the trash that I've been talking to people about this season in this stadium, in this city? I got to talk trash to people in Oakland. I got to talk trash to people in LA. I got to talk trash to Raider fans who are mad because the team is moving to Las Vegas and I've moved with them. I got to talk trash across the board. I'm a Niner fan. We just lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I got to talk trash to them. This is not cool, bro. It's bad all the way around. I thought I was going to get some defense. I thought I was going to get some big dudes to go put Patrick Mahomes on his ass. I ain't getting none of that. None of it. Matter of fact,
I like to bring into the show Malik Collins and
I'm out. I need to go get a drink. Peace.
Oh, that's great.
Mic drop.
Typical Squeeze right there. Squeeze, you cheese. Oh, I love it.
It's hot.
Yeah. So,
no time for overreaction. Just let it play out, man.
None. Exactly. Ruse, that is the honest to God truth, So, I mean, like, Ruse, I'm gonna keep you on the phone for one. I want you to answer part of this. Our good friend, one of our really close friends, Jesse Halberstadt, he has something very important jumping off called the Institute of Human Performance, which we are a part of in Las Vegas. Asked what position are the Raiders going after next? With Troy Dye still available. Ruse, I'm going to ask you before we let you go, brother. Would you be interested in a Troy Dye at pick 139?
I think I'd be interested in any player that can help the team regardless of position because we're still a young team, and you know we're not a few players away. Like we're building culture. You look at Tanner Muse. Like I don't know if you guys were aware of this or not, but him and Farrell are best friends. Muse was a captain at Clemson. Like Mayock is building the locker room because in Vegas, as you guys know, there are lots of distractions. You know, there's lots of things you can get into, and we need guys that can, you know, keep the culture going, man. Keep these guys in line. You know, keep their noses clean, and you know, they're still going to be next year and the year after that. So it's not they're building something. You know, that's why they gave Gruden that contract. So it's going to take some time. We just have to be patient. I mean, I'm just as pissed as TQ is at some of the picks, but then when I evaluate it, it starts to make some sense. I see the vision. So, you know, we'll just have to wait and see, man. We need depth all over. So, you know, step by step.
When I interviewed Clelin Ferrell, he actually talked about culture in the locker room. And when he first got to the Raiders as a rookie, he felt that there was literally no culture in the locker room. Like, he had to get all the guys on the same page. So I like where Mike Mayock and John Gruden are with getting people who know each other in a whole new, brand new state where they're not from, and building those relationships are going to help them play better on the field. So I like that.
100%.
Ruse, make sure you give us a call after the draft is over to give us your analysis after all the final picks, bro. We appreciate you calling in as always. You're one of the best callers, brother. We really appreciate you and appreciate the love and support you give us, bro.
Yeah, man. Likewise. I mean, you guys are. It's just like the Raiders are starting from the ground up. So you know, be a part of something special.
Man, you're a part of it, brother.
You guys do your thing. I got to run out and handle some stuff. Be safe.
Bye.
Have fun. We'll be in touch, guys. Take care.
All right, Ruse. Take care, my brother.
Guys,
so, Chris,
I think go ahead.
Go ahead now. No, I was just. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut up.
I think where you can continue going after this, but I think where the Raiders are going and their heads are is if you win up front, you protect your franchise quarterback, and I think they're trying to protect, really honestly, Derek Carr in this case, whether we don't believe it or not, you know, whether we're on the same page with any of the picks or not.
No, you know what? I agree with that, and I think that's what they're trying. They're giving Carr everything he needs, so there is there's no, I don't want to say no excuses, like it's all on Derek, but they're literally giving Derek all the weapons so he can be successful. And at this point, there's a lot of, you know, because I truly believe this, just in talking to people, they believe fully in Derek Carr. Mark Davis does. I think, you know, John does. I think Mayock does. There isn't a time where they're like, oh, well, quarterback is a need. You know, they say, no, we're looking to upgrade it, but we like our quarterback. You know, Derek is not the problem. So when you're able to give him weapons, you're able to give somebody that can get the ball to out quickly, which is Gruden's offense. It's a timing-based offense. So when you're able to get the ball out quickly to a Ruggs, who's you know, obviously fast, Bowden, when you're able to give, you know, to get to Edwards, when you get, you know, and you have a big guy like Simpson that can block, and you have Williams and Waller and Renfro and, you know, all the different weapons and unique ways that he can use them. Not to mention you have, you know, in my opinion, the one of the best 2 or 3 young running backs in all of football under the age of 25 and Josh Jacobs. You have a lot of weapons to play with now if you're John Gruden. Now you have your toys. Now let's go to the other side where you can really beat people up. And that's where, like, we, you know, Jesse mentioned Troy Dye. Chris, I want to ask you, Troy Dye is still available at 139. Are you going to pull the trigger on him, or are you going to go a different direction?
No, yeah, I'm not a big Troy Dye guy. He's just too tall and slender for my liking. I might go with, you know, this guy kind of fits the mold of the Raider player, Amik Robertson, the little slot corner. I mean, he'll come up and hit you. I like him a lot. He's sticking in coverage. There's a Bradley Anai, the defensive end from Utah. I like Curtis Weaver out of Boise State. There's Alton Robinson out of Syracuse. Guys that can get after the quarterback. That's probably who I would go with at this point.
I like that. I think we need those shifty guys. I'm looking for pass rushing, whether it's in the middle or on the outside. I think this is where Squeeze's point comes into play. I think we can add some depth here. You know, finding someone that can get after the passer. To me, because we talked about it in depth yesterday, I really like what our secondary has become. I really think that there's a lot of talent there. I don't think there's not much more we could do to it. We could make the argument about Randall, but that he's a pick machine. He needs to tackle better, but he's a pick machine. So, I think we're set in the secondary to make turnovers. I think we just need to make sure that we pressure the quarterback to help that happen. So I think at this point it would make the most sense to go across the defensive line.
How about you, Joe?
I don't know how to. I don't want to be too harsh.
Be harsh. We need it.
With the red flags that Troy Dye has, I would stay away from him. And it's hard for me, and that hurts me to say because he's an IE guy, and I love my home in the Inland Empire. I adore it. I miss it. And I would love every guy that I know or guys that my friends have trained and worked with or coached who are in this draft and in future drafts and in past drafts to be successful. I just don't think he's a good fit, and that's just me. I think he's a little too slender. And when you're dinged up in college like that, at that position in particular, that leads me to worry because your college running backs and receivers and tight ends are getting dinged up by hitting them. What are you going to do when you got a grown-ass man running at you like Travis Kelce, or you have Melvin Gordon running at you? Those are the things that I think about when I look at linebackers. Not to say he's not good. He's just not my cup of tea per se. I would look more towards a D-line. And a Meek Robertson. Like, Chris, I've been on a Meek Robertson since day one. I love that kid. He's small. He's 5'8", 5'9". But like I said, he's 2 or 3 inches taller. You're looking at a guy who's a first-round pick. I mean, he does everything well. He's not overly fast for his size, but he makes up for it for just disrupting passes and getting ball inside receivers' hands. His hands are in there, which will lead to turnovers and being opportunistic. So that's a guy I really like. But, I think they trade back at 139. I mean, I'm just going to be real. Like, there's no way that they're going to end up with that's their last pick, and then they're not going to do anything else. Maybe one pick for Gabe Jackson, which may be a pick for next year.
Yeah.
So, I just don't think that they're done. If they are, I'm going to be surprised, and I'll probably be a little critical as well because there's no way that they should be, was it 6-7 picks? I mean, there's way too many needs on that team for it. So,
and I think it's worth noting too. I think the Raiders' defense has struggled with is not only giving up passing yards, but having those yak yards. So the yards after the catch, right? Because of poor tackling and poor angles. And I think that's what you see in Amik Robertson. He's a solid tackler. And same thing with Arnett. He's going to get the ball carrier down. And I think that's a big focus.
Real quick, New England just got their quarterback of the future in Jake Fromm.
Yeah, that was a fit. That's kind of who I saw going to them.
Did you guys see him going in the 4th round though? That's pretty late, right?
No, I thought he was a borderline first-round guy, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought so too.
And the Vikings picked up the defensive end.
From Baylor.
Yeah, I really liked him a lot, James Lynch. So that's for you as a Packer fan. He's a pretty solid player. I think he had like over 13 sacks last year.
Yeah, but back to Fromm, I had him late first, projected high, projected low, 4th to 5th round. And I thought my projection was 2nd or 3rd round, so it's a little bit later than I thought. I like him. He wins. I like that about him. He's a winner.
He's just limited with his physical traits. He doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not very mobile. I kind of equated him to Alex Smith without the mobility. He's gonna move the ball. It's not gonna be short, intermediate throws. But I think there's something to be said. He beat out a bunch of Georgia quarterbacks, and they had to go elsewhere. So I think there's something to be said about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he beat out Jacob Eason.
Yeah,
which which he went a little bit before him.
Justin Fields too,
round.
right?
He beat out Justin Fields. And look, in full disclosure, I know he's going to go in the first round, maybe top five picks next year. I'm not a Fields guy.
Yeah.
You know, I heard too many things about his recruiting trips and his attitude towards them. And like, what's up, Sean? I see Sean just jumped in. Like I know on his University of Florida recruiting trip, right? He walked in there and he had sunglasses on the entire time and was just kind of like really aloof and wasn't into it, wasn't giving them respect. And I have an issue with that with guys that are already that entitled.
If you look at Ohio State and the quarterbacks they've produced for the NFL as of late, they're just
trash.
They haven't transitioned to the NFL well. And you know they've put up huge gaudy numbers at Ohio State, but when they get into the NFL, that it just hasn't transitioned for whatever reason. So I'd be a little worrisome with a guy like Justin Fields in that situation too.
Going back a little bit to Jake Fromm, I know that we're surprised. At least I'm surprised that he's picked in the 4th round. I feel like I guess it doesn't matter though, because Tom Brady was pick 199, and now he's the best quarterback in the NFL. But with Jake Fromm, I know he said during his combine that he wants to play as good as Drew Brees. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's the perfect comparison to him. You know, I mean, as far as
and there goes Troy Dye.
Where did he go?
Sorry, Vikings.
Oh. Perfect. Well, they got 16 picks today, so you know, I was gonna say when it comes to Fromm, like I comped him to Drew Brees. I'm not saying that he's gonna be Drew Brees, but I'm talking about just his physical traits, what he does well, what he doesn't do well. It's a lot like Drew Brees coming out of Purdue, except that Drew Brees was way more prolific of a passer. I mean, I remember watching him play Saturday mornings, you know, prior to going and coaching my son. And it was just like, good Lord, this guy is crazy. You know, like the things that he does is just crazy. So I do think that Fromm and Drew Brees is a good comp. And that's why I thought the Saints were a sneaky team that could draft him because of that comparison. But I just question, look, you're in the AFC East. Fromm doesn't have great arm strength. And you have to go to Buffalo, you have to go to New York or New Jersey, and then you play in New England. Like, to throw the ball in the winter there is going to be very, very tough. So that just shows me that Belichick's going to go to ground and pound with him as their quarterback.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he'll keep the passes short and intermediate, which is right in Jake Fromm's wheelhouse. And I think, you know, he probably impressed a lot of teams with his just football acumen. You know, he's a smart player. He's not going to lose you the game, right? He's not going to be a turnover machine or anything like that. So they already have, I think, the quarterback of the future on their roster right now, whose name is slipping me. Yeah, Stidham, yeah, who's got a real strong arm. But I think, you know, with a guy like Fromm, you can just develop him. You know, he doesn't have to come in right away, and he can learn the system and, you know, over time get a little bit of playing experience in the preseason.
So I know you said he doesn't have arm strength, Joe, but do you feel like he's at least a quick rhythm passer where he knows where to make that snap at the moment?
Yeah. In terms of him, when he gets rid of the ball, he gets rid of it in rhythm. He knows he's quick to read. He's very highly accurate, so he's able to place the ball where he needs to. And even in his deep balls, he's able, you know, 1, 2, 3, the ball's out, and can lead the receivers. But I question whether or not on those deep outs, those deep dig routes, when you got to stick a ball in there, I question those. Those are the ones that, for me, will, I think, give him problems at the NFL level.
Yeah, because at least in college, his stats weren't too bad. He made 78 pass touchdowns and 18 interceptions, which I guess isn't too bad for maybe an entire college career, but it was the second most pass touchdowns in school history. So, he did pretty good.
Yeah, and take the 18 interceptions and look at a guy like Jordan Love who threw that this past season. You know, he had 18 interceptions this season alone. So
would you say that's a lot for what a college junior? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Look, but Love, out of those 18 interceptions, I think 7 of them were off receivers' hands or were off tip balls from his receivers. So, I mean, they weren't all his fault, hitting guys in their chest and the ball bounces off and somebody picks it, or a Hail Mary where you throw 2 or 3. I think he had 2 or 3 Hail Marys that were intercepted. So when you take that into consideration, that brings us down to what, 9 or 10 interceptions on the year, and you had 8 the year before. So as a starter, so I look at that. I look at how many balls are catchable, and that's the other thing.
Do you think evaluators are looking at that though, as to why?
Oh, absolutely.
He was
100%.
Picked in round 4.
100%. Well, they're not. Well, I don't think with Fromm, they're looking more at that arm strength and that trait more so than they are looking at anything else. And the fact that he's not overly mobile, and so if you don't have a strong arm and you can't run, what are you going to be able to do in the NFL? You're going to have to get the ball out quick. And look, and honestly, the Raiders, I think, would have been an ideal situation for him as well, because it is a timing-based offense. Gruden doesn't like to take too many shots deep. So he would have been able to get the ball out quickly on those slants, on those comeback routes, on those little drag routes and whatnot. So from that side of things, he would have been a good fit. I think that's what Belichick's going to do with him. I think Chris was right with that. But evaluation-wise, I had him fairly high. I think he was my 6th best quarterback, if I remember correctly. He was my 6th. Eason was 7, and James Morgan was 8. And Morgan and Eason went, ahead of Fromm. So, I mean, they all went about right where we thought they were going to go. I like Fromm's intangibles. Like I like Morgan's intangibles a little bit more than I like Eason's.
Yeah. Who was your was Tua your first?
Second.
Okay.
Joe Burrow was my number 1 quarterback.
Your number 1. Okay.
Yeah, and in part because of Tua's injury history, but also Joe Burrow just made some throws and did some things this year, really last year and a half, that were just outrageous. And I remember before the season began, I was talking with Squeeze. We were having some drinks, and I said, we were talking about LSU and Ed Orgeron, and I was like, Joe Burrow's a fucking dude. He's just a stud, and there's everything about his game is just. And he agreed, and we're just like, LSU's going to be something special. We kind of knew it going into the year, and I know like we both were kind of hoping they would beat Alabama. So
sure.
So to see what he did this year wasn't a shock to me at all. Joe Burrow's a complete package. I mean, I think he's got superstar written all over him. And in fact, I got a buddy that works with the Bengals, and he said that Joe Burrow's had the playbook for 2 weeks, and he's already dissecting it, and he's going to be competing for the starting job from day 1.
And just look at the weapons he has now. I mean, I think they loaded up their offense really well for him. So he's going to be a young quarterback that is going into a good situation, in my opinion.
Yeah. What NFL comparison would you guys personally give him?
I said it on day 1. He has some traits of Aaron Rodgers in terms of, him. I think him and Jordan Love are the 2 that compare to Aaron Rodgers in terms of getting out and being able to be mobile enough, a strong arm, accurate. Those are the 2 guys. Leadership-wise, Aaron Rodgers definitely. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be Aaron Rodgers by any means, but I'm saying there's a lot of Aaron Rodgers and a lot of Tom Brady in him, to be honest, too. So you got those 2 guys kind of your comparison, and your Joe Burrow. He already has a lot of pressure on him. I'm not trying to put any more on him, but Squeeze, like, what do you think? I think those are the 2 that he kind of compares to the most.
Yeah, I definitely say Aaron Rodgers. Joe Burrow just really impresses with his accuracy, the way that he can put the ball out there like on a dime, and he has no fear. All his receivers love him, and he's a really smart quarterback. I think he's the best we've seen in a long time. I'm not worried about him at all. When you have a quarterback that's that smart, that can throw the ball with that type of target, it just allows an offensive coordinator to do so much more within the playbook. You got some guys that can run some routes, and that dude is putting. I mean, it's just they doing a big thing in with the Bengals. Now the Bengals do have some kind of little thing over the organization where they can just like mess things up. So there's something in the back of my head that's saying, you know what, are the Bengals going to just continue to just bum it out. But they're having a good draft. They're giving him the weapons that he needs, and they couldn't have fell into a better situation. The kid is playing at home. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. I don't think nobody's gonna forget that Heisman speech. So it's a good time for the Bengals. I think they just got to get it right. Got to win some games now.
Yeah, and I think with Burrow, I think with Burrow, the way that he moves in the pocket reminds me of Tom Brady. You know, he's not overly athletic, but the way that he just climbs the pocket, moves around, avoids pass rushers. And I don't think he has as strong of an arm as an Aaron Rodgers. So he's kind of unique. I don't know if there's a great, comparison for him. But I think, again, he's going to be a really solid quarterback for them. And I really do like the weapons that they have around him now.
But, Chris, there was times where he took off.
He's sneaky athletic. He's sneaky athletic, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is with his arm, Aaron Rodgers didn't have elite arm strength coming out. Remember, it was Alex Smith. Aaron Rodgers held the ball funny. Right. But you see it with Burrow. Like he makes some throws that he fucking just sticks it, and it's like, ooh, you can spin that.
Yeah. And that deep ball that he threw on what's the Clemson guy that we all
Terrell.
Terrell.
Yeah. I mean, that thing was nasty,
right? Ugly.
And when you look, the strongest arm in his class was Jordan Love, and it's I don't think it was close. Eason was right there, but Burrow and Eason are very comparable. But what separated Burrow from Eason, not only because he takes football seriously, he loves it, he's a dog out there, but because he is so damn accurate.
Man, I mean, I think Joe Burrow could hit a bird in flight. I'm serious.
In flight, no doubt.
And I think that like subtle swag that he has, that makes him favorable to teammates. I think they like that. A quarterback that you believe in and you can get behind. I do really think highly of him.
Yeah.
And the only thing that scares me is that it's just it's that 1 year. And obviously he had a tremendous year, like a record-breaking year. But the fact that we only got to see that type of play 1 year, that's the only cautious thing for me.
Chris, I disagree. I think the second half of the year at LSU, when he took over, that first season, you seen it that half a season, and he just catapulted and went to a whole new stratosphere that last year. And
I think the offensive change helped in having Joe Brady.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And that, again, that's what makes him different from probably a lot of these other quarterbacks in this class and even in past class, because he was playing and doing what he was doing in an NFL style offense.
Totally.
And not a lot of guys could do that.
There's another part to that too. He was also doing it with the best of the best in that offense. When he gets Eagles, he's not gonna have necessarily the best of the best in every position.
But Squeeze, he made the best of the best better. That's what he did. Yeah, that speaks volumes to him. It was the best of the best, but LSU's always had the best of the best wide receivers. They've always had the best of the best. They've had great linemen that come out.
They've never had a playbook like this, though.
Yeah, and
I never had an offensive attack like this.
I know that. I know that. But Burrow made Chase and made Jefferson and the rest of those and Moss and the rest of those receivers and tight ends better.
Yeah, he put it on, for sure.
And I think moving Jefferson inside, really helped. Huge. And then you have Jamar Chase, who was just, he's a freak show. Yeah. He's going to be a top 5 pick next year.
I want to, for my part, unless if I have something else, I want to close out what I'm going to say regarding Burrow with this. When Mahomes came out, Squeeze, you know, I was on Mahomes way early.
Yeah,
and people were like, "Who's this guy?" And I'm like, "He's my number. Him and Watson are 1 and 1A to me. Right. Those are my two guys."
I told you Lamar, was out of your mind. I remember
that. yeah, you did.
I'm like, Watson, who? I'm like, Mahomes. Yeah, bro, who was that?
And then when Lamar Jackson in that class, I thought Lamar was outside of Darnold. That was my number 2 guy, honestly, because I loved everything about him. He was the best player on the field at all times, no matter what game he was in, right? Burrow compares to Mahomes and Watson to me, and not athletically obviously not as athletically gifted as Lamar Jackson, But he's with those 4 are the best 4 quarterback prospects I've seen in a very long time, and Burrow's right there with them. I mean, I'll put him up there with Mahomes and Watson ahead of Jackson, to be honest with you.
As a prospect, I agree.
As a prospect, not as obviously an NFL quarterback.
Right.
So before we take a quick break, I actually have a question for TQ. So I know you said that the Bengals typically always fall short. Now, do you think that's because of coaches, a coach, GM, or coordinator perspective? Do you feel like that, Joe Burrow's really going to come in and make an immediate impact with the weapons that he already has? Or do you think that it's going to be for him the right type of coaching that he's going to need for him to transition now to this big boy league?
That's why I call it a thing now, because I can't really put my finger on the Bengals. The Bengals always on paper
ownership
have a hell of a team. They always have a team full of athletes up and down the field, on offense and defense, and they never get it done. So, are they going to do that again? We felt this way when Dalton and AJ Green came in. Like, okay, the Bengals might have something with these dudes, right? Carson Palmer and Ocho Cinco and Houshmandzadeh. We like, damn, these dudes when they own, they really own. But they can't.
Kijana Carter and
Corey
Dillon. Boomer Esiason.
It goes. It
Corey
keeps
Dillon.
going. It constantly goes. Just go generation. Same thing with the Bengals. So my question is it going to happen again? Because you look at them and you're like, wow, they building a team.
Yeah, I think it's an ownership thing. And historically, they've been pretty cheap in free agency and keeping their players. And this offseason was the first year they really spent in free agency to improve their team. And then I think they just killed the draft. I think they've done an awesome job in the draft. So, I think as a Bengal fan, you have to feel pretty good right now with the direction your team's going.
And Chris, I think you make a good point too, because when you even look back, and Squeeze is going to like this part, right? When you look back at the Niners organization, right, the way that the players felt about DeBartolo back in the 80s and compared to what they felt about Jed York,
right.
Up until a few years ago. I mean, people take for granted that how your ownership makes you feel as a player, it means more probably than how the coach makes you feel. Yeah, the coach is your direct contact. He's telling you what play to run and how to be and how to fit in his system. But if you're not feeling the love from ownership, it's just like any other business you walk into. You can go work at any of these essential stores right now. If you're not feeling the love when you go there, you're down. Your mood is down. You're not going to be as upbeat as somebody that loves their job and loves their boss. Yeah. So, whoever's signing the checks have to make you feel good. And I think that's the problem in Cincinnati and even in a place like Detroit.
I was when years ago when I was still in shape, and my brother was still playing in the league. We would work out. I would go work out with him at Coach Charles Collin, Coach C's Phenom Factory at Santa Monica Junior College in the off season. And Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson is the guy who Coach Collins saved his life, but TJ was there. The late Chris Henry would work out there. I mean, there's a who's who of NFL players, including my brother. And I remember afterwards, TJ, Chad, myself, my brother, a gentleman named Rob Bourne, former Raider Terrell Lambert, we all went to grab something to eat afterwards. And I asked them, I said, what the hell's going on in Cincinnati? Like, compared to other teams, I've been to Kansas City where my brother was at and watching, been to their facility and seen them. When Rob was working out in Tampa, I went down to Tampa and seen them. Like, what's the deal? And TJ goes, Joe, we didn't have, like, Gatorade machines and stuff in our locker room. We still don't. Like, we go to other teams, and they have all this stuff that we don't have. They didn't have a scouting department up until a few years ago. Marvin Lewis is the one that brought all that from Baltimore to Cincinnati. That's why Marvin Lewis got so much love, and I think deserves way more credit and should still be the head coach in Cincinnati. He transformed and modernized that organization. They were so far behind. They were in the 60s and 70s still. Like, the way that the Brown family thinks. That's why Carson wanted to leave. I remember I talking to Carson about it, when he said he's retired and he was back home in Newport Beach. I was out there, Squeeze. I was married at the time. We were out there with the kids at Balboa Newport, and I ran into him, and I said, what's going on with you? And he goes, bro, I got to get the hell out of Cincinnati. Like, like I need to go to a real organization that wants to win because they don't want to win there. And this is, a year and a half coming off the ACL injury where the Bengals had were the number 1 seed and like first series out against the Steelers, Van Olhoffen or whatever his name was, hit him, tore his ACL, and he still threw a dime to Chad that was just slightly overthrown. I mean, like if Carson Palmer doesn't get injured in that they probably would have gone to the Super Bowl. That team was fully loaded. So it's just the Browns, and Chris is right. It starts with ownership, but they also have to understand, and I think the best owners do this, and I don't mean any disrespect to any owner that does it a different way, but unless you're a football guy, stay the hell out of football operations.
Just sign the check.
Sit back, look smart by hiring smart people and let them do their jobs. And let's credit Mark Davis for this, okay? People talk shit about Mark, about his haircut and this and that. What Mark Davis has done is the right thing. He said, you know what? I hired a brilliant and a smart dude to run the business side, and Mark Bedane, so I'm not getting in his way. I hired John Gruden to run football, and he hired Mike Mayock. I'm not getting in their way. I'm going to sit back, shake hands, kiss babies, sign checks, donate money to the cities I'm in, and say, hey, let's go win some football games. And that's making Mark Davis look like a genius compared to some of these other owners.
Listen, anybody talking bad about anybody got something to say about Mark Davis right now with that thing that's behind us in our background, bro? I went over there last night and shot that picture. What a difference! What is that? What was that? 3 years ago, Verb, when they said they wasn't coming to LA, and and it was like,
it was 4 years ago. Yeah.
4 years ago, bro. For this organization to go from that day, when everybody just felt like they was in the bottom of the pit, to when them lights came on that stadium the other night in the middle of a pandemic in Vegas with nothing's going on.
How many people
out there?
How many people were there? How many people were there?
How many people was taking? I'm like, yo, I got to deal with my social distancing. I can't just be with all these people out with this. Got to go to another side or something. You know what I'm saying? But yo, you can't. Mark Davis can grow an afro if he wants to. He's a baller right now. He's the man. Eyes of the NFL right on him.
If you look at the city as Vegas and the lights in Vegas and how people are viewed, especially celebrities and people that walk into casinos, Mark Davis owns Vegas right now. He's going to be owning the spotlight, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want about him, dude. He's going to walk in with his Elvis suit on and be like, what's up?
He's the man.
Let me say this. I grew up in Oakland, and, the Raider games are all I went to. So that's all I knew was the Coliseum.
Right.
Then I started traveling around, going to these other, stadiums, and we needed a stadium in the worst way.
Man,
and for him to be able to get that done, that's awesome. And we just got Amik Robinson, baby.
Really?
Yep.
They took Amik. Hell of a pick right there. Yes, they did. Amik Robinson. That right there. Like I know Nye wants to go to break, but I'm gonna put the kibosh on that real quick. Amik Robinson.
Dude.
Outside of Terrell is my favorite cornerback in this draft. I have him as a B talent. I had third, fourth round. 5'8", 187, runs in a 4.45 range, 5.45 range. But he's a slot guy that you put him in there. You can put him on a Travis Kelce. You can put him on a Noah Fant, and he's going to give them fits. Yeah. He plays with attitude. He plays with toughness. He's that dog. He's got a chip on the shoulder the size of Mount Charleston. He is a guy that's going to punch you in your face. He's going to talk his shit. He's going to put you on your ass. He's going to stand over you. He's going to let you know about yourself. He is everything the Raiders want in a defensive back. I am pumped about that pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Putting him with Arnett and Abram. I mean, good Lord.
And Mullen and Nixon and
Johnson. That secondary is deep, and this also frees up Arnett to move around too, because Arnett was known to play inside, outside, slot. Yeah. But this guy coming in, it frees Arnett to be where he needs to be and not necessarily feel like he has to be that replacement for Joyner. This is the replacement for Joyner, and now Arnett could be all around. You got Nixon, you got Johnson, man, I'm telling you.
I feel a lot better about that.
Yeah, right. Our secondary is something that's been shoddy for quite a while now. I mean, people have been throwing on us all day, but not anymore.
This may say the Raiders feel that they have enough at linebacker and defensive tackle that the secondary was the problem. They remade it, and this puts LaMarcus Joyner on notice. If your shit ain't right this year, you're going to be going somewhere else to play because we're not going to play your ass.
I mean, he's making $12-13 million a year, and if you can move on from that and then potentially next offseason pick somebody up, yeah, I mean, with Arnett and now Amik Robertson, yeah, Joyner's on the watch list right now. Him and Tyrell Williams.
And I said this.
Go ahead. No, I said both of those players should be healthy this year.
And I said this, when you look at that Super Bowl, and I said it, and I'm going to continue to stick by what I said. I mean, that defensive front of the Niners was beast, and they really caused a lot of fits for Mahomes in that offense early on. But you saw in that third and fourth quarter, whether or not that defensive line was tired, so was that secondary. So you got to, we could build up that defensive front all we want. Our secondary has to be solid. We got to be able to rotate guys that are fresh too, that can keep up with some of these speedster that not only that Kansas City has right now, but Denver's going out and getting some weapons. San Diego's got some weapons. So, I think we're starting to shape up in our secondary, and I think that's going to be huge.
It's all about being able to platoon, Knight.
Yeah,
that's the key. You got to have a ton of guys that can rotate in and out and stay fresh for a whole game. It's not easy to do.
No,
it's not easy to do. I'm telling you. Sometimes at the end of the games, the Raiders was looking like they was just beat up, beat down. They was limping. They was gassed. They was tired. And I know it was late in the season. I know it was a bunch of traveling, and maybe all of that had to do, but it was a lot of guys hurt, and it was a lot of guys tired at the end of games. We come out balling out of control, and then we just fall off at the end of games. Like, that's been my point for this whole draft. I would have rather done it in the defensive line. But hey, if you do it in the secondary, just build the defense. I'm tired of seeing us get torched. I'm tired of seeing quarterbacks have like hours to sit around in the damn pocket and throw the ball all over the place. That's got to stop. Whether it's somebody being stuck or whether it's somebody getting hit. Either way, fine with me.
And we talked about having ball hawks and playmakers in the secondary. Amik Robertson is just that.
Yep.
He's a ball hawk. He's a playmaker. He is, again, I'm saying if he was 3 inches taller, you're looking at arguably the number one cornerback in this draft. Even at 5'8" and change, he's a long 5'8", long arms, high hip, long. It's crazy. You know who he's built like, except he's stronger, Squeeze? He's built like Peanut. Long arm, long legs, high hip. And Peanut's my son Dominic. So he's built like him.
He's a hell of a tackler though, for him to be small. He can wrap guys up.
He is.
Yeah. And he's NFL.com's 85th ranked player, and we just got him at 139. So it's great value.
Wow.
Outstanding value right there.
And now, since that was our last pick in the draft, at least from this moment, for now, right? Like if you look at what we ended it with last season, what our holes were compared to free agency and everything that we've done thus far up until right now, what are our biggest holes? What kind of holes do you guys really see? Glaring holes. You're not going to have the perfect team, right? But what kind of glaring holes do you see, especially on the defensive side right now? I can't say there's one huge
defensive tackle.
Yeah, I would just say
you think with Malik Collins and Hurst,
sure.
Collins and Hurst, and the ability to move Farrell inside.
Got to get more of them. Just need more of them. It's not that those are bad players at all. That's not what I've said from the beginning at all.
Right.
But you got to build on them. You got to get the next line of them, the next level. It's got to be more of them that you can just shuffle in and out so they stay fresh. And then not only that, those guys should improve. Mad Max should be better than he was this year coming up, right? Farrell should be better than he was this year coming up.
Yeah, and there's a tweet. Emery Hunt, he works for a publication online. He just says, the Raiders got my number one slot corner in Amik Robertson. Insane instincts and ball skills. Does a great job of maximizing every opportunity when the ball comes his way. Doesn't miss turnover chances. A certified dog.
Nice.
And what was our biggest weakness? What was our biggest weakness in secondary? Real talk. Yeah. It was the middle, right? Covering the middle, right?
Yes.
I think we're way better in the middle right now, especially from covering tight ends and corners going across the middle right now.
And we got some linebackers. Can't forget we got some linebackers.
Right, and linebackers that can cover.
Right.
And I'll go back. I'll go back a little bit further, and we talk about the last draft pick. Gabe Jackson, PJ Hall. Keep an eye on those two names that could potentially be moved for some late round picks.
Nice.
So are you guys pretty happy with this pick? Because I remember someone said that you guys would be mad if we didn't trade back for more.
No,
we still had an opportunity to get some more off of them guys.
I'm ecstatic for the pick. This is one of my favorite players in this draft. Like I'm ecstatic when one of my guys I really like that gets picked. I'm ecstatic for him. I think it's a tremendous fit, and this guy's a certified.
And in his career, 14 interceptions, 34 passes defense. So the production is there.
Yep.
Yeah. If I'm going comp, and I'm not saying this because I'm wearing his jersey, he's smaller Jair Alexander.
Yeah.
That's the comp.
I want to look at one of our questions. It says, but if Joyner keeps playing in the slot, it doesn't solve anything.
Well, I mean, I think you can move Joyner around. I mean, they talked about putting Joyner back at safety last year. I mean, could he be a piece there? I mean, could Joyner be one foot in, 1 foot out? Could he be tradable at this point?
Could Joyner be healthy and actually come and play better when he's not injured?
You bring in Robertson, you bring in Arnett. I mean, Joyner knows. I mean, those two guys are going to be on his ass. So, and he's making 12 to 13 million. So he's expendable if he doesn't play right. So yeah, I mean, if Joyner's going to get the first opportunity, no doubt, because he's making 13 million. But if he doesn't play up to par, you got those two young dogs ready to come in and take his spot.
And the pressure's not on them to do it right away either. The pressure's not on those two guys to come in and do it now because Joyner's there. They're going to raise his level or not, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And either way, it's fresh legs. Mm-hmm. Bring them in for a couple of plays. Those are playmakers. Make something happen. Give them a blow. Bring some more guys in. It's an embarrassment of riches if Joyner comes back and actually plays some good ball like he's capable of doing.
That just makes us that much better.
Makes us that much better,
right? And look at it this way too. In all honesty, I don't know what the cap hit would be, Chris. That's kind of like what you specialize in, in
yeah, he's not getting released.
No, I'm saying traded.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's worth the Lakers.
I don't know what the cap.
It's minimal, if anything.
So,
and plus, a team would have to take on that 13 million, which I just don't see happening.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, you never know what team is going to try to go for it. I mean, look at a team. I'm not saying
man wasn't healthy, bro. Didn't get a healthy season out of him, man.
Well, not only that, sometimes you're better. Sometimes you're only as good as the guy next to you, and we started dropping players left and right. Our secondary wasn't good last year, you know what I mean? So I mean, now he has a supporting cast around him too, especially behind him with our safeties. You're gonna have Abram back there. You're gonna have Randall.
In his position, man, he's gonna have some freedom. Any of them guys they're gonna have some freedom in this team.
Who's to say he's not gonna play safety instead of Randall?
Yeah,
well, that's what I was saying. They were threatening that last year.
Well, Paul Gunther's been hesitant to put him back there. I really do think they ideally want him in the slot. So,
okay, look, Paul Gunther can't be hesitant to do anything because if he's hesitant, he's not going to have a job.
Well, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. I'd rather see Joyner at safety. I'm right there with you.
So you got rotation at the safety position. You got rotation in the nickel, which is
with these dudes.
Right.
All of them can play
secondary
positions, man. That's beautiful.
I think our secondary is finally going to have some legs under them.
Yesterday, we all named off the secondary and said that we was happy with it before they picked up 2 more pieces in the secondary.
Because it made more sense. It makes more sense what they're doing now. I
like that. That's the approach I wanted to take at defensive line. But if they take it in the secondary, then cool.
And I think as far as the defensive line, again, I think you're betting on a guy like Rob Marinelli to be able to elevate some of these young defensive linemen.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe they feel like if they get better coverage in the secondary, it'll help them get to the quarterback a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe so.
And I just saw a funny tweet. I didn't think about this, and I know we're not trying to talk about the 49ers, but I had forgotten about this. But if you remember, Trent Williams punched Richard Sherman in the face after a game, and they're now teammates.
He sure did. Damn.
Richard Sherman tweeted he wants a rematch.
and remember too, you got there's a saying of you got pressure picks and then you got coverage sacks. So exactly. I mean, this is something to keep an eye on. I mean, I think we could have some coverage sacks coming on here too.
Right, and you look at Amik Robertson's production, 14 interceptions. Like I said, if you can't stop somebody, at least take the ball away. That's how you stop them.
Real talk.
And if you watch Arden Key's tape, I'm sorry, Nye. If you watch Arden Key's tape, he always seems to be right behind, maybe 2 steps behind the quarter. Always, right? So now we got some cornerbacks. Maybe Arden Key gets a little bit more sacks too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Arden Key been 1 step away for 2 years.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we are officially going to take our break. Stay with us, Raider Nation. When we get back, our phone lines will be open. We want to know what you guys think about these picks, and we want to know if you guys feel that we have patched up these holes thus far. The number is 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. And don't forget to like, share, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Periscope at Franchise Sports Media.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From your youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From tour-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cookie, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. Don't forget to call in. We want to hear what you guys have to say. And I believe Joe Arrigo, unfortunately, has a little bit of some sad news for us, actually. Go ahead, Joe Arrigo.
I don't know if it's sad, but North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un is dead, according to TMZ, botched heart surgery. So it came out a couple of days ago.
That doctor's dead.
I say it's sad. That's sad, Joe.
No. You know who Kim Jong-un is? I've been in the military for 8 years, man. You don't want that guy.
I was gonna say James Franco and what's his name did their job when they did the interview. But that's coming down as just blowing up. My phone just got lit up by a bunch of people and then I went and looked, and TMZ's reporting it. So that's some world news right there.
Yeah. The scary thing is who takes over for him. You know, now you got a tyrannical empire. That's man.
So I'm gonna step out for a second. I'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, but anyway, they just showed the highlights of Amik Robertson, the pick on ESPN, and man, that dude, he's gonna be a player.
So what do we think, guys? You think we've patched up these holes so far?
I
personally linebacker, right?
I still think we need some depth in that tweener position or defensive line linebacker in those areas. Just some, it's not necessarily that we need, some household name. We just need guys. Just feel like we need more players there, more rotation players right there.
I like to see those hybrids.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm really happy about this kid we just picked up.
Yeah. And I think, you have to keep in mind, you can't fill all your needs in one draft, So John Gruden's got a 10-year contract. They are building this thing the right way. I like the players they've added. I agree with TQ. I would like to see the defensive line improve. I think the linebackers in free agency really improved, especially what we've been used to the last couple of years. Yeah. Obviously, the secondary got a lot better now. And then the offense is just going to be super explosive. But yeah, if there is any improvement, I would like to see it be along that defensive line, anywhere really on the defensive line.
So when you look at it too, you look at it from an offensive perspective, we're good to go, man. You know,
Yeah.
regardless if we outtake the Chiefs offensively or not, like that they're going to score points. And then when you look on the other side of the ball, I mean, I know that a lot of us would like to see a better rotation pass rushers mainly that could get to the quarterback on the defensive line. But you look what we did in the back seven at this point. You know,
we got a hell of a rotation back there.
Right.
And so a lot of guys that could play multiple positions too.
So going into free agency next year and into the draft, if you're telling me all we have to do is focus on the defensive line at this point, because we got a lot of these players we're talking about are in contract this year. They're young, so we got rookie contracts that go 3 to 4 years long. We haven't even seen Abram yet, so I mean, there's going to be a lot of dynamic playmakers in that secondary.
And I'll say this:
got a nice tackle too. We wasn't talking about.
Yeah, I'll say this: if we're going to get beat, at least we're going to get beat with physical players, with physicality, you know?
Absolutely.
So the guys that we've had on the outside in the past, you know, whether it's Garyon Conley or guys like that, they've just been too passive for my liking. And that's what I really like about
DJ Hayden.
DJ Hayden. That's what I like about our secondary additions.
So Amik Robertson just tweeted out, Raiders, this was no mistake. I got a point to prove.
Yep.
And I love that. And I love guys that have that kind of attitude too, man. Because they're hungry football players, dude.
Yeah, and PFF tweeted this. Amik Robertson in 2019, 91.2 coverage grade, 17 passes defense, 5 interceptions, 54.3 passer rating when targeted. The newest member of Raider Nation is a dog.
Do you know what? Look at that. That has me looking like this.
Yeah.
Wait, dude, I thought that. I was getting ready to say I couldn't tell that.
That's what you were doing. He said he's got to go handle some business. You know what he was doing the last 5 minutes.
You guys are chump.
I couldn't tell. Hey, I couldn't tell if that was Squeeze or Snoop Dogg, man. I couldn't
You guys
tell.
are chump, bro. You know that? It goes perfect with that ridiculous ass jersey.
Oh man, that's all good, bro. I love you, man. That's my
Shut up. Nobody wants to hear it.
That's my brother right there. You think it did? Oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh man, you know what's funnier than that? You know what's funnier than that? He took off my mini-me, dude, didn't you?
No, they had to have because it wasn't letting me add it because it said it was too many, so I had to like delete it. It's all good.
Goodness.
I was gonna get him back right now too and throw that up there with his little laugh.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But he took it off. He saved the day. It's all good.
Hater, he did it on purpose. Trust me.
Excuses. I had to take one off.
Shit.
You gotta put it back up so our viewers can know what you guys are talking about.
I deleted squeezes too. I take them down. So last night, okay, so it started off on the first night of the draft. The question was who looks more like Sebastian Janikowski. We put a poll question up, me or Knight, and Knight won. You know, so Knight was that. So last night at the end of our show, at the end of our show, I ended up. See, look at him right here. There goes Sebastian Jason Kowski, as his brother calls him. So
I kick more than footballs, Joe. I kick more than footballs, Joe, and I'm gonna kick you right in
So last night during our post draft show we ended up I put a picture of Seabass on for Knight. So this morning Knight put a picture of Mini Me on for me. So now I put a picture of Squeeze on for Squeeze.
Hey, so when are we gonna start messing with Chris though?
No,
Yeah, Chris hasn't got picked on yet. We haven't made one joke about Chris yet.
Oh, he's making jokes about himself. Most of the broadcasts, he looked like Max Headroom anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You may as well lay off of him. He's having a bad day. I'm having a bad day. It's just, I mean, Joe though, with that, because I don't know what's up with my broadcasting. I don't know what's up with my technology. Me and Chris, we keep freezing up. You freezing up.
I'm freezing up.
Oh
it's
yeah,
all right, though. We're gonna get through
out
this.
of freezing going. The problem is this: that ugly ass jersey right there ain't froze one time.
Hey,
Not
hey.
one.
I'm just, there you go. I'm gonna leave it right here like this, right here. There you go, Squeeze.
That's the
Don't wear that shit
disrespect,
here.
Joe. Disrespect.
Here again. That's ugly.
Hey, say what you want. Say what you want about Fresno. We're the armpit. We're this and that. But guess what? We got real internet over here, fellas.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely
Yeah,
do.
you guys
right.
do. That's because it's dead out there. That's why. It's dirt. It's just dirt.
It's
It's just dirt in Fresno.
How about this? Yeah, let's get the now.
Hey,
this- the
hey
screen
DC,
looks a
do you
lot
hear what they're
better,
saying
don't
about Fresno, DC? You had the disrespect. Had the disrespect in Fresno. I just had lunch with the man last year myself, right here in Fresno. Man, come on.
Yeesh.
You know what's kind of
Fresno
crazy?
has
Is
some
that
good service though.
the Eagles just traded a pick to the Cowboys. That's like
Wow.
Eagles traded a
sacrilege.
pick.
The Cowboys have been coming up, so I have no doubt with the Cowboys.
They just took the center from Wisconsin, Tyler
That
Biadasz.
that is out of any fit in this draft, that is the perfect fit for the Cowboys. He is Travis Frederick 2.0.
And Frederick's from Wisconsin too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so-
That perfect. That's the perfect fit.
Yeah, I agree.
For the Cowboys.
He just had
They're-
injury issues. That's the only reason he's here.
Yeah, otherwise he would have been my number one center. Like
Yeah.
he's that guy. Like he a legit guy, and plus he's coming from me. Look, there's certain schools that do certain things well. Okay, USC, you know, for a long time it was quarterback, it was DB, it was running back, it was running back U, and then you go to Miami, it was it's Miami. They do everything well. When you look at Florida State, LSU, Ohio State, it's DBU.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, it's unquestioned. Wisconsin is offensive lineman U. There's no
Or fat white
university
boys.
that puts it out better. And it's not just, but look at the way they do things. I mean, very rarely is there a bust with the Wisconsin offensive linemen. Like when they come out, they're usually really good for a number of years.
And fullbacks. They produce good fullbacks.
Joe Ingold, yep.
Yeah.
Especially
Hey,
the
man.
undrafted ones.
Got
Yeah.
a question here.
What's up?
Who has a run of NFL quarterbacks like USC? What's the last USC starter that didn't go to the NFL?
John David Booty.
Bro, how long
the-
ago was that?
Cody Kessler.
Which one's
Cody
the last
Kessler
big
went
one
to
in the
the
NFL?
Didn't Booty go somewhere though?
No, he may have gone to the NFL, but he didn't get no tick. Same thing with Cody Kessler.
No.
He don't get no tick.
Cody
he just
Kessler
got
started some games in the NFL, bro.
He started
within the
a
last
game
2 years.
last year for Buffalo when they were kind of like resting Josh Allen for the playoffs.
Okay, so I'm going back to my question. What USC starter? When's the last USC starter that didn't go to the NFL? Because I don't know who it is.
Chris?
Okay, look.
Chris could look it up.
Yeah, Chris is probably
I
gonna
think
look
he
up.
just-
Yes,
that's
sorry.
what he-
Yeah. No, I think the better point is which one has
It's a trip
like,
that we got to figure this out, and we don't know.
but the problem is they've
That's
just
saying
not been
something.
very successful in the NFL.
It's
One thing to get to the NFL, but I mean, besides Carson Palmer,
It was before. It had to be before who was the quarterback before Carson?
oh, I don't know.
That
I'm not
that
up
was
with
the mid.
SC like that.
Well, no, that's what I was talking to Squeeze. 'Cause I'm thinking before Carson, it was mid '90s. That's
That is a long ass time.
yeah.
Every
Yeah.
starter goes to the league. I don't care what they did when they got them. Just saying. What other school?
That's
Every
the
starter
toughest.
went to the
It
league.
wasn't Rob because it was Carson then and Rob Johnson.
Yes.
And what did Rob Johnson do?
He started for Buffalo.
Yeah.
He started
Exactly.
for Buffalo.
Yep.
Damn, that's a great.
I can't think of who that is, man. I'm telling you that, and that's
It's
that's
the hardest
awesome.
position to succeed in. So the fact that they just get opportunities says a lot.
It does.
Whoever it was trash because I remember he was a Paul Hackett guy and he sucked ass.
It had to be a long ass time ago. That's my point.
Because before Paul Hackett, Coach Robinson was there, and Rocky Hines was there, but he transferred to UNLV. It's a great question. That you stumped me on that one, and I should know.
It's not myself. I can't figure that one out.
So are we saying that they make it to the NFL, they just don't last? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
Well, no,
It's
I'm
just
just
the
saying.
fact that you get there. I mean, as a college quarterback, to have a string that long.
Even to have
Yeah.
being a solid backup in this league says a lot too. Though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like we literally cannot think of who is the last USC starting quarterback that didn't go to the NFL. That's saying a lot.
Yep.
So whoever it was had to be before Carson.
Before
Palmer.
Carson Palmer, that's crazy.
That's beyond. Wow.
That's deep.
That's
I don't think I'm missing
question.
nobody when I'm thinking backwards.
I'm gonna look it up right now. Give me. I'm gonna leave. I'll look it up because Chris isn't doing it right
And while
now.
Joe does that, Raider Nation, where you at, man? 253-993-3651. Y'all, come on. Let's hear what you guys got to say about Robinson right now. Our secondary in general.
Yes. He looks a little like A. Rogers. Are you talking about Nate rolling dubs?
Sean, you must have had it.
He's talking about Joe.
Sean must have had an edible this morning. There's no way.
No way.
Aaron Rodgers, crazy.
Do you guys feel that this is a personal question for myself? Do you guys feel okay? So I know you guys say there are certain positions that are better at different schools. Do you guys feel it is just because of their coaching background? Like these kids can come in playing maybe a whole opposite position than what they leave with.
You know, I think that may go from like player to player, you know, or class of player. When a certain amount of DBs go to a certain school, have a bunch of success, and then go to the league, and you're a damn good DB, you automatically gonna look at that school yourself. And 9 times out of 10, that school is automatically looking at you. You know what I'm saying? So I think once it starts and you have a string of players, the same position player, have success and then go to the league in a wave, the next one is coming also. I think that's just the way it starts. And it'll go until the success stops.
So what school would you say is the most diverse around the board, each side of the ball?
I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say Alabama.
Nope. I think we're probably. I think USC. And it sounds like a homer pick, but you look at the running backs they put out. Look at the quarterbacks, the receivers, the offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebackers, secondary. Yeah. You know, USC puts out ball players. You know, you look at Alabama,
but it's also going to be. That's also because of the type of offense that they run. I mean, the type of program that they run on both sides of the ball. They run more NFL type offense and defense at USC.
This is a subject that Squeeze and I have, one of our first sports topics that we've talked about as friends, and this happened back in '94. I remember it vividly. And to answer the question, the quarterbacks before Carson Palmer, even though they both were on the roster still when he got there, 1997, John Fox and Mike Van Raphurst.
Those was the last two. 97.
Those are the last two. 97.
Wow. Man, it's
2 years old.
Yeah, it's 2020.
Shit. Yeah, I was 20.
Yeah.
So, Squeeze, we talked about this.
I was already a dad.
Oh, not me. I was a couple years away. But when you look at USC traditionally, I think last year and this year going forward, it's a little bit different because they're running more air raid. When you look at what they do, it is more of a pro style offense and a pro style playbook, which mentally guys are ready. Now, Squeeze, we talked about it in the past where you felt as if you want a quarterback, you either go to Texas, California, or Pennsylvania area because of the offenses they run versus taking a quarterback that's from the South because they usually have one read, get rid of the ball, or it's the best athlete playing quarterback.
Right. Like our the playbooks offensively are like much more diverse for the most part in the South. Now, I don't know about now. I know that when we were coming up, it was. So, but when you come into those programs down there, you know, it's about athleticism first and foremost. The athletes down there are at a different level. So the game down there is played a different way. And it's all about big, strong, fast, big, strong, fast, big, strong, fast. Whereas when you go towards the West, it's a lot more creative. You have kids that, and I'm not trying to call kids down south dumb or kids out west smart. I think the processing is different because the coaches are a little more creative.
In the South?
No, when you get out west.
In the West, okay.
Yeah, so it's a little more creativity out there because And that could be, and the coaches down south would say, because it's a lack of athleticism compared to down there. I don't believe
more
that's
traditional.
necessary.
We're more
Yeah.
traditional in the West right now. It's more of the tall, big, lengthy
And then
type
we have
quarterbacks versus speed.
And then we have an offense that was created out here, basically, that a lot of coaches on a lot of levels, Joe, and you can back me up on this, they take parts of it and install it at a much earlier time out here than kids down south are getting access to that.
When I was coaching youth football for my son Peanut, we were running the high school offense with as 8, 9, 10-year-olds. I mean, we're running a zone read where you're looking off safeties, where you're reading the defensive end. If he comes at an angle here, you're giving the ball to your back to run up the middle, or you're going around him. If he's coming straight down, you give it to, you're going off tackle. So it's as a quarterback. So it just depends. But we teach them at a younger age because when they get to that next level in high school, they're more advanced. And you got guys that can flat out sling the rock at these kids at a young age. I mean, I've seen a kid at 10, 11 years old throw a ball 40 yards. I mean, and he's just ripping it, and you're like, damn, like. This kid is something special. Now he's one of the top quarterbacks. He was the top quarterback in high school this past year. DJ Ugalele, he's going down to Clemson, and he's like 6'6", 250 pounds, but he can throw a ball 80 yards. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Boy.
Dang. That's wild.
Boy.
And I know this is off topic, but we had said that Jake Fromm was going to the Patriots. It turns out he's not been selected.
Wow. Interesting. I thought he was.
Wow. It's 5th round.
Yeah, so he's still available.
So he's still available as the 5th round.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Joe Reed?
Yikes.
He just got picked for a wide receiver for the Los Angeles Chargers. Because I know we talked about Chargers really coming up and doing good in this draft. What do you think about Joe Reed, guys?
My number 20 guy. And he's also he could play running back too. He's a lot like Bowden.
He's an all-purpose guy.
Nice.
Yeah, he can do a lot of different things. I think it's a really good pick for him.
Hey, Bowden
he'll be a
has
special
hell of
team
highlight
player.
reel.
You're starting to see a pattern in the West. That's what you're
Yeah.
starting to see. You're starting to really see a pattern in the West. The difference, I think,
things are
between
changing.
the Chargers and the Raiders at this point in time is the Chargers have a little bit more established, at least by statistics and what we know, defense. But what you see the Raiders doing is getting younger, faster, and filling those holes. So, depending on how all this works out and all the positions develop, I mean, it's going to be a really, really competitive division.
The Raiders are really thinking long term. They're thinking
Very much so.
a year to two to maybe even 3. Being really, really good in 2022, 2023, which is not
That's
a
what
bad
it looks
thing.
like now. I think you're right on point.
So are we seeing playoffs this year? What do you guys think? With the squad that we have now, obviously we haven't played. We don't know how it's going to go. Are we seeing that? Are we
I don't
going that
think so.
route?
Yeah, it's going to be
No?
difficult. But there is, with the new CBA, each conference is getting one more playoff team. So that may make a difference. But right now, I would say it's hard because of the division that we play in.
But
Yeah.
another point, too, is when you look at what we did defensively, because it was our biggest need that we needed to fix was our defense. The fact that we did it with veterans first makes that process a little faster. So us grabbing offensive players primarily in the draft, our offense was already pretty good. We're just trying to beef it up and make it better with young players. But, we really beefed up this defense from a veteran standpoint. So, we kind of do come up in that sense. These developing players we're picking now is just going to sustain it as we move down in 22, 23. So, I still have to give the edge again to the Chargers just because they're more established with their players. But that doesn't mean, we saw what a team like the Niners were able to do out of nowhere. No one expected the Niners to be that good. You know what I'm saying? Like to be able to do the things that they did last year. Not saying that that's going to be the Raiders. I'm just saying that I think the way that they have attacked this offseason in general, I think they filled a lot of holes and really bolstered it moving forward for the future as well. So, I think better now and even better later.
Yep. I think what noticed
I think
about...
it's way.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, go ahead.
No, I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. We're on the same.
Well, all I was gonna say is to when it comes to the playoffs, I think honestly, Knights, it's always good to try to look ahead, but I think right now, I think they're more, the teams are more concerned of when are they gonna have training camp and OTAs.
Yeah.
The Raiders were a game away. They improved. I believe they improved with their additions so far in this draft. But so did everybody else in the division.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that's kind of scary, because the AFC West is going to be fun to watch. If you're a fan of football, this division is going to put up points. It's going to be really, really entertaining. The scoreboards are going to be lit up in Denver, Kansas City, LA, and Las Vegas. And I love that. And I'm a defensive guy, honestly. But you never know going into a season, because, hey, God, but hope this doesn't happen, but Patrick Mahomes could tear his ACL or tear his rotator cuff. The Broncos could have a bunch of injuries. The Chargers could, they've always been ravaged by injuries. The last few years, they could have a bunch of injuries too. So, and then the Raiders could be healthy and they could win their division. And then conversely, the Raiders could have a bunch of injuries and be in a horrible position, and some of those other teams not be injured, have a really good year being injury free, and they jump out. So, I think it just depends on, what happens in the next few months before we could even really look ahead. But I'm not even thinking playoffs right now. I'm still locked into this draft, to be honest.
But bigger picture, do you think that there's another division in the AFC in general right now on paper, I guess, that is deeper than the AFC West?
That's deeper in the
like
AFC?
like what you in the AFC in general. When you look at the way that we're talking about the AFC West, is there another division?
Yeah, in the AFC North, bro. I mean, you look at Baltimore, right. you look at Pittsburgh, you look at Cincinnati. They've improved. Look at Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland's problem was coaching last year. In all honesty, and if Stefanski could be a good coach, that AFC North is a dog of a division. I think the AFC South is a joke. You have one or maybe two teams, and and then you got the tanking Jaguars, and so it's either Tennessee or Indy, and Houston is, Houston we'll see what happens with them with all their additions, and then the AFC East right now is the AFC least to me. I think it's Buffalo's division to lose. So. At this point, I think it's either the West or the North in the AFC as far as the deepest divisions. And they're vastly different, too. The North is all defense and the West is all offense.
That's going to be interesting playoff time, too.
Yeah. That's good. That'd actually be fun, right? For the viewers.
And the 49ers just traded running back Matt Breida to the Dolphins for the 5th-round pick.
Wow.
So the Niners are picking right now.
And TQ's gone.
Hey, that's fine.
That's
fine. We're good. Breida's a dude. Breida, if he's healthy, is a dude.
Brashida.
I know.
Brashida. Prosciutto.
Oh.
What? Brashad. What? What'd you say? Sorry, I you broke up a little bit.
Who? Knight.
You're pronouncing his last name.
Oh, Matt Breida.
Breida.
Yeah, I said Breida.
Yeah, Breida. Yeah, he's a good running back, but they have a bunch of running backs, so he was expendable for them.
Big time. Hold on, wait. I got a text. Let's see what this says. Okay, we're not gonna have squeeze for about 20 minutes. So.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Breida. Look at what Miami is doing. I just talked about the AFC least, and they go pull off Matt Breida for a 5th rounder with everything they've done. If Tua can stay healthy, and then he doesn't have to play right away, but let's say he does, and everything for them pans out, Miami could be sneaky good. They could be sneaky good in that division because I'm not necessarily so. Look, I think Belichick. I can make the argument that Belichick's the greatest coach in professional sports history.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd give him the title right now.
You have, Phil Jackson, Red Auerbach, John Wooden. Yeah, but don't get me started on Wooden. Casey Stengel.
Can't give no UCLA love.
No. There's just Wooden never got caught doing his dirt.
Well,
There's
yeah,
a lot of things that Wooden did that he got very dirty that he never got. He has this clean image, but
I'm sure a lot of people back then you could get away with a lot more without all the.
There's a big difference though between college and NFL and the salary cap era, and for him to sustain it in the salary cap era for 20 years,
right?
Because it's more than Brady. I know Brady gets a lot of the hype, but it's more than Brady, dude. Like he's been able to find.
Well, and Joe McCarthy from the Yankees, who won like 50 World Series when he was managing them.
But no salary cap and a ton of money.
Exactly. Well, they didn't have a ton of money back then. I mean, the Yankees. I mean, all those teams were pretty much, ran off peanuts and Cracker Jacks. But he had all the talent. But you look at, so let's just say the modern era, Jackson, Popovich, Belichick, Joe Torre. There are some guys, but Belichick dwarfs them. So I'm not necessarily.
Never count them out.
Yeah, you can never count them out, but man, like that division is not that good. You know, like if you really look at it, like, imagine Belichick having Buffalo's talent.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
they're gonna rip off a ton of wins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I remember when Brady was suspended and Brady got hurt. We thought that was the demise of the Patriots, at least for that season. They
still went 11-5.
They didn't miss a beat, man.
That's that Charlie Murphy. Wrong.
Yeah, wrong. Right? Like you're like, so they don't have no Brady right now. I'm like, I'm not ready to sell them out yet.
This is interesting from one of the texts I just got. It looks like the Dolphins and Jaguars were engaged in trade conversation for Leonard Fournette, but nothing ever happened of it.
The problem with him is that you'd have to pay him, and there's so many good running backs that it just makes more sense for teams to draft a running back, with Rashad, not Breeland, but the guy the Niners just traded. He's not making it. Yeah, he's not making anything. So, the Vikings and the Bears just traded.
Joe, what I heard about Leonard Fournette, though, is I heard that I don't know, I mean, this may affect him in getting picked, but I feel like, or traded, but I feel like they said he has bad moods, he sleeps in meetings. Like, how do you guys feel about that?
Okay, so.
Like, that was a really big issue that I read on. He's late to meetings and sleeps through he sleeps through meetings. That, to me, I wouldn't want anyone like that on my team.
Is he related to Russell?
No, okay, look. Leonard Fournette, as an 8th grader, was playing varsity football in Louisiana, and the best player on the field. He's that kid that's always bigger, faster, stronger from the time he was a little kid and never really had to work. So when you got to LSU, he did his thing, but then last year again he was injured. So he gets drafted by Jacksonville, and he goes back to old habits. And it's something about Jacksonville about accountability, because when my brother played for them, he was in meetings with, at the time, Reggie Nelson, former Jaguar, Bengal, and Raider. And Reggie would show up late to meetings and be asleep in meetings. Reggie was, I believe, the 14th overall pick in the draft. Reggie got traded to Cincinnati by year 3. My brother took his spot as a safety for Jacksonville. And my brother was an undrafted player when he came in with Kansas City. So that's kind of par for the course. And that's why I like and I can equate it to what Gruden's doing with the receiving core. He's bringing in his guys, and they're going to learn how to be pros the way he wants them to be pros. Leonard Fournette learned how to be a pro from what he got away with at Jacksonville early on in his career. And now you're looking at John Gruden doesn't want to have those same type of problems with his receivers. So, no, I wouldn't take that if I'm any team and Leonard Fournette was doing that. There's no way I would even touch him, and I actually think he's overrated to begin with.
He is. Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
He doesn't really do anything special. When he was at LSU, he was just bigger, faster, stronger than everybody. But when you get up into the NFL, everyone's like that. So, I wouldn't touch him, especially for the money that he's making. and he's due for a new contract. That just sounds like a problem waiting to happen.
Yep, I agree. I like that you have that knowledge on him, Joe, because I read about that and I'm like, that's wild to me, because that's the type of culture that you wouldn't want to bring into on your team at all. And that's how I feel personally about the Yannick Ngakoue thing and his whole Twitter feed. I know that he's a really, really good player and he has such good stats, but as a coach's perspective, I feel like if anything goes down or if he were to be franchise tagged again, it would be a whole brawl on Twitter again where he's putting clown emojis, and that to me, I take it as disrespect.
See, I don't have that opinion about Ngakoue. I think what he is, he's frustrated because he went to ownership at the end of last year and said, look, let me go, trade me, do something. I don't want to be here. You guys want to rebuild. I want to go play for a winner. They agreed to it, and then all of a sudden they changed things and say, no, we don't want to do that. They reverse course. So that's frustration, and that's being pissed off. And then if you don't want to pay him, why hold him hostage? You know, because you're looking at the franchise tag, whatever it is, if it's $13.5 million or $15.5 million, whatever it is, you got to multiply that by 2. That should be what the starting point is for his contract as the minimum salary, because you're going to have to franchise him for 2 years anyway, and that's what he's going to get. So that's the floor of that salary. So when you look at it, he's pissed off and he wants to go somewhere. They should probably pull the trigger, and they should probably do so shortly after the draft for next year. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to have that guy in your locker room. He's going to hold out. He's not going to show up. He's not going to be a part of your team. And when he is, he's going to go out there and work, because, you know, he knows he's going to have the ability to leave potentially if he shows out. But you don't want him there. And I'll equate it to a basketball situation. When Pau Gasol was with the Memphis Grizzlies, he missed like 3 weeks or a month because he had a bad back, a sore back. He gets traded to the Lakers. That same day he gets traded, he plays, suits up, and didn't really miss a game for the Lakers. It's because there's bad blood and ill feelings. That happens all the time. And I think it's more of a discredit to Shad Khan's son, who's even interacting with him on Twitter like that.
Yeah, he shouldn't have put that public.
That was bad.
Yeah,
the whole thing was
owner.
It was terrible. It was really, really, really terrible.
I came in late. What does this pertain to right now? The actual
Ngakoue and the Twitter interaction.
I was going to bring him up before I stepped away, but so Raiders aside, like, do you, because it's so disgruntled? I don't know. I may be coming in late asking a regurgitating question though. What are the odds of them trying to move on from him still, even for like a first round or second round pick for next year? And would the Raiders even flirt with that idea to really beef up that defensive line?
I'd take him all day, but the problem is you have to pay him. You know, you're gonna have to pay him $20+ million a year.
Do you think they franchise tagged him because they didn't know what type of compensation?
He's a huge asset, and you just don't want to lose that asset for nothing. Yeah. So I think they want to trade him, but I think they want to trade him for a first round. The problem is they have no leverage because the rest of the league knows they want to trade him. And then just real quick, it looks like Amik Robertson's getting interviewed by the media right now, and I like this quote. He said
on ESPN or
no, just the local media's conference call. But he said this. He says they got the best DB in this class. Wherever they put me, I'll make an impact. Put me on Tyreek Hill. That's what I'll do. And I like that because I think he's a perfect candidate to go cover Tyreek Hill.
Is that on the Raiders channel? We should keep an eye on that. Once it goes, we could actually play that interview once it goes live on YouTube. If we can find it.
I didn't. I just see it on Twitter, you know. And he's real good friends with Jonathan Abram, so they have a good relationship.
I just want to point this out. Jake Fromm, what if the Patriots somehow get pick 199 and take him right there?
Right. Well, they pick at 159. They're coming up.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that to me would be kind of funny.
It would.
So I want to give an interesting fun fact about the Carolina Panthers. Their pick that they just had, Kenny Robinson. He's the first player to be drafted in the NFL that also played in the XFL. He was drafted from the XFL to the NFL.
Didn't he was in college, right? And then he just gave up his.
There was an issue that there was some type of issue where he couldn't play this past year, so he went to the XFL.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
West Virginia. Now he's here. So, or now he's with Kansas City or
That's pretty
Carolina,
nice.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it kind of sucks that I mean I didn't watch any XFL games, but I thought it could have been like a good feeder league, and it kind of sucks, you know, with the COVID thing going on that they had to kind of abandon it, and now I think they've filed for bankruptcy, so no
The
more
XFL?
XFL. Yeah,
Yeah.
Already.
See, that would be if I'm the NFL, I call Vince McMahon and say this is what we want to do. We want to partner, but just give us the rights.
but
to
now
put
I
out
think
games.
it's gotten confusing because who's the guy that was like the
It was
CEO.
Oliver Luck.
Yeah, exactly. And he's now suing Vince McMahon. So I think that it's kind of gotten a little bit dirty. So it may be hard to resurrect it at this point.
There's actually some players that I looked over that had got plucked, literally taken from the XFL, and I think it was the Atlanta Falcons. They had like tight end Kari Lee and linebacker,
You
I
got
believe his name
and the
is
Panthers took the
Edmund
quarterback.
Robinson. So
TJ
I think
Williams.
at least for the players, that's pretty dope that they, you know, it's discontinued now. But do you think the XFL
what's
will
the-
ever come back?
The
Well, they're
quarterback's
bankrupt,
name,
right?
PJ Walker or something. He went to the Panthers.
Walker.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
gonna back up Teddy
Bridgewater.
Bridgewater.
Yeah. So that's the second
And he
XFL
played-
guy they got.
I think he either played for Matt Rule or Joe Brady at one point.
Yes. Yeah, I think he was at Temple.
Yeah,
wanna say.
so there's a familiarity right there, and I think that's what is great about that. Wasn't been great about that league. I actually watched a few games,
Yeah.
and they had some pretty inventive things that I liked. I liked their
Yeah.
kickoff, what they did
sure.
for kickoffs. I like the I like the access. I like some of the access. I didn't like guys getting interviewed during games. So I thought that
Old Matty McGloin.
A little
Oh,
too
I'm
much.
sure
A
they
little too
absolutely
much. A little too
hated
much
that.
movement. Yeah, a little too
That's
much
too
movement. But it
much.
had some good things.
If I was a player, I'd be like, I don't want to interview. No player wants to interview during a game. I mean, that's like, unless maybe you're on the sideline, right? Maybe.
Well, no, they were on the sideline, and they would go to him
Oh,
after a
okay.
series,
think-
like, "Hey,
Yeah, I think they tried to do what like baseball did at the All-Star game, you know, where they had the dudes in the outfield talking to the guys up in the booth.
I like
Yeah.
that.
I think that's what they were going for.
I like
Yeah.
that." You know,
Baseball's
but
also just so much longer too, so it's okay to do it in that type of atmosphere as well.
yeah, and I'll say this. Here's a little dirty little secret: players don't like to be interviewed. Period. They
Yeah,
want to do
yeah.
their job. And, they want to do their job and go home.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's as a coach, it's already like if you guys have never been on a sideline before, or from a coaching side of things, it's organized chaos. It's chaotic for the entire. And even when you have a good grip on things, it's still chaotic because you could be sitting there as a D coordinator or a head coach that runs the defense, and you're like, we got it. You know, you're going over something. All of a sudden, defense, and they got to turn out and go because there was a turnover, or the defense gets a turnover quickly, and the offense is right there, and you're going over everything. Oh, we got to turn over offense. You know, and they got to go with whatever personnel. You're we're going 41 personnel. Let's, you know what? And you're like, what the
Yeah.
hell? You know, so there's all these different components that go along with it, and to sit there and have someone like, so what were you looking at when you threw that interception, or what did you see when you? And it's like, get the hell away from me! I just threw
Right.
a fucking pick, like.
Especially
Like-
when it's someone that doesn't know what they're talking about that asks like a really dumb question. It's like that's the
Yeah.
last thing you really want to hear.
Bryce
I
Hall just
watched
got
so many videos on that. That's hilarious.
Bryce Hall just got taken by the Jets. It's a good pick for them.
It is
Um,
long, tall press corner. That's going to fit their
Yeah.
system well.
But yeah, like there's no way. Like even like I get as a when I was coaching high school ball, I like having like the crowd into it and everybody involved. But I'm gonna be honest, like during a game, I would tell my players, if you turn around and talk to a family member or a girlfriend or a friend, your ass is riding the pine the rest of the game. Like I want eyes on this game. I don't need you. And I was that player that would do that shit. After I come
Yeah.
off the field, my helmet's up, I'm on the sideline, and the band's playing something or the cheerleader, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm getting the dog pound
Yeah.
at Upland High going like I was that guy. I
can
mean
see
Dion
that.
was. Oh, I was. I'd get a pick. I'd get a pick, run to the sideline, and look at him like what, or touchdown out of touchdown reception, whatever. Like that was me. But as a coach, I hate that shit. And it's like, don't do that again. And my kid, Peanut, he was just like me in that regard. He'd get a pick, he would turn around, start woofing, and it's like, boy, and luckily I didn't have to deal with him too much. But I'll be on the side like, turn your ass around, But
even with coaches, they literally hate it. Like John Gruden after each game, you know how he goes to the fans and he'll give them high fives or whatever. Like and you already know John Gruden's personality is not like it's not bubbly. Like he just wants to get the game and get done. So what would you recommend for me as a woman journalist? Like players don't like to be interviewed. What direction shall I go?
You got a job to do after a game when you have your media time. That's,
right. I think as long as if you go in prepared, you ask the right questions, then it's just the dumb questions that people ask. They're just like, what do you expect them to say?
Yep.
Wow.
When you didn't get that ball, you're gonna get mad at Derek Carr. Trying to start crap and get
something like that. A kicker was picked before Fromm.
Yeah.
Patriots
wow.
Yeah.
Patriots went kicker even.
They just let their long-time kicker go. So
Got a kicker. That's my boy. I love them kickers, man. That's my boy right there. Kickers.
Yeah, you were a first. What was it like, Jason Kowski being a first-round pick as a kicker?
I don't know, man. When I see you next, I'll let you know how well I kick balls.
Oh, man.
Hey, you're lucky we're in quarantine, man. You're not that far from me. We're just quarantined.
So where do you guys think Jake Fromm's going? Like where
practice squad.
Priority free agent.
That would be crazy.
Nah, you know what? I actually feel bad for him.
Yeah, he'll get
I feel bad for him because you're projected to go to second or third round, and it's the fifth
Yeah.
round, and you're still on the board. Like I can't imagine. I can't. I was there for my brother when he was projected to go fifth, sixth round, and he went undrafted. I know what that's like. New England, New Orleans. I think those are two potential landing spots for him.
I think he's somebody that got hurt by the COVID thing. I think if coaches would have been able to get their hands on him and throw with him, I think he would have gone higher than he has.
Yeah, I think Atlanta and Houston. So I think those are some potential landing spots. Yeah.
Dang. And you could imagine, because aren't they at home and they're getting filmed? I mean, everything's delayed on my end, but he's having to set up every day with his family, waiting to get picked. Like, it's a sad thing. But he can also get, he can get picked by a team and show out this year. So there's a way for him.
And it's not where you start. It's how you end up. So
yeah, when was Tom Brady picked up?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know he didn't have a name like Fromm. I'm just saying, right? Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You just need one team to take a chance.
We talk about that chip on your shoulder. Sometimes athletes perform better when they have that chip on their shoulder. So.
Yep.
And the thing is, he's used to being in front of a camera. He was a guy that was on QB1 the same year as some other quarterbacks. I think the following year was Tate Martell from Bishop Gorman. Or Tate may have been on that. No, Tate was on that year with them. It was Tate, Jake Fromm, and a couple other guys. I think Justin Fields. No, Tate was the year before. There's Fromm, Fields, and another kid. So he's used to cameras being in front of him. I just, I think about from a parent point of view. What do you tell your son? What do you tell your kid right now? I'd be pissed.
I don't think there's really anything you can say.
You just got to be there for him, probably.
Right.
You just got to be comforting. Yeah.
But again, it goes back to, you just need an opportunity. From that point, it's up to you to make the best of it. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, sure, he's probably going to miss a lot of money because he's getting picked later in these rounds. But you go and you ball out, and you know what? That's all that matters. Then you can really break it off.
Tannehill, Mariota, Bledsoe, and Brady.
Quarterbacks make a ton of money.
Yeah, I just
Plunkett and Stabler.
Where it could be a fit. Now that I think about it, Tampa Bay. You learn under Tom Brady for a couple years.
Yeah.
You know, you stay down south. Bruce Arians' offense, they don't.
He
really
usually
have
likes a
backup.
stronger arm guy, though, doesn't he? Like, if he likes to go downfield. They
Okay,
just
he
took
had
Tyler Johnson right now, wide receiver out of Minnesota.
He's an interesting dude.
I heard he's had some off-field, he's bad attitude type dude.
That's the rumors. His agent says differently.
Yeah. But,
Don't they all?
I mean, he's going into a good locker room with Tom Brady.
Yep. And Gronkowski. That's a whole good locker room right there.
Yeah, he needs to stay away from Gronk.
Want to go to the WWE with me?
All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break. Raider Nation, call in. Come hang out with us. We want to hear what you guys have to say at 253-993-3651. 253-993-3651. Please don't forget, like, share, subscribe to YouTube. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Periscope at Franchise Sports Media. Stay with us.
We feel like the Raiders, the Las Vegas.
Wait, I messed that up. Oh, boy.
It's okay.
I got to wait for it to finish.
That's what she said.
Wow.
Hey, I thought you left, Joe. I thought you left. What are you talking about, man?
Man, I'm.
Hey, you know what? You know what I had to tell her? You'll be waiting a while. Come on now.
Some questions.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
What's up, Raider Nation? We are back. Join us. Call us on our phone lines. It's all about the Raiders, and we are your Raider coverage on the NFL Draft. So, gentlemen, what team do you feel right now in what rounds 5 is under the most pressure? Who needs to do more?
Green Bay.
Not from a fan perspective, Joe.
Oh.
From an overall
Bay.
perspective.
Green Bay. No, honestly, no. Fan. I know I'm wearing their jersey, but all bullshit aside, no, Green Bay. You have done nothing to address the wide receiver position. Aaron Rodgers has to have another weapon. And one of the deepest receiver classes ever. Brian Gutekunst, their GM, has not drafted a single wide receiver.
Have they even had a pick yet?
Not in the 4. They picked 5. They have all their picks starting in the 5th.
That's what I thought.
6th and 7th rounds.
They haven't made a pick today, right?
No.
No.
So
they're not. They're pick 175 or pick 30, 175.
Yeah, so there's that. They need help at the D line position as well. So they have some needs there. I would think as I think the Bears need to do better too. I think they're really in the Lions had a pretty good draft, but the Bears and the Green Bay, the Giants, we haven't heard from the Giants in a while. I mean, they haven't done too much of anything.
The Giants haven't done anything the past few years, right? They got. I had better hope.
I think at this point in the draft, though, these teams are looking to fill special teams. They're trying to fill out the back end of their roster.
Yeah,
they're going to take players that are 2 or 3 years away. These aren't going to be typically guys that come in and play right away. So, I mean, right now, these are just developmental pieces and special teams players that you're drafting.
I like the people you mentioned.
If we're talking about Joe mentioned, the Giants and how they've kind of been needed help. How do you guys feel about that with the pieces that they've already added?
The Giants?
Yeah. Because Joe said they need a little bit more help, but with the pieces that they've already added, Giants have held literally a top 10 pick 4 times and haven't improved much. And if we're saying that they haven't improved much now, do you think it's maybe a little bit too late?
In this particular draft, yes, it's too late. You could always find, you could always strike gold. It wouldn't be the first time. I mean, when was Antonio Brown drafted? 6th round, right? Yeah. Like there's players out there you could go get that can make a difference. But, I think when it comes to the Giants, it's just a matter of believing in what they have, obviously, even though, because I mean, you got to remember when Eli went out and they took Eli out, I think there was a surgence there. I think they believe in what they have and that they were onto something, and they're just adding some of the pieces they think that can get him there. But I don't know.
What was interesting for Eli Manning, when he was benched, I remember the first round, they picked Daniel Jones, and I think it was week 3, and the team lost 9 straight games. So for me, that wasn't a good pick at all. Unless, obviously, it depends on the other weapons that you have as well.
But you have to, in that regard, you have to see what you have in Daniel Jones. Like you drafted him 6th overall, and
right.
I didn't think he was ready, and I wouldn't have done that to Eli Manning like that. I mean, I think when you win 2 Super Bowls, you're the career touchdown yardage
against the Patriots.
Percentage. Yeah, against undefeated Patriots team, and then again after the Patriots again. You don't dump that guy like that unceremoniously. Like you can't do that. No matter if Eli hasn't played well or not, you have to let him know, and you have to kind of like allow him to say, hey, behind the scenes say, hey, let him get. I asked him to get Daniel some time because this is it for me. Which he ended up doing that anyway, starting the last game of the season. So in terms of what they need, I mean, again, they need to build up that offensive line. They need to build up that defensive line. You have arguably the best running back under the age of 25 in Saquon Barkley on your team. I mean, he is a legit number 1 back that can do it all, from running the ball inside the tackles to bouncing out to catching the ball to pass protection. That's the focal point of your offense. It doesn't have to be receivers. It doesn't have to be Beckham, the tight end. You got to do what you can to make sure he can lead your offense and let Daniel Jones not fuck it up by throwing interceptions.
Yep.
Manage the game. But going back to the original question too would be, and I was trying to process. I mean, the Bears are definitely up there on the list, but I'm gonna have to agree with Joe and no homer, right? It's Green Bay. We talked about it the last 2 days. They were 13-3. What have they really done to get over that hump? They couldn't get past the Niners. So what do they do now?
And the Niners just traded Marquise Goodwin to the Eagles.
Yep.
So
and that would have been a guy, if you're a Green Bay fan or you're Green Bay, that'd be a guy you give up a 5th or a 6th round pick for.
Yeah. I don't know. Marquise Goodwin, he drops the ball too much for my liking. He's fast. I mean, he's real fast, but he's not a reliable.
He's so fast. He makes other fast guys look not so fast.
He reminds me of that dude from The Replacements. Remember him? Yeah. Remember that movie? The dude that was hella fast, but he couldn't catch nothing.
Orlando Anderson.
Yeah, that's
Amari Cooper.
Marquise
oh,
Goodwin.
My bad.
Oh. Darius Haywood Bay.
Darius Haywood Bay, right?
Now
Rocket Ismail.
The Eagles have Marquise Goodwin and Jalen Rager, who are both burners. So,
But
we'll
when
see
they
how
caught
that
the
works
ball,
out.
No, we talk about team. I talked about the Dolphins earlier. They just drafted Curtis Weaver, the defensive end.
Did they?
Yeah, like that's he's again. The Dolphins just get better and
Well,
better.
yeah, and that's a guy that
They
you
do.
take at this point. But again, the reason he's here is because he's lacking in the physical trait field. So, but he has been productive when he's been on the field.
I think the only thing about Miami, right, is just the youth and the inexperience they're going to have. But, Dolphins 2 years from now, dang,
Yep.
man, they're going to look good.
Big time, big
Yeah,
time.
they're gonna look real good.
And well, go ahead, Knight. Mine was more of a kind of a joke thing, but go ahead.
What I was just going to say, I mean, 2 years from now, I mean, Miami struggled over the years in finding the right answers, but I think the biggest pick they made was Tua if he's healthy, because if Tua's healthy, I think that this is better than Tannehill and who came in after Marino, because they struggled since Dan Marino.
Culpepper.
They brought Culpepper over. I mean, Tua could be the answer to a lot of their problems, especially when it comes from the offensive side of the ball. So I really like what Miami's done. I mean, we got to see it play out, but don't they have more picks next year as well?
They got 14 this year. They got a ton next year. Them in Jacksonville.
I think they just
They're-
need to be patient with Tua. I would not rush him in.
At all.
Let Fitzpatrick take it this year and let Tua get healthy and learn the system.
Well, that's why I say the 2 year window. I'm pretty much basing that off Tua in particular. You know,
Right.
you don't have to do it this year. You let him get healthy.
right.
So you're saying they need to take
got a winner.
They got a 2-year window.
He's here all day.
That's a good one.
Obviously, I'm not the only one sipping on some mimosas or
Nope,
something, right?
nope. I'm on soda right now. It's too early to drink for me.
You really
You know
are. You
it's
sipping
noon.
on mimosas, Nate?
Hey, my wife freshly squeezed that too, man. That's freshly squeezed orange juice.
So, Chris, you brought up the movie The Replacements. That's low key a badass football movie. What do you think?
Nigel Ruff.
Yeah. What do you think what's your favorite football movie?
Oh, easy. Remember the Titans. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I love Remember the Titans.
Waterboy all day, dude.
Yeah.
Waterboy?
Yeah, wait for Joe to say something.
I'm a big Remember the Titans guy. That's just good. Denzel, anything with Denzel in it is good, man.
That's bomb. I love that.
I got a
Anything
few.
with Denzel's good.
Yeah, but the program is super dope. Any given Sunday, Remember the Titans.
I like
Awesome.
Last Chance U. I know
love
it's not a
Last Chance
movie, but it's an entertaining
Blue
TV
Mountain
show.
was it? Blue Mountain State is another good one.
I'm
Is it
a big.
Last Chance U was on Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good ones, and I like some of the true story stuff. You know, I'm a big-hearted guy. I really like the story behind Orr and
Gridiron.
Blindside. I really like that one too.
Yeah, Gridiron Gang is dope.
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
Hell, I even like All American. You know, I don't watch it when it's on during regular television. I'll binge watch it when it's over and it comes on Netflix. I like All American. That's a cool little TV show.
Joe has found the best movies and shows during this COVID-19 break. Like, you surprised me with some of the stuff that you watch.
Man, like I watch all kinds of stuff. Like I watched All American. That's something Jaleesa and I we watched together. But then there's we watched the documentary. I just watched a documentary about Adnan Syed, who was accused of murder and is serving life in prison, and there's no evidence that links him to the murder. It's all hearsay, and it's out of Maryland.
Is this true?
It's a true story. It's a
True
documentary.
story.
Yeah. So that was on Netflix. I watched that one. I've watched a lot of documentaries. Blind Spotting, the movie Blind Spotting is based in Oakland. A badass movie. Like the guys that made it, David and Raul, are phenomenal actors, writers. They're a lot like me and Squeeze, to be honest with you. Best friends that started doing something they love together, and there's a lot of parallels with what Squeeze and I are doing with franchise. So that was a movie that kind of really got kind of resonated with me. So I've kind of taken this time, like in my nights, especially with Jaleesa. It's the only time that we have to even converse and have any type of conversation. Well, she finds a lot of the stuff, and we watch it, and it's cool.
Why don't you tell our viewers what you guys are doing with the franchise? What is the franchise? For people who don't know and maybe just popping in.
Franchise is a idea of mine from years ago. Like how you see TQ and I interact is exactly how we interact when we're together, when we're on the phone. There's a lot of shit talking. There is a ton of, but it's all love, and none of it is evil or mean spirited or inspired or anything like that. We respect each other.
Did you just say evil mini me?
So we we've known each other so long. We've been through probably each other's darkest days and probably our brightest moments. And a few years ago, when I moved to Vegas, I had I was on the phone with Max. He was telling about the Raiders' relocation to Vegas. Like, this is happening, and he's, get the fuck out of here. No fucking way. Typical Squeeze. And we get on the phone, and I said, let's start this company. Let's do this. And we had a completely different name at the time. And so as we're having this conversation, like, we kind of put on the back burner because neither one of us were ready at the time to do it. And then a couple years later, we were sitting around at the pool at the Marriott. It was, I forget what holiday. I think it was Memorial Day weekend, right around his birthday. And we were sitting there and we were hanging out, and it was just like, let's do it. And we came up with the name, like, Inside LV Sports, inside LasVegasSports.com. And I didn't like the name, and then but we were gonna roll with it and kind of get things started. And I bought the domain, and we kind of like started putting things together. And then my good friend of mine, Jesse Halberstad, who started the Institute of Human Performance in Las Vegas. It's a digital institution that you can kind of get all your training. There's Marcus Banks has his MB3 Academy. There's a hockey academy that's starting there, a baseball academy. The franchise is heavily involved with that, and there's a bunch of other good things going on. Remote Pilates, so you can do Pilates on your computer and whatnot with Rachel. It's a cool idea, and Jesse and I and TQ talked, and we thought about let's just combine everything and start doing everything together. And then I came back from Fresno after the birth of Carrington, and we were kind of sitting down and talking, and it was just kind of like, we changed the name to franchise. Let's put the franchise together, and we changed the name to franchise. And then from the franchise, we were at TQ's kitchen table, and we came up with the idea for the logo. And the logo itself was super cool. And I thought of it, and I said, you know what, let's do the Luxor, because there's a song called What that TQ came up with off The Never Saw Me Coming, which was his first solo album. And it said, it was like, basically, what if the world was mine? And he said Vegas would be the capital. Luxor baby kind of seems natural. And I was like, well, let's take the Luxor and do something, put that in like a franchise model. And then he goes, well, let's put the whole strip across franchise. And so we went from one end of the strip to the other end of the strip. And then we came out with, okay, what's will be our little logo? Well, the F with Luxor in it, with the beam shooting up. And then it was just like, let's bring in a bunch of people that really want to be journalists or already are journalists and podcasters. And let's cover Las Vegas sports the way we want to cover it, swagged out, different than what's going on in Las Vegas. So they've done things their way for a very long time. Well, let's add our flavor, our Southern California flavor, to Vegas, and let's add it in a way that no one else has done it. Vegas is growing and transforming into a sports metropolis. Let's start this company ourselves, and let's go ahead and do this. And by the grace of God, and it's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, there's some things that, looking back, we probably could have done differently and should have done differently, but everything is done for a reason. And with Squeeze, like, full disclosure, Squeeze built the website. Squeeze. All the digital marketing and stuff is all Squeeze. From the content side, that's SEO stuff, that's Squeeze. But content, bringing people on and making sure things get put out is me. And we're always looking to add people. So if people are interested, hit info@franchisesportsmedia.com. You just submit a writing sample or an audio sample if you want to do a podcast. We're always looking to expand and bring people on to have a good time. And just kind of like, it's just basically the brainchild of two best friends that love sports and love talking shit to each other that probably should have their own show somewhere. And we figured, let's just do it ourselves and just grow it and have some fun doing it. If we can make money from it, we would love to. But, we can have some fun doing a show and do what we do in front of our family and friends for free.
Join the franchise. We live. And the Bills take quarterback Jake Fromm.
The Bills. The Bills.
Wow, the Bills.
Not the Bears, the Bills.
And it's funny because a lot of people compared him to Matt Barkley, who is the Bills' current backup quarterback. So, like-minded guys there.
Wow.
I don't know if that's necessarily the best place for him, but
well, I'm sure he's not thrilled about it.
Right.
Yeah, at all.
You're thinking more opportunity. Playing behind Brady would have been a lot better. I mean, I think at this point, I think he's happy he's off the board. He's getting a paycheck.
What we said about the AFC East, him having to play in the AFC East and the cold still holds true. We thought he was going to the Patriots, but turns out it was the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, better get picked in round 5 than 6 or 7,
Hey,
right? He'd be even more ashamed.
Do you think that's a protective pick as well?
I mean, they already had Barkley, so
yeah, I don't understand that pick at all, to be honest. I don't get that.
Barkley is a journeyman.
Eagles just got another good receiver.
Barkley is a journeyman, and he needs to go somewhere. I think he needs to come out west, to be honest with you, to a team out here. And I think Fromm allows them to free up some cap space if they want to, or to have a cheaper quarterback for the next 4 years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at these 2 questions we have on the side, not regarding Jake Fromm, but Raider Rich, which I'm sure is your guys' homeboy, right?
Hey, Colin, Richie Rich.
Richie Rich, Colin! What receivers are getting cut? Is it Doss or Jones or the trading block? And then he says, I see Joe upgraded from his headphones finally. Yay!
Yeah, we know that's the right Rich then.
Okay, look, let me point this out. My headphones were just red. They're good headphones. They were just red.
Hey, they look a little hot pink to me, but
yeah, they don't say red. That was fuchsia, bro. Fuchsia.
I like fuchsia. I'm good with the fuchsia.
Bye, fuchsia.
So yeah, I told you guys, new headphones, got the mic stand, new camera.
New camera.
So
Joe means business now.
You on point. Then you ruin it with that punk ass jersey.
Right.
Says the guy I just gave love to. That's all right. That's all right.
He really
Whatever.
did. Did you hear his sentimental story?
No.
It was really beautiful.
But in that story,
sentimental
he talked about the shit talking that takes place. So this is love right here.
Yeah, this is all love.
God, listen, man, it's been going on forever.
Since 1994. Look,
Right.
that's why. Look, I don't call him TQ, and he very rarely calls me Joe. Like it's squeezing verb. Like that's just what it is between us.
Yeah.
When you guys say TQ and he says Joe, that's kind of like your guys' middle name when you're mad at each other. Now, Joe, you better knock it off, man.
Yeah,
you know you're mad. That's serious stuff, right?
You know what happens? Like we in work environments or whatever, right? And I'm like talking to him and I'm calling him verb, and so many times people don't know who the hell I'm talking to or who I'm talking about. So I try to put myself in the right frame of mind and say Joe when we in front of people.
So what does squeeze mean? I want to know.
Well,
what
okay,
squeeze
so
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, so
hey, you gotta let our viewers know what squeeze means, because that to me that's a different type of nickname.
I'm gonna it's his nickname. I'll let him tell it. I love it. I love hearing him tell the
I knew
story.
it was coming. Back in the day, in the music days, most of, you know me, I'm a small guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the biggest person in the world by far. But most of the guys that I used to be in a singing group, the guys that I was in the group with, they were all taller than me, right? So we would do shows, and they would always have us paired with these older groups. So it would be older crowds at these shows. So older crowds, older women, right? We was, especially when you're down south, older women, older crowds, bigger women, right? And here's small me. So there was always this line where they would always say, "Oh, give me the little one. I want to take a picture with the little one. I want to just squeeze him." And whenever they would say that word "squeeze," and it would always come out, these fools would just go in on it. So I would just be that would just be my name. They would make sure to call me that in front of people, so that people can ask the question and then they can start calling me Squeeze. So then it just caught on, man. That's been going on for 20 something years.
The biggest thing. Squeeze, but does anybody call you that besides Joe?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
More, I
all
think
the
more,
friends,
more
everybody.
people call me Squeeze than anything else.
And the biggest thing I got from that story though is when you said you're not the biggest guy and you were the smallest guy around and stuff. So now I can see why you and Joe see eye to eye.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Night. Let's hold on now.
Yeah.
Night.
That's a good one.
Night. How can Night? I love you, bro. I love.
Yeah.
I love you, bro. But you told a story there. You said you could see us seeing eye to eye. So no, but
close and personal, baby.
Oh shit. Squeeze left out the best part about the story though. Okay. His first email was squeezetq@aol.com.
It sure was. It absolutely was. It absolutely was. I heard the name, so especially when I first got the name, I heard the name so much that it was nothing I could say to anybody.
And the thing is we have his former DJ, DJ Invisible Man, M-Dog. M-Dog would be like literally on radio stations like, "Hey, you rap bastard, Squeeze, tell them about this." And it's like, you're like, what the hell? So that's how it get brought up. So M-Dog kind of really got it popping for everybody.
Yeah.
All right, one more question off topic of football. TQ/Squeeze, when you coming out with a single or a hit? We're trying to hear something new. Viewers trying to turn up a little bit.
It's looking like fall. That's what it's looking like. Probably
Nice.
just after the summer.
Nice.
Keep hustling.
Yes, indeed. That's what I've been doing all quarantine. Just been making music. So,
What's the
Yes,
first thing that
exactly.
you guys are gonna do after this is all over?
Hug. Go see my mom. Go see
go
my
eat.
mom and my grandmother and hug people.
Yes,
Like,
hug
honestly.
people.
That I
I'm
mean,
gonna
I'm gonna go
That's
out.
a
I'm gonna
good
have
one.
breakfast, lunch, and dinner out in the town, man.
Just out, like we're spending money on food.
Yeah.
yeah.
and go to.
I'm going to see my mom. Then I'm gonna go see my dad, and then I'm gonna go and get drunk and party at somebody's swimming pool.
Yes.
That's what I'm gonna do.
And we end up at John Cutter's and Al's garage.
Yes,
Eating
like
and
that.
drinking our fill for sure.
What are
Call
you
the
gonna
Uber.
do after this is over, guys? Call 253-993-3651. We's trying to party with you.
Yeah.
Love it.
Some
All right,
of
guys.
us already started.
What number is that for you?
It's only 2, man. I'm taking it easy. I'm just trying to chill.
So,
Yeah, the
All right,
craziness.
guys.
That's just me. That's me normally, man. You'll know when I have a few.
Raiders didn't
I
make
like
no
it.
move while I was gone today. Nothing happened.
No.
Yeah,
The
they
Niners
did. They said
though. The
the Niners
did,
made
right?
a couple moves.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
what the Niners did. Yeah, that works.
So
that
what-
That
who's
dude's
our-
a track guy.
The Ravens select defensive tackle Broderick Washington from Texas Tech. What do you know about him, Joe?
That's a big boy. He's a
He
real
looks like a big boy.
I liked him a lot actually. I had him going a little bit later in some of my mocks. 6'2", 305. He's another guy that's very raw. He's a guy who, when it comes down to it, like a lot of teams had a scheme for him, and a really good first step. He would have really fit as a 3 technique with Rod Marinelli and the Raiders defensive line. He went a little higher than I projected. I had him going in the 6th. So to go in the 5th is a good spot for him. Very aggressive, good hands, but he needs to just become more of a complete defensive tackle, and that's what you're going to kind of get at this point. You're going to have guys in these latter parts of the rounds that are a little bit more raw, and they need a little more refinement in their game, because the difference is a lot of times when it comes to college to the NFL is in college, you're going through your position drills and you're doing all that stuff. In the NFL, when you get in there, like what you would do in position drills are your warm-ups. Your technique's already supposed to be perfected, so you're getting right into install and then game planning. So to get this type of guy, if he gets with the right D-line coach, I think he could be a guy that has a very good and productive NFL future.
So how do we think Go ahead, TQ.
This is the part of the draft where you stack, man, and
Yep.
the Ravens are known for it. It's part of their strategy. He's a project, and he will be one of those guys that they can bring off the bench, get a couple of plays in, move him along. If somebody goes down, he'll know the system soon enough and be able to rotate him in. Like it's a formula that they follow.
I like it. So rounds 5, 6, and 7 are as important as 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they are, especially when you have the ability to draft like the Ravens have shown for so long. It's like Ozzie or like he left his ghost in the room or something, because they still do it the same way. It's like we said. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No. I was going to say, Eric DeCosta, their general manager, has been Ozzie's right-hand man the entire time.
The whole while.
Yeah.
So it's like he's still there.
Exactly. It's the same fundamental, idea of how you want to draft the guys, same type of guys. And they have a script that they stick to. I mean, it's no different than stuff that we do. We have a certain way of the way we do things when we're together and we're out and about, and we kind of stick with that throughout our everyday life. It's the same thing with the Ravens. It's a way of life. This is how we build our team. This is what we're going to go ahead and do. And give their ownership a shot. Give him all the credit for that. He allows them to do that. I mean, a couple of years ago, he could have pulled the plug on John Harbaugh or John Harbaugh and get rid of him, and he stuck with them. And look at how it paid off. And they give John Harbaugh credit. He redesigned the offense to fit the guy that Ozzie drafted. Ozzie Newsome's last gift to the Ravens was Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? And they redesigned the offense, and now it's a transcendent offense in the NFL.
Yes. Agreed.
How about you, Chris? Since you're back in, welcome back.
Or not.
So.
Your mic's off.
My bad.
It's okay.
I just wanted, this is a little bit off topic, but I was just thinking about how the Raiders, have drafted today. And last year they really killed it in day 2 and day 3. And I think you could say the same this year, day 2 and day 3. So they're starting to build that identity where they can, pick and evaluate talent in these back ends. And really those are where the good GMs build a good roster. And I honestly like what they've done the last 2 years in these later rounds.
I'm much happier today than I was yesterday or the day before, to be honest. Well, let me say this. I was happy when they got Muse.
Yeah.
I felt good when they got him. And then today, they did.
Robertson just put the icing on the cake for everybody.
Yeah, they did a good job when they picked him.
There's something interesting that is kind of being talked about that I just got. And it's not I'm not saying it's happening, but it's being talked about. There's talk that the Patriots and Packers are talking about a trade that was send Julian Edelman to Green Bay. He's got 2 years, $11 million on his deal, which the Patriots would like to move. And it'd be for a late round pick. So there could be some movement there, which I find very interesting.
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd reunite in Tampa Bay.
Well, so I find it interesting on two parts. One, because Green Bay needs a slot receiver, and he would fill that void. But the second part is, what are the Patriots trying to do if they're open to this, or if this is even being discussed?
I think it's part for the course for them. This is right before the end of the best of Julian Edelman, and that's when they get rid of people.
Yeah, and I think that at least offensively, they have to start building a new identity. You know, you don't have Tom Brady anymore. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what that offense looks like, you know.
But I tell you
still
what,
have Belichick.
I'll say this much though: 2 years worth of Julian Edelman for Aaron Rodgers. I bet that sounds good to Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's frustrated.
And
he has
what do
been
you
somewhat
think?
frustrated.
I mean, are we saying Aaron Rodgers is not on Green Bay in 2 years?
No, you know what?
No, I'm saying Julian Edelman has about 2 years of being flashes of Julian Edelman.
Right.
That's
But I
what I
mean,
believe.
like, and they drafted Love. That's what I mean. So what does that mean for Aaron Rodgers? Is it 2 more
right.
years? You know, so maybe those two things align with one another.
Yeah, maybe.
Look, I'll say something that's sickening to Green Bay fans. Kirk Cousins has 3 years left on his deal. Green Bay could really get out of Aaron Rodgers' deal in 3 years. Aaron Rodgers to Minnesota.
Hmm.
You know,
He's almost 40 at that point, right?
Yeah, but they did it with Brett Favre.
Yeah.
You know. So I mean, and Rodgers keeps himself in way better shape than Favre did at this point in his career.
Yeah.
But I'll say I don't think Aaron Rodgers is done by any means. I think he's on that backside, and he's got at least I think he's got 3 years of really 2 years of elite football and a year of really good football in him before you start seeing that decline a little bit, unfortunately. So I think that's what they're thinking about. But I'm even as an analyst, I mean, I take the fan hat off. You know, I really in the receiver class that is as deep as any in the last 20 or 25 years, they have yet to take a receiver.
Yeah, that is surprising.
There has to be a lot of hope that Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Alan Lazard, Jake Kumaro, Equanimous St. Brown are the guys to play alongside Devontae Adams and Devin Funchess. You know, like if those are what you're relying on, they have to be moving Adams into the slot to do more damage where he's already killing people, but.
Bro, Julian Edelman would be a good pickup.
Right, and I think your point about
a really good pickup.
Not having that true slot and having so many options in this draft where there's so many good slot receivers, that is a bit surprising that they didn't, or at least to this point, haven't picked up a slot receiver.
I think they tried to move up. I mean, I know they tried to move up to get a receiver. I know they tried to move up to get Jefferson. Things just didn't work out between them and the teams ahead of them. But
right.
So they what they did there is they went with value. They felt was the best value on their board. And you can argue whether or not they should have drafted a quarterback or not at that point. But they did what they thought was best value-wise long term. And maybe you never know, look at Terry Bradshaw's final career. I mean, the Steelers passed up on Dan Marino and took Senior Sack. And game one into his career, in game one or game two, Bradshaw hurts his elbow, can never play again, and Dan Marino was down in Miami. What if Dan Marino would have been a Steeler? So, I mean, you have to you think about the future when quarterbacks get to a certain age, and that's what they're doing. And, if the Patriots would have done that a couple of years ago, they may not be in the situation they're in now. They had Garoppolo, but
I think that was an ownership thing. It had to have been. I think if it were up to Belichick, he probably would have had Tom Brady replaced by that point.
Hey, man, do y'all realize that they won a Super Bowl since then?
No doubt. No doubt.
But I think the point remains. I think Belichick would argue that he probably would have had 2 or more with Garoppolo. In fact, I've told you this, Squeeze, and I'll say it publicly for maybe the first time. I was told before this even happened, and Scott Gilbranson of Silver and Black Today was right there when I said it. In a conversation, I had a couple other friends. Jerron Turner from Franchise Sports Media was right there when I said it, as well as my guy Joe and from Stacking Boxes and Scott Winter and Tommy White. We were talking about it, and Belichick wanted Brady. He had a deal for Brady already arranged to go to the 49ers. He was going to trade him to the 49ers, and Brady and his camp caught wind of it and went to Robert Kraft. Kraft put the kibosh to that deal because of his loyalties to Tom Brady, which caused a rift even more so between Brady and Belichick and Kraft. So what ends up happening is
they traded what's his name too to the Lions.
Right, and what ends up happening is they end up Belichick is saying, okay, you don't want to trade him there. Where's the one place he wanted? You know, he wants to go to Frisco and finish his career. I'm gonna trade Garoppolo there because Brady was like, you need to trade Garoppolo. That's what he told Kraft. So he traded Garoppolo there. Didn't get value for him, to be honest with you.
No, he got a second.
You know, it's a second round pick, and from that point on, that was 2 years ago. And Brady said a couple, you know, during his press conference for the last 2 years, he was kind of thinking about exiting New England. So or 3 years ago. So when you really look at it, there was a bigger picture there. And Belichick really believed in Jimmy Garoppolo. And I even think if Brady would have said he wanted to go to San Francisco and that's where he would have chose this offseason, you would have seen Garoppolo back in New England for one of the picks, because I think they would have pulled the trigger on that deal.
You also would have saw Tom Brady win a Super Bowl just now for the San Francisco 49ers, because Garoppolo did not pull that off.
Yeah.
Because of a simple pass that he could not complete. That Derek Carr would have completed, that Tom Brady definitely would have completed, and most of the other quarterbacks in the league would have completed. And it would be totally different right now. So I'm just saying, I get it. Bill Belichick is the man. I get it. You follow him. He's earned the right. But the point is, the GOAT was still the GOAT at the time when he was trying to get rid of him. And that normal formula that they're trying to pull off right now with Julian Edelman, Tom Brady was just not going to let it happen to him. He was going to go out on his terms.
Squeeze, I know, like, you know, like being that you're also a 49er fan, Bill Walsh had one thing he stood by. I'd rather get rid of a player a year too early than a year too late. He did it with Jerry Rice. He did it with Joe Montana.
Completely understand it. We're saying the same thing. I'm saying Tom Brady, who is now considered the GOAT, vetoed that shit because he's the GOAT. Simple as that.
Well, same thing with Gronk. I mean, the Patriots traded Gronk to the Lions, and Gronk said, "Nah, I'm good. I'll retire."
Look at that.
That's how that trade got squashed.
And that would have netted them a first-round pick, too.
Yep.
Wow, Green Bay just picked Kamal Martin, linebacker from Minnesota.
I'm not very familiar with him.
I'm going to pull him up.
I would have gone Prochet.
Oh, Curtis Weaver just went to the Dolphins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anaya is still available. It's crazy that he's still on the board.
Kamal Martin is a 6'3", 240-pound linebacker that ran in the 4.5 range. He's a guy that can cover. I had him in the projected high in the 5th round. Low is a high priority free agent, so I said 6th or 7th round. So he went a little higher. 21st best linebacker on my board.
They're hell-bent on not getting a receiver, it looks like.
They may have something in the works.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's something, you know, and I'm interested to see what the Raiders are going to do. I mean, at this point, you have a couple guys you could possibly move and bring on. You know, I mean, you can move Gabe Jackson. You can move P.J. Hall. You can maybe move one of those younger corners that's got, you know, potentially.
Yeah.
You know, to maybe get something in the back
But,
end. So
you know, they
Hall,
got,
bro.
Yeah, they got KO. They traded KO for a 5th-round pick, and I think Gabe Jackson has more value right now than KO did at that point. So, you know, I don't really see them trading
think so?
Gabe Jackson. Oh, yeah, just because he's younger and
the
KO. I
contract
mean,
was high.
and you saw KO. I mean, I think he's got injury issues.
It also says Philadelphia is acquiring wideout Marquise Goodwin.
Yeah.
Trade for San Francisco.
Yeah.
So that could be interesting too.
He just has to be able to stay healthy and hold on to the ball.
He can't catch. The kid can't catch. He's fast as hell, but
Yeah.
drops too many balls.
That's the
He always
problem.
hurt, and I'm sure.
So that's what
coach.
If you can't produce in Kyle Shanahan's offense as a
it's
receiver, like
ridiculous,
yeah.
So you're saying TQ get rid of him?
Oh yeah. I've been saying
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I said.
I
that
think to
last
get
year.
anything for him is, you know,
Right.
that's a win for the Niners.
Yeah, for sure.
Jags took Colin Johnson too, to take a receiver out of Texas who's like 6'6".
And Miami, not Miami. Was it Minnesota that just drafted him?
KJ Osborne out of Miami.
Yeah, he just.
I've heard he's had off-field issues too. Character
The Chiefs
issues.
are on the clock, right, guys? I'm delayed a little.
The Chiefs.
Yes.
See him,
Chiefs.
Yeah.
yeah,
yes.
on the clock. I think it's interesting where the Raiders are at, though. They have an opportunity right now. I mean, to acquire some later round picks. But if they don't, okay, let's just say they're done for the day, right? You have a guard room that Gabe Jackson is your starter with Incognito, with Simpson and Good as the backups. That's good depth.
That is.
It's actually
You know,
solid depth. Hi,
You
welcome
have, you have PJ Hall in the D line room to give rotational depth, and hopefully he can start working harder.
And Marinelli is going to be a big part of that.
Right. So the Raiders
I
could
don't
be done.
see
You know,
that.
but I'm just saying the Raiders could not. They may be done and say we like our secondary. We like what we did in these. They could always bring back Will Compton as a linebacker. You know, which I think is very feasible.
There's an undrafted free agency class right now too that they're probably focusing in really hard right now, getting a head start on.
That's a very good point, and they could be making calls right now to guys. Look, call Javen freaking White.
Please.
I know that, dude. That ever since you told me about this kid, man, I'm like, that's kind of where I'm leaning towards right now. I want to see him on that list.
The Lions picked up Quentin Cephas.
I seen that. That was like in round 4 though.
Yeah, round 5, pick 166.
Yeah, it was earlier than Quintez. I love Quintez Cephas. He is. I think he's going to be a very good receiver. He may not be a superstar or whatnot. He's going to be one of those guys where you're going to be like, damn, where did he come from?
I think he's a chain mover. You know, he's going to be a third down. You know, get you that first down type receiver.
Absolutely.
He's not going to blow the top off the defense, but he'll pick up, you know, those first downs.
He's that slot guy.
Yeah. Well, the guy I'm Porsche out of SMU. That's who I thought maybe the Packers might look at. He's a good route runner.
Porsche?
Yeah.
What do you know about that, Squeeze? What do you know about Porsche?
I don't.
Porsche.
Oh.
Joe's the one who has literally the list of facts over there.
Yeah, I was about to say SMU, man. No, I don't know who the man is.
Joe.
That was a Porsche joke. It was a very bad joke, but it was a Porsche joke.
I get you. Yeah.
You came with some good ones. It's all right, Nate. You came with good ones.
I can have a bad one every now and then.
No, I'm lucky you had a good one every now and then.
Hey, Danny DeVito, just calm down over there.
I like this. I'm sitting here looking at this highlights from this Kentucky kid's tape. He does a lot.
Oh, so now you're flipping the script on him?
No, I'm not. I'm not necessarily flipping the script. I'm just, I'm just saying he does a lot. I see what they're trying to do.
See what you do, Squeeze. I'm gonna sound like Squeeze right now. What you do, Squeeze, you always do this shit. You always do this shit. You're the king of hot takes. You say a hot take, then you go back and look and you backtrack, you bastard.
TQ judges the book by its cover.
I'm not backtracking at all, you pink Green Bay Shrek looking.
Shrek.
Listen, man.
Look at you, look like Desus extra from Desus Amaro.
I don't play. I don't pay attention to Kentucky football. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessary for me to watch under normal circumstances. I wouldn't be expecting the Raiders to be taking this kid from Kentucky, so I hadn't seen him. So I went and looked.
The Chiefs take Michael
special player,
Dana,
man.
Yeah, he does a lot.
Joe, tell me some facts about Michael Dana.
Let me pull him up. Hold on.
He's a transfer from Western Michigan to Michigan.
I'm looking at
your internet works with your Google, Chris. My goodness.
I think the Chiefs are just having some fun right now. Like this is their these rounds are fun for them because now it's literally just adding that small talent to your roster.
I have them reaching for him. He was a 31st guy. I had him as a 7th rounder or at best, and they're in high priority free agent. Like 6'2", 257, runs between 4'7" and 4'9". He's gonna be just rotational depth. That's all he is. He's not gonna be anybody that's gonna make you go, ooh,
like
they got this guy right. Yeah, he's not like, ooh, they got him right there. It's kind of like, go be a camp body, and if you don't make it, you'll be a practice squad guy.
And the Broncos take Justin Trinad, linebacker. Chris, what do you know about Justin?
Not a thing. He has a career 8 sacks, 4 interceptions. We're in the point in the draft now where these guys are lower tier. You know, you don't really have any names that are going to jump off the screen at you. But
could be sleepers, though.
Yeah, like I said before, these are your special teams, developmental guys. So, I mean, that's what these guys are, you know, selecting them right now.
Well, with some of these guys, like, I've tried to study tape on them, and you really can't find much on them. Like, a good amount of them, you can't find much. It's like all some insider stuff.
And the Raiders gave up all their back end picks to make sure that they picked in the 4th round and made sure that they got guys in that window that, because they say the drop off's in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. So the Raiders made sure they got above all that and got their players.
Which we needed to, so that was good.
Mm-hmm.
That's something we were all on the rise about. Let me see. Taking a look. Round is almost done. Cowboys are the last ones on the clock before we head into the 6th round. Cowboys are doing pretty good. What do you guys think?
They are. I don't like that, but they absolutely are. They're kind of killing it this draft, to be honest.
And they're one of the teams that I pointed out that needed to have a good draft because of all the players they lost in free agency. And, you know, they've let the board kind of fall to them, and they've been able to pick up players that maybe people didn't think would be available when they were selecting. So, you know, like CeeDee Lamb, Trevon Diggs, those are good pieces, especially coming from big powerhouse like Alabama and Oklahoma.
Yes, they are.
Would you guys say that this is the most deep wideout draft you've ever seen?
Yeah, I think it's got the most talent, you know, like spread out. I think other drafts have had more dominant receivers, you know, like a Julio Jones type. There's no Julio Jones in this draft, but you know, being able to get a quality receiver in the 3rd, 4th round, I think this year has been one of the best years in that sense.
Agreed.
But being able to get specific guys for specific needs on your
and different types,
ball.
you know, there's
right.
your slot guys, your smaller guys,
deep threats,
big tall guys, big physical guys. So, yeah, you can get a little bit of whatever your flavor is.
Right.
Yeah. I like that. What I studied about Henry Ruggs and all the guys.
Cowboys just took Bradley Anae.
Bradley Anae.
Defensive end out of Utah. I'm shocked that he was still available.
Yeah, he was still here, huh?
Yeah. And he won the 2019 Morris Trophy Award for best defensive lineman in the Pac-12 last year.
Did he have a medical issue or anything?
It's more his physical traits. So he's got small arms. He's not fast, but he just produces. You put him on the football field and he produces as a good football player.
He's a football player. You said at the end, he's a football player.
Yep.
So what bracket would you score him in? Maybe like obviously not after Chase Young, but what round?
No, I thought he would have been a 2nd or 3rd round pick. You know, 3rd round would have been a sweet spot for him. So to go for the last pick in the 5th round, I mean that's good value there. Those are the kind of guys you want to take a chance on,
especially in the later round.
Right.
All right.
KJ Hill is still on the board too, huh?
So there's still been no rumors. There's been no rumors or speculation about Gabe Jackson or any other
at this
moves?
point, I would not think that they would trade him for a 6th or 7th round pick.
If you're trying to save money, I guess, and get a late pick. But like I said earlier, I think they're focusing now on undrafted free agents.
Right.
I
don't think there's a rush to get rid of him. You know, so while they did draft the kid from Clemson and they have good. Like, you can have those guys back up, you know, Gabe Jackson this year, and then, you know, maybe next year you move on from Gabe Jackson. So that's kind of how I see it.
Money aside, too, I mean, let's be real. I mean, he might have struggled the first few years under Cable, but this guy is a good guard, dude. He's a tough, physical dude.
Right. Yeah, when he's one of the best in the league.
And he's going to be healthy. So, I mean, like, I think the biggest problem is the money, but I mean, for one more year, screw it. Your roster's set. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you want run production. You want Carr to feel comfortable and confident back there. So keeping Gabe Jackson is not a bad thing.
something I think we keep passing over too. Like, man, the Raiders was a mash unit last year, man.
Right.
Everybody
All over the
was
place,
hurt.
dude.
Everybody was hurt. It's like Derek Carr is one of the only people to stay clean on the field.
Yeah.
Right. So you give us a healthy, solid, like 5 across the board that's consistent.
Yes.
Damn, dude. Wow. Like you're talking along with everything we picked up. And maybe that's something that we're missing too. Like you think about the offense, the receivers, definitely fixed the depth at receiver. We got speed and athletic playmakers across the board, backfield.
Depth at DB too.
Give me a healthy offensive line like that. Like you said, we miss and match that whole thing all year.
Yeah,
and you get Trent Brown for 16 games if he can stay healthy.
Man, come on,
dude.
man.
I'm telling you, man. Like that's a whole nother level right there. That's 7 points right there.
Isn't it what TQ said as well? Just rotation. Now you have
That's
these
it.
solid.
Mhm.
You have these solid pieces who all have different talent to bring to the game. Just use that rotation, and that's how we can be successful.
That's
you
it.
know, I like that what TQ said about that.
That's it. That's the key. Being able
It's
to
all
bring
good
in
when you
fresh
add some
players.
koosh.
Oh.
All right, Cincinnati Bengals take Hakeem Adi. Do you guys know how to spell that? Adedi?
Nah.
I don't.
Kansas.
I don't have an umbrella over here.
Man.
Y'all aren't even gonna try.
Nope.
I'm gonna be the only one that messes it up.
Not
And
even trying
Attain
that one.
Muti, a guard. I feel like a lot of the guards now are starting to fall off the board. So at least within this round, right? There's 2 so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Broncos just took Natain Muti. Yeah, you guys were talking about him from Fresno State.
Yeah, he's from your hometown, Knight.
Yeah.
Hey,
He's a good people mover.
Hey, Nye, we got to be careful. My hometown is Fremont, California, right next to Oakland. Just make sure that
Get it right, huh?
I just reside in Fresno.
So you're from Oakland.
I'm from the Oakland area. Yeah.
Nice. So you're actually a true Raiders fan. I like that.
Yeah, but I grew up watching them in L.A. Man, right on my grandfather's lap. So it's all
There it
good.
is. There it is. Most of
All right,
us
guys.
did.
And
So
I
we
was a
got the
season
Colts.
ticket holder from '95 till the end too.
Nice. Now season tickets are about to be out of the roof, right? Aren't they?
Yeah,
Super
I didn't
expensive?
buy
Okay.
any over there. I didn't have it like that, but I'm
You
actually
got- you got
looking
season
in.
tickets?
No. I'm actually looking to see what kind of accessibility
yeah.
they have for me over there too.
Did you
though.
get any discounts, TQ, from the people that you know, or you just really paid the full price?
I ain't get no damn discount. Hell no. I better pay full price.
Hey, Joe be knowing the world. I don't know. You guys be knowing some people, so.
Shit, he didn't know that one.
No, hey,
He
knowing
didn't know
the
that
world
part
is
of the world.
hey, knowing the world is different than standing on it. He couldn't reach that high. You know what I'm
For
saying?
Does Joe have season tickets too?
I don't know. But I mean, we media, so I mean, we'll be at the game anyway, covering it. so.
Eventually. Yeah, all right. All right, guys. So the Patriots are back on the clock. Goodness. I feel like I see them more than anyone right now.
Yeah, this is
It's
where
where
they
they
do their
work, though.
damage. Yeah, this is where they do their damage normally, and they just traded with the Colts to get into this position, so they probably have a player in mind that they want to select.
He'll be a Hall
Yeah,
of
that was
Famer.
quick.
Yeah,
I like that. Make sure you
I
guys
don't
update
think
it.
I don't think you can continue to.
Slow.
I don't think we can just like. I don't think we can just discount Bill Belichick. Because
No.
aside from what he's done already, I think he's probably chomping at the bit to say, okay, let me show y'all what I could do without Tom Brady.
Michael Onwenu.
Yeah,
guard.
that's gonna be the talk.
And if
We've
this
already
guy
seen that.
lands in the playoffs with Jared Stidham and Gronk and Tom Brady gone, I mean, man, what is it to say about any and everybody else that's ever coached this game?
Well, what will that say for Brady in Tampa?
Right.
Like,
Well, I
could,
think
could we
now
really
people-
see? I mean, needless to say about his age and all that, or not even taking anything away from what Tom Brady did on the field, right? But being in that Belichick system, Belichick picking the players and having this certain identity that the Patriots had. How's Father Time going to look on Tom Brady away from Belichick? I guess that's the best way to put it.
Well, if they both get to the promised land, if they both make the playoffs without each other, then I mean it's a wash again. That's Kobe and Shaq.
True.
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that's a good analogy.
Yeah, it's like,
That's a real analogy.
yeah.
I think now the world is looking at how they are, how Knight said, how they're gonna both basically do without each other. But going back, obviously, to the Tom Brady, because I never gave my opinion about it, but why does, like, in interviews, Tom Brady, like, I remember he told NBC that he was the most miserable 8-0 quarterback. But why is he saying that? Is it, like, for me, that I'm confused about that.
You know what? There's a thing that I was talking about yesterday. With players that I know and have talked to that played at Alabama, right? It's not easy to play under Bill Belichick, right? You're gonna win, but that Patriot way, that same thing with Nick Saban, it's just a grueling condition to be under. Some guys are made for it, some guys aren't. And I think that after a while, especially as long as Tom Brady has been in it, it just weighs on you. Like, what hasn't he done? The man's won all of these championships. He's been winning ever since the day he stepped on the field, basically. But you're constantly hearing this voice. You're constantly dealing with this routine. Then you're getting older. You see the end of your career coming. You know you the GOAT. You got the rings to show it. And it's like, man, to hell with this. I ain't dealing with it no more. Let the next person come in and do it. I'm going to go do it my way. And I'm going to bring some of my boys with me. I think that's just what happens.
But conversely, though, Belichick's like, I've done it without you. I've won with
Yes.
I've won with
Castle.
Matt Castle as quarterback. We were winning with Garoppolo and Jacoby Brissett as quarterback.
Yep.
We've done this without you.
And Tom Brady is saying back to him, okay, do it now. Do it again.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let me point this out. Bill Parcells and Tom Brady have never won Super Bowls without Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick has won Super Bowls without Bill Parcells and Tom Brady.
When
he was the D coordinator of the Giants.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't no head coach, man.
He was running that defense, and the players knew it. Parcells was kind of just like he was the managing of the ego and putting the scare in everybody. And then when he won without Parcells, when he was winning those titles with the Patriots.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor, bro.
And he did take the Browns to the playoffs, which nobody they've done for a while.
It's knowing your role. Bill Belichick knows his role, and he puts people around him that knows his role.
And he's got one saying, and Saban does it too, but it's do your job. 3 simple rules: do your job. Don't worry about the next man. Do your job. And I think that's the thing. Look, when Brady started bringing in his trainer and the TB12 way and all that, that's where I think the relationship with Belichick kind of soured, because it went from being and doing things the Patriot way to doing things my way, and I'm going to do it my way. And Belichick put up with it as much as excuse me, as much as he could, because they were winning.
But in fairness to
everybody. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, in fairness to Brady, like, I think Bill Belichick treats all his players the same. And I would think it would be hard for, a guy like Tom Brady to be treated the same way just for all he's done, And as a player like that, you probably are, I want to see what being, wined and dined is all about, and see how, another team may treat me, A little bit of ego gets in the way.
I think it's the natural run of sports, man. I mean, we got a documentary.
20 years is a long time.
We all waiting to watch tomorrow about the Bulls. It's the same thing. Same thing happened to the Lakers. I think after, you can't just sustain that winning for that long, because like personality stale. You just get tired of people. You don't even care about the winning as much. It's like, and then when the accolades come and you sitting and you're looking at all of these trophies, and you're like, man, I don't have to put up with this shit from this guy. I can go do this myself. And both of them are saying it. And both of them have a point.
Coaches, players, there's a level of narcissism that comes in being like really great or being known to be great. Across the board, especially from a head coach standpoint, especially if you've done some things and you've made a name for yourself, it doesn't matter. A lot of people put that on John Gruden, and I don't think John Gruden is as narcissistic as a Bill Belichick. So again, I mean, when you have that mentality, it's just like, it's my way or the highway. It's all about what I think and what I think is best, and that's it. And that's a quality you want, by the way. So that's not a knock on those guys. You want narcissistic type of people in charge of certain things.
And then when you find out, though, you think about it. I'm kind of looking at this with Aaron Rodgers. When you find out that this guy wants to deal you away, or he's buddying up to some next quarterback, and you in your prime, you still winning Super Bowls. It's like, what the fuck? Like, who is this guy? Like, you ain't won nothing without me. That's the way I'm feeling if I'm Tom Brady. Like, I don't care what you did with the Giants. Right now at the Patriots, everything you done did, I done did. So what gives you the right to ship me off when I ain't ready to go?
I agree because Tom Brady wanted. I agree with you, TQ, because Tom Brady wanted commitment, and literally all they were offering him was a year-to-year deal. If you're that quarterback and you're bringing in that much play, like, to me, that's
43 years old.
That's kind of seen as disrespect. Tom Brady said that he felt that Belichick take the offense for granted because of how good they were for so long. I studied this for a while.
Tom Brady has never won without his defense being in the top 5. The offense has never carried that organization.
Nobody ever wins without that.
But if we're gonna be really real about it, I'm not giving a 40-year-old quarterback a multi-year deal.
I'm not talking about now. I wasn't talking about now. No, I'm talking about back when he was trying to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm talking about when you brought up
when he's 38, 37, 38 to the 49. Or no, he was 40. He was 40 then when he was doing it. That was 3 years ago. He was 40. So
and
he's still
in the Super Bowl.
Okay, I get that, but the point is, when you sit back and your quarterback that's 43 wants a multi-year deal to pay him $50 million guaranteed,
and within that deal, you get a Super Bowl though, a guaranteed Super Bowl.
They're off. No, Tom Brady's skills are declined. Okay,
now you're coming back to now. I'm going back to pre their last Super Bowl when they were trying to get rid of him and he vetoed it. It comes back that they won a Super Bowl after that.
Yes, they did. And they won on the heels of their defense holding down the highest scoring offense in the league to 13 points or 10 points, whatever it was.
Okay,
Bill Belichick shut down Sean McVay's defense and did so in a way nobody else has done.
The 18, 19 games that it took to get there, Tom Brady played no part.
Bro, and it's not that he didn't play a part. You're missing the point.
Everybody played a part is what he's saying.
The whole team did. But that whole team did. And he had at least 7 or 6 wins, 5 wins in his own division.
Hey, why is your argument trash? Why is this your argument for Tom Brady? But it's the exact opposite for Kobe Bryant, who was in the exact same situation before he got hurt. Before he got hurt, he was contending for a championship in this same exact position when he was up to be re-signed. He was contending for a championship before he got hurt. Nobody was trying to ship him off. I'm not talking about when they paid him. I'm talking about when he was up for a contract.
No, I know when he was up in the playoffs. The year that he tore his Achilles, when he right after he signed the $24 million extension forever that led up to $24 or $25 million a year.
What's the difference?
I know what you're talking about. The difference is that team was contending, and albeit Kobe was the focal point, but the minute that season ended, the Lakers and everybody moved on. Powell left, Odom left.
But they were there for a reason. They thought they was going for a championship.
They went for it.
At the beginning of that year, they was going for a championship. The Patriots were going for a championship, and they won a championship.
Squeeze, you're missing the point. The year Kobe tore his Achilles, it was in the playoffs. Okay? It was in the playoffs when he got hurt. He was done. The following year, that team was dismantled. D12 left, Nash left. No, but he got the next year's when they started to suck. So when they realized
what I'm talking about. Go ahead and finish, but that's not what I'm talking about.
So when the Lakers realized as an organization that winning the title wasn't going to happen, no matter how much they did, and they did everything ass backwards from even before that, the Lakers ended up saying, okay, we're going to make our money off Kobe, and he's going to make his money off of us. We're gonna do this rebuild. This is going to buy us time for a rebuild. Bill Belichick's not doing that. Bill Belichick wasn't trying to do that. He was trying to add pieces to continue winning, but also let his quarterback know, I'm gonna play with you. We're going to win. We're going to do this together. But when you get to a certain point, you are replaceable as well. That's all that's the business side of things. No matter what.
And back to what I'm saying, to the real business side of things. Hey, Mr. Kraft, check this out. I'm the man on the billboard. That old ass coach over there, nobody really cares about him when it comes down to selling jerseys. So I'm not going to San Francisco. Send him somewhere because I'm the quarterback that just won the Super Bowl and I'm about to win another one. So what you want to do? And you saw what happened. So everything that you're saying about Bill Belichick and his powers and all of that, that's applicable right now because of Tampa Bay. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about back when it was Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not applicable because since that point, Tom Brady, who vetoed that move, won a Super Bowl. I don't care how he did it. He won a Super Bowl and solidified himself as the GOAT.
So,
that's coming from a Joe Montana fan who can't stand Tom Brady. He's the
Guys,
GOAT.
We're gonna take a quick break, and when we get back, I want to know what our fans have to say.
And a cold shower.
Who do you guys agree with? Do you agree with TQ?
No, we're not there because I'm coming back. I got
Joe?
something for you.
Nice
All
way
right,
to cut him off, Nye. Good work. Perfect
I'm coming
timing,
back,
baby.
yeah, because you know I got something for you. You already know.
Put him on mute.
Our phone lines
Get him out of
are
here.
open.
Nope.
253-993-3651. 253-993-3651. Who do you guys agree in this match right here? Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to our YouTube. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Periscope at franchisesportsmedia.com. Stay with us.
Just remember, tuck roll.
Oh, bastard.
Asshole.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From the youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship. You've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had. Two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday Night Lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
And here we go.
What's up, Raider Nation? We right now are in a very controversial topic. Tom Brady versus Bill Belichick. Guys, continue.
About a subject that we all hate. That's the code. We hate these. We can't stand these people.
We do hate.
I don't hate Belichick.
We hate the topic, but the topic has to be discussed because we've all been kind of
agreed.
We've been wondering.
Pent up aggression.
Like, my point is this: Robert Kraft knows that his run of whatever is going to end when Belichick leaves. He hired Pete Carroll. Realized after Parcells left and went to the Jets with Belichick, he had the run in the mill to himself. He hired Pete Carroll and foobarred that. He was gonna hire Dom Capers, but then was like, no, I want to hire Belichick. Hires him, sees his fortunes change. Once Belichick leaves, that whole organization, unless Belichick is going to run it from football operations side, is going to fall apart. Like, it's the reality of it.
Yeah, so
he's built that. Kraft knows it. No, you have, so I go to Brady. Do you not think that Brady? I mean, Brady admitted going to Robert Kraft's house the night before he announced that he was going to Tampa Bay and made the announcement that he was just leaving. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think he went there and was like, it's me or Belichick? You don't
So
think
what?
that
He probably
and
did.
you see who Kraft chose?
But see, that's my thing. You're on this point. I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish with your point because I
No. I know you're talking about 3 years ago when the Garoppolo thing.
What's been done is done already. Tom Brady has proved his point already once, so now he's coming again. Do you love me or do you not? I already showed you one time who I am. Do you love me or do you not? And maybe Mr. Kraft came back and said, you know what? I went with you the last time, Tom. I don't know if you have it in you. I'm gonna go with Bill Belichick this time, but you can come back at a reduced price or whatever the case. I don't know, whatever. Tom Brady said, no, I'm out. And I think before he went to Mr. Kraft's house, just like you said, he says to himself, I'm gonna try this again. If it's me or Belichick. If he picks me over Belichick, I'll stay here. If he doesn't, I'm out. Why? Because I really don't want to be around Belichick anyway. I already proved my point the last time I won the Super Bowl here. That's what I'm saying if I'm in his position. On top of that, that's definitely what you saying if you're in his position, sir, because you're much more of an asshole than I am. So if you don't, if you didn't want a whole handful of rings for this man,
are
Joe,
you serious?
Are you serious?
God,
going to his house the same way.
You serious,
bro? You gonna walk in there with another team's jersey on? Like, what's up, Mr. Kraft? Mirror him. What you gonna do? Guaranteed. That's how you roll. You're not even Tom Brady. You would do it yourself.
Wait. So here's the thing, though. That is pretty arrogant of Tom Brady.
Wow, check this out, Squeeze.
Hey, that's pretty arrogant, though, because why would Tom Brady even think that he's that much better than Bill Belichick when before Brady even got his shot, the Patriots were doing just fine and on the same track with Drew Bledsoe. So it just goes to show you all the way back from Drew to Brady to Castle to Garoppolo, Bill Belichick's system is the one you want. And if Bill Belichick is willing to stay with the organization, I don't care. It could have been anybody that walked into my office. I'd have been like, man, you've been great. You're the GOAT. I respect everything you did, but your talent's going to fall off at some point. He's a coach. He could coach until he's 90 for all I care. It's working.
You're making a good point. I understand that. I understand that this time. But what I'm saying is
I would have did it last time too.
I get it, but the first time that it happened, that's not what happened. He went Tom Brady's way. Jimmy Garoppolo left, Bill Belichick stayed, and Tom Brady stayed, and they won a Super Bowl. So Brady is looking at it like, I won that battle. The reason why my point was to stay when I came in here to talk to you is because I could win another Super Bowl with the Patriots. That's his bargaining point. I'm not finished yet. I'm still the best. He wants me to go too early. I understand that's the way everybody else, the way we did everybody else. And I was down with it. Don't do that to me because I still got it in the tank. I'm TB12. Not only do I have it in the tank, I got the jersey, I got the face, I got the wife, I got the family, I got it all. I'm Brady. I've built this, the marketing of this, the tool that this place used. Gillette Stadium. This is the place that my face and my ball play built. I got another one in me.
But is the brainchild of Bill Belichick.
With that said, you have to go win in Tampa Bay. With that, everything you just said,
100%.
It doesn't mean anything if he doesn't win something in Tampa Bay because that's just gonna go on Belichick's side of the ball. It'll only go on Belichick's side of the ball.
But what does Belichick have to do? Can Belichick?
Belichick has already done it, in my opinion. But yeah, he needs. Okay, so to me, it's a difference. Belichick ain't slamming his foot down. If the Patriots make the playoffs and are contenders in that division, it just goes to without Tom Brady, with some guy that didn't even have as much playing time as Garoppolo and Castle. I'll tell you right now, Tom Brady still has much to prove because he is the GOAT. He is going to another place saying it was me or nothing. So he has to. So and he's going into a situation that Tampa Bay is loaded too. Tampa Bay is loaded, so he has no excuses.
If they end the same way, if Belichick either makes the playoffs or don't, and Tampa Bay ends the same way, we still have this same argument, fellas.
Well, no. Here's where I think it's different. I think Tampa Bay, we all know they're going all in this year. This is the year they're going all in. So because of that, it's Super Bowl or bust for the Bucks. But with Belichick, with the way this team is currently constructed, if they win the division, Belichick wins. And Tampa Bay doesn't win the Super Bowl or get there, Belichick wins because he took a team.
Disagree.
He took a team with less of a quarterback and with less weapons to the playoffs.
This will be the first time that Belichick has had any type of adversity within his division since he left the Giants.
Nah, the Jets with
a top ranked defense. With
I'm
one
sorry,
of the top ranked defenses.
Since he left the Jets. This will be the first season. This will be the first season. He's won the division every other season. This will be the first year.
Dude, the Jets were giving them when right before Sanchez had the butt fumble. Those Jets teams were giving the Patriots fits. Like the Jets won the division. The Patriots. How
many straight division championships do the Patriots have?
But again,
okay, Tom Brady is not going to beat Drew Brees in the dome, and he has to come out of the division with a better record to not have to go to the dome for the playoffs. So I don't see how. What I'm trying to say is I don't see how it leans so far to Belichick. When it comes down to the first championship that they won, they both have equal stake in all of the rest of them since then. Belichick ain't done no more than Tom Brady has with the Patriot organization. Now, if you my age and you trying to be the quarterback, get the fuck on, go somewhere else. I understand that. I got no problem with that. But when you 40 and you still slanging the rock, and you say that you can win a Super Bowl, 43. And you go and win the Super Bowl.
No, he's talking about
3
years ago. But I don't know. I Squeeze. I just think 3 years ago, if he would have said, I want a 3 year, $75 million deal, fully guaranteed, $25 million a year. Any organization is going to tell him, hell no, you're 40 years old.
That's the one enemy that's not being fought with when it comes to Belichick. Belichick's not fighting Father Time.
That's all fine and dandy. But my point is, Tom Brady won the Super Bowl since then. Do we agree?
No, absolutely.
Okay, so I rest my case. I don't really have to say anything
I agree. The New England Patriots won the Super Bowl. Yes.
And Tom Brady has a ring from that year on his finger.
And I still say he's the greatest of all time.
So there it is. And you know what solidified? You know what solidified him being the greatest of all time? That Super Bowl when he was an old man.
When the defense held the Rams' offense down. You're absolutely right.
Fine and dandy.
Oh snap!
The GOAT. The man is the GOAT. And so when you the GOAT, you can go to the owner and override the coach, and the owner listens to you. And that's what happened. And after the owner listened to Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. So right now what's happening doesn't mean anything because it's all said and done. When it's Tom Brady versus Bill Belichick, regardless of what either of them feel, it's right here. As far as the Patriots go, equal. Ain't gonna be one over the other until one does something that the other one doesn't. If Belichick wins the Super Bowl, I'll even say if Belichick gets in the playoffs this year and Tom Brady doesn't, then give it to Belichick.
All right,
could he say?
We're gonna see what's happening.
Flip side. Hold on now. Hold on.
Side, your team just picks. You wanna know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
49ers.
Oh yeah, no, we could continue the conversation.
49ers. This is gonna be a battle until the season officially starts and we see. But in the meantime, the 49ers select tight end Charlie Warner from Georgia. So, Joe, you can give us a little bit of facts. TQ, you can tell us if you're happy with this pick. And then if you guys want to finish a conversation about Tom Brady, this is an ongoing conversation. If y'all want to start
Tom
a
Brady
poll,
thing is going on forever.
You guys can start a poll, and it's going to be, everyone has so many different opinions about it.
Charlie Warner is my 17th best tight end. Had him going between the 6th and the 7th round, or high priority free agent. So he went at my projected high. 6'5", 244. He's not overly fast. Running the 4.7 to 4.8s. With the guy they have there already, and he's a monster. I love his game. This is just, I think, more for depth.
Stacking, man.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And maybe get another inline guy to block a little bit more. Even though Kittle, I think, is the best blocking tight end in recent memory.
So, what do you think, TQ?
I mean, it's 49er formula, man. You just stack. You stack. Like you at this point in the draft, you stacking guys for rotation. You stacking extra beef. You always go for the line because the line is where you win games. It's in the trenches. So definitely get a guy that's big, strong, can push people around right here, catch a ball every once in a while. We got the dog of the league. Niners got the dog of the league in this position. So it's just for stacking.
All right, you guys can finish stacking this Tom Brady conversation.
So speaking of the Niners, I'll bring the Niners into this conversation. So when you look at a guy like Matt Castle, who did his thing when Brady went down and got hurt, okay, it made sense to get rid of him. You still had Tom freaking Brady. When Garoppolo came in when he was suspended and did what he did, Belichick was thinking like long term and was like, man, father times get a little longer in the tooth. I could win with Garoppolo. So I'd rather keep Garoppolo and move on from Brady because that's just, just same way that Green Bay moved on from Brett Favre and went Aaron Rodgers and et cetera, et cetera.
I get it from Belichick.
But instead, you get rid of Garoppolo. Now Brady's gone. No Garoppolo. And who was a Super Bowl quarterback last year, regardless of how shitty he played? Who was in the Super Bowl last year? Garoppolo.
And he lost.
Again, that's offensive coordinator. I don't think he would have lost if it was Belichick calling the plays.
I don't think the Niners would have lost if it was Tom Brady throwing the ball.
Well,
here's the point. Here we go back to the point.
But Garoppolo's not battling father time. That's what I'm saying. Like he would have been better off having Garoppolo today versus Brady for the simple fact that Brady's gonna end at some point.
But since the beginning of this conversation, Brady has won a championship with Belichick. This is my point. Since they had this conversation, since the first conversation of Brady getting out of town and Brady going to Kraft and Kraft vetoing it, let's remember the Patriots have a Lombardi trophy between then and now. So the point that I'm making is that we can't judge this right now. You got to judge this on what happens next. Who's going to do what without each other? It's Kobe and Shaq again before Kobe won that last ring. That's the way it is. What did Kobe say when he won his last ring? I got more than Shaq now. It meant something. This is gonna mean something. This is gonna mean something to Belichick and Brady. So this season, let's see what's gonna happen. Whoever gets furthest has the stake to say that, look, it was me, it wasn't you.
That's a good comparison to
that's the way I see it.
Two different conferences, two different divisions. I don't know if that's fair.
But also, I would say this: Kobe had more years to win those two, honestly. And if Belichick coaches another 5 years and he wins another 2 rings, let's say Brady wins 1, Belichick could look at him and be like, "And
yeah, it's all for us anyway." At the end of the day,
exactly, it is for our fodder. 100% right. So, I don't know. I just feel I agree when you have like Brady at 43, what he's getting paid with father time. Nah, I think it's a wrap. I think his career's a wrap. But I will say I'm glad he's not a Raider.
Oh God, yes.
Hell yeah.
God, yes.
I'm glad that
I never believed it.
And the only reason I don't count him out is because I go up against Peyton Manning. I feel like he's better than Peyton Manning was his last Super Bowl season. Is his team better than the Broncos were? Broncos were pretty good. They had a hell of a defense when they won that last Super Bowl. Is Tampa Bay as good of a team or better than that team was? Because I feel like Brady is a little better than Peyton was at that time.
That's a good question. I think offensively, yeah, I think they are. I think you have more weapons to throw to, especially at the receiver position. Defensively, I don't think so. That Broncos defense was really
it was beastly.
Good.
It was.
Remember what the Broncos did in Peyton Manning's first year when he threw over for 50 touchdowns.
He sure did.
It wasn't like they were devout talent. Like when they won the Super Bowl, for sure, the defense carried them. But he still put up numbers when. Oh, look at that! Sorry, the Green Bay Packers just took John Runyon. Joe's been mocking that motherfucker to us this whole time. He's your problem, Joe.
There's not a problem with that. Jon Runyan as a guard is going to be a hell of a guard. You know, what makes that a piece of shit? Because he upheld Dirty Vontez's suspension.
Exactly.
That was warranted. And look, Jon Runyan was my 14th highest rated guard. And I had him projected between the 5th and the 6th round at the high end, 7th round, and not getting out. He wasn't going to be a free agent to get him here again as value. But look,
was not warranted.
It was, dude. Look, Vontez was warned not only before the season, but the league had talked to him multiple times throughout the season about some of the things that he was doing. He is the most fined person in NFL history.
So what?
No, and
my issue was with the length. The whole season, I thought that was a bit much.
Look, he earned it. That's a lifetime achievement for doing dirty shit. Now coming from Runyan, who was a dirty player himself, I can see that. If it was Merton Hanks doing it, but his job is to do this. That's what Runyan's job is. So I don't know. I mean, look, and I've known Vontez since he was at Corona Centennial High School. You know what I mean? Ain't no hate. It's because I speak the truth.
I'm not even a big Burfict fan. I'll be honest with you.
And I think it's.
But I don't get all up in arms about he's such a dirty player. Why is he in the NFL? I just let him just go about it, and if you want to suspend him, go ahead and suspend him. I just thought the full season was that was a bit harsh.
But I just think it's funny that some people still think like the NFL has it out for the Raiders. Like, oh, because he's a Raider, he got that suspended. No,
they do have it out for the Raiders. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They do not.
Yes, dude. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Squeeze, nobody wants to quit with that, bro.
Check this out, Verb. Nobody wants to hear that from you with that jersey on. We don't care.
I don't care. I don't care.
Your opinion. We don't care about your opinion about if the NFL has it out for the Raiders or not. We don't care. We don't care. Nobody cares.
I don't care.
Why do all of that?
Look,
they do get penalized a lot, though.
Yeah, more than anybody, man. More than anybody.
When you bring in all these different head coaches and they're still leading the league in penalties, it is a bit suspicious.
Come on, man. They let these dudes then sued the league and won. Come on, man. It's like me in Alabama. I left Alabama, came to LA and did something with myself. They hate it. You understand? It's the same thing.
No. Al Davis, when he was running the team, I agree 150%. There's Pete
Verb is his son. Verb is his son.
Mark has completely changed everything amongst the league. I'm telling you this because I know this, okay? Mark has more than put the Raiders in great graces with the NFL. So it's not like when his dad was there. They don't have it out for Mark.
We get jerked on the field constantly with ridiculous calls. More than any other team for the last 30 years. It's ridiculous. Give me a break.
Not talking to
Give me a break.
I'm talking since Mark has owned the team.
Bro,
they have not been.
It's been 2 seasons. It's been 2 seasons between when I watched 2 seasons ago when I watched the damn referee pull a piece of toilet tissue out of his pocket and put it in between to measure the ball and the damn first down, and we lose the game. I've never seen anything like that before in my life.
If you look at
it happen to nobody but us. I was there, Chris. I was on the sideline at that Jaguar game. That was ridiculous. Doesn't happen to anybody else.
Dude slid in bounds and they called him out of bounds, which extended the game. That was ridiculous.
It happens to the Saints. It also happens to the Saints.
Yeah.
Not as much
for the Saints too.
But I don't know. Yeah, maybe so.
Well, they don't have the history like we have.
It's not as much. It's been the last couple of years with the Saints. Yeah. But with us, it's been forever.
Yeah.
The NFL does not have it out.
So you can have Runyan. That's the point. We don't want him.
Hey, watch him become an all-pro, and you can be like, fuck.
Nah, he can stay over there.
So you feel good about Green Bay's draft?
No.
Mr. Rigo? Thank you.
They're allergic to receivers, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Glad you fucking kept it real for once.
That's because I got 2 running backs. I don't need receivers now.
I keep it real all the time. I don't. Honestly, I would have drafted a receiver in the second round if I didn't get my guy in the first round.
Who all did you
That's
pass up
just
for
me.
Jordan Love? That's what I want to know in your head.
In my
The
head,
people
there's
that you passed up that could have made your team better, but you spent the pick on Jordan fucking Love.
Rush Blacklock, the defensive tackle.
Pittman.
Okay.
Patrick Queen. Yeah, Pittman maybe, but they need more of a slot guy. Pittman's an outside guy, so you have to look at that I look at it from that perspective. And Hamler wasn't going to go in round one. They're really, Ayuk maybe.
Ayuk definitely.
Well, there's questions with this route running and other things. There's reasons why, he was projected high, but there's some questions.
That's a good one.
Bro,
he could have been a
been
good fit, but
Ayuk would have been great at this other side of your boy. What are you talking about, bro?
But maybe Mims, maybe. But then again, he's another guy that's on the outside.
You didn't name about 6 or 7 guys.
I didn't.
You realize this, right?
I named 4, but the two that I think
Lynn Bowdy.
Look at that.
The two that stand out are Patrick Queen, and Rush Blacklock. Those are the 2 guys I think in the first round. Second round, I think I would have liked to have seen them move up. I'd like to have seen them take one of those 4th round picks and tied in with the 2nd round pick, or since they took that 4th round pick to move up in the first round, take one of these 5ths or 2 of these 5ths, move up and go get an elite receiver, go get a guy that, or not elite, but go get a guy that could help, or trade for somebody, and they didn't. So I just question that, but at the same time, same thing I'm telling you guys with the Raiders. Like, you got to look and trust the board, trust what your general manager is doing, trust what Mayock is doing. I got to trust what Gutekunst is doing as a fan, as an analyst. I question it, but I think we're seeing a transition from Green Bay going from a team that likes to pass the ball a lot, a glitz and glam pass team, to probably more of a power running team that's going to base their passing off of play action, something LaFleur likes to do with his offense.
I do like A.J. Dillon. I think that's a good pickup.
I believe when we get off air, you're going to go in the kitchen and break something.
He's gonna go work on his route. He's gonna go work on his route tree. Get picked up.
I'm too fat. I'm too fat and too old to do that. 20 years ago, hell yeah, all day. I would have been all over that, but not now. Shit.
You got the jersey and everything ready, bro. You ready to go?
Man, listen.
Look, it's Flutie to Arrigo.
Hey, I like Doug Flutie. He got screwed too.
What about Jordan Love? How's his hands? Can he catch?
Man.
I know he can throw. That's all I give a fuck about.
Yeah.
Man, listen.
Sean Bradley, Temple.
That's what we can call you guys this offseason. Flutie to Rudy.
Oh shit. Flutie to Rudy. Jesus. Squeeze over there watching more Kentucky tape.
Yeah, I like that Kentucky. That Kentucky tape looks good, man. Kentucky tape makes me feel all right. I hope he
go watch the go watch Edwards tape.
Yeah, that's
All
pretty
right,
sick. Especially the one where he does a one-handed catch in the middle of the football going down the sideline.
All right, yeah, I ain't seen him. Go check him.
Sick.
Next.
You're gonna be like, oh, verb. I'm gonna go verb. Hey,
No,
yeah,
not.
that motherfucker real. We on with him. We on.
Shut your ass up, man.
hey, the next time we're on together, he'll have his jersey, right?
I thought he was. I thought knowing him, I could have sworn he would have put one on today. I thought he was gonna throw one of the throwbacks on.
Bro, I was borderline protesting, man. I've been going back and forth. It's been a real emotional time for me. You feel what I'm saying? I'm trying to be optimistic. Then I listen to Chris and I'm like, oh, we fucked.
Hey, I just keep it real. I'll tell you, it's like them old health kids when keeping it real goes wrong, man.
And there's like, meet Chris.
Yeah.
An analyst for Franchise Sports Media.
Fucking Debbie Downer over here.
Chris likes the Raiders' 3rd round picks.
I'm telling you, honestly, from here on forward, if the Raiders just traded all their 1st round picks, right, and just got in day 2 and day 3, Mayock's killing day 2 and day 3s.
Meet TQ. His boss at Franchise Sports Media. He hates the Raiders' second-round picks, and now that Chris says that they're trading the first-round picks, TQ beats the shit out of him. When keeping it real goes wrong.
Exactly. That's pretty much it.
Oh my goodness, bro. This shit is
Oh
some
my
roller coaster
God.
shit, bro.
Hey, what have we become? I think almost 18 hours of airtime is starting to get to us.
Yeah, it shit drives you crazy after a while. I see
Right.
how it happens during March Madness now, man. People are literally going crazy on television in front of our eyes.
But now you know what Shaq, Kenny, Charles, and what they
Exactly.
go through.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
March
saying?
Madness
Ernie.
through. It's crazy.
Every night. Hey.
Yeah, they're getting paid a lot more though.
Whoa. Big boy money, man.
Yeah.
Man, shit.
Have you guys-
I got paid a bowl of fruit and some oatmeal.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
There we go.
Did you-
There's my
have
paycheck.
Have you seen Shaq's reality show on TNT?
Nah.
Mm-mm.
Yo, he's an EDM. Well, you know he DJs. He's an EDM DJ
Yeah.
called DJ Diesel.
Yeah, he had a couple parties out here.
Yeah, they followed him all throughout some of the stuff. And when he took over Papa John's as one of the guys, he's the face of Papa John's now, and the reaction for that, and it's actually pretty interesting. Him with his kids.
My boy Dame Dollar got his ass though.
Yeah, well, Dame's special. Dame's special, but Shaq, I've always liked him. Covering him when he was with the Lakers was always interesting because he was just cool. But he's an interesting dude, and he's not what he's always seems like. He's funny and stuff, but when you really sit down and get to know him, what he really, the things that he comes up with is really interesting. He's got.
He's a smart businessman.
Hell
He's
yeah.
a lot like Magic in that sense. He knows what to do with his money.
He told Papa John's, I'll come on for three things happen. One, I'm on the board and I have a say.
Yeah.
Two, my people have a say. And three, if you agree to 1 and 2, I'll do some commercials for you.
Yeah.
And he did that, and I like that. And also, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Kobe was documenting his final season of his career with the Lakers, and he was actually in the editing phase when he passed away. So look for a Kobe documentary to come out, probably on ESPN, much like the Bulls documentary. That's gonna kill me. That's gonna kill me inside, bro. Like, I'm still not over that. I can't watch Kobe highlights or games, and I still break down.
Who's got the pit bulls?
The
I
what?
think I know who.
Yeah, me.
Come on,
I just hear dogs barking.
Oh no, that's the dog in the backyard.
Mm.
The dog in the backyard.
Hey, listen, I got an NFL question, a kind of elephant in the room question, right?
Mhm.
All right.
Where's Cam Newton gonna play football at?
Right. Winston too.
Yeah.
The problem is with
Yeah.
him is he's got to be able to use his legs, and he's just not been able to stay healthy. He's never been like the greatest, most accurate thrower of the ball. So in an ideal situation, you want to be able to use his legs because that's where he's dangerous. And
But I mean, do we believe that he's not gonna be on a roster? Come on, man.
oh no, he will. I think after
they're
the
gonna
draft.
be on a roster. Yeah, they're
Really?
both gonna be on a roster.
I would compare him a lot to Michael Vick right now. And Michael Vick did really well in Philly. Like,
I mean, the
he's-
second version of Michael Vick.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
that wasn't
I
bad
think
for a
Cam
couple of
Newton.
years.
I think Cam Newton's a guy that just got to understand that he's not going to be as mobile as he once was, and really start to take his throwing a little bit more seriously. I've seen Cam Newton be accurate. It's not like he can't do it. I just think a lot of the times he's running quarterbacks trusting their legs more than their arm, and he's just going to have to get over the way Michael Vick did. Say, hey, I could still run, I could still move around, but I could throw the ball a little bit too. I thought what Michael Vick did in Philly was something special,
Hell yeah, it
considering
was.
where he came from. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
so
he won
I think
me a lot
that's
of
a
money
Cam
back
Newton
in the
story,
day.
right?
Where?
I think with Vic, he had
where,
more
though, is
arm
the question.
talent.
Yeah,
I think Vic had more arm talent.
Way more arm talent. And here's the other thing as well that people tend to forget when it comes to Cam. Cam's taken the most hits from a quarterback position in the last since he's really came in the league. Not just because of running, but he's always was bigger, faster, stronger than everybody.
But his running style, though,
yeah,
like,
he initiates and runs to contact. So I think a team that makes sense, and I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be the Redskins.
Yes, I agree.
You have your former head coach there. You have a support group there. You're from the Virginia area.
I agree.
So that would make a lot of sense. And,
he's not from Virginia, though.
He's from that area. Yeah, he is.
What about like the Jaguars? I think he have a greater chance at starting there. I mean, their roster's not any good. They won't win, but
so Alex Smith isn't possibly coming back. He's trying to. That's not but you got Kyle Allen and Dwayne Haskins there.
That'd be open competition. Cam will win.
Yeah, but you have the owner there. You know what I mean? Like the owner, that's why they have Haskins.
Right. He just went to high school with his son. But
he didn't know he would have had the opportunity to get Cam Newton, though. I don't think at that time.
Well, they're still out there, but I think Cam's at the point where he's got the COVID. He's a COVID case. No one's looking at the medicals.
Mm-hmm.
You can't look at the medicals, so you don't know what you're getting with him.
Yeah, good point.
But you still got Jameis Winston too, and you still got Andy Dalton now that's looking around by like, I want to start. I want to play somewhere else.
Guys, with Jameis Winston, for me, doesn't he have such high turnovers, which also could be an issue as well? I think obviously he'll still be picked up, but he's gonna have to really be with a coach that can really work with him.
What about this eye situation? What about his eye situation? Now, did this eye thing happen after this season, or did he have some kind of surgery during the season?
He had LASIK.
Yeah.
That was after the season.
After the season.
Yeah.
Okay.
But look, he had he's another one that had balls tipped and a lot of balls that were tipped into people's hands.
So shouldn't he be more of the conversation than Cam Newton just because look at his numbers, man? I mean, interceptions aside.
He also had those receivers too. He had a nice receiving duo.
Yeah. I would say this, out of the two, I'm taking Jameis Winston over Cam Newton.
Bro, if I'm Jameis Winston, I'd go to the Chiefs. I'd go work with Andy Reid. Let him teach me a thing or two, and then try this free agency thing over again.
What? I'll put a team out there, and I'd go to Bill Belichick and the Patriots.
Hell yeah.
Swap it.
That's where I was thinking Cam would go.
Yeah,
he doesn't. I don't think he.
I don't think.
Belichick
Yeah, his personality probably wouldn't mesh well with Belichick.
That him being that eclectic and artsy like that,
I don't know, man. Belichick ain't. I mean, Belichick has that effect on people. No, he had some assholes in the office that wasn't assholes once they got to him.
Belichick is cool, but I just the shit that Cam pulls and like how you can conduct yourself with the media is a big thing. And the shit that Cam does would not fly.
But he knows as soon as he goes to the Patriots, that shit ain't going on no way. Every player knows that. That's just a given fact. Ocho Cinco go there and shut the fuck up. Randy Moss go there and shut the fuck up. I mean, it's just that's how it goes.
You guys never you guys never thought Cam Newton to the Chargers? Did that?
I did at the beginning.
For a minute.
At the beginning, I did for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
For a minute.
For me too.
Not now. I mean, that's a wrap.
Yeah, that's dead.
I did it. I did it only because, I mean, I talked to Nick Hamilton about it, and Nick was bullish on that idea. I never really bought it because they do need to pass the ball with the weapons that they have, and Cam's not going to be able to do that. Cam is an average passer with a huge arm. That's what he is. He's never been accurate in the short to intermediate throws. He's got a huge arm. But even at that, there's a hitch in his delivery. And look, this is going to sound really weird because I liked him a lot coming out of Auburn. And I liked him early on in his career. As Cam got older, Cam became more of a me guy than anything else. And if you're a quarterback, you can't have that public persona like that. And it's one thing behind closed doors in the locker room, but to be like that publicly, that's not a good look at all. And it really started the year he won MVP. Like, all that success, I think, got to him a little bit, and he started believing his own hype.
I don't think so much, man. I think some guys just have a personality. Cam has always had that kind of personality. He's got bravado. He's kind of arrogant, way sure of himself. Real.
A lot of them have
confident.
that ego.
Yeah,
a lot of them have that ego.
I mean, that didn't do bad for Deion Sanders. It didn't do bad for Michael Irvin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Didn't
But-
you know?
but-
It's guys that just every guy that has that kind of personality. It's not a negative thing. Like some guys that
That's
just
gonna
comes
be like
with
a
them.
Chase Young. Chase Young is gonna have that type of ego personality.
Possibly,
I think
and
so.
some guys play up to it. I mean, Cam
think
got his
so.
team to the Super Bowl. He's the MVP. He was unstoppable when he did it.
How many of his teammates have come out and said they didn't like that about Cam Newton?
There's been a few.
It's been some.
And
It's been some.
there hasn't been one teammate that said that about Deion Sanders. Not one. To a man, Deion has been known as a great teammate. Even when he was playing with the Braves and the Reds and with the Falcons, the person that had the biggest issue with Deion was Jerry Rice. Because he came into San Francisco doing
took
it
his
his
thunder.
way, and Jerry Rice didn't like it. And I think there was some of that where he's taking my thunder. And Jerry Rice is very.
It's not. It has nothing to do with taking thunder, bro. What it has to do is this is a way that we do certain things. This is the way we win. This is the way we've been winning. It's the same thing with the Patriots that I was talking about earlier. Certain guys can't play for that team. Certain guys can't play for a Nick Saban. Certain guys can't play for Bill Belichick. At the time, the 49ers had a way that they did certain things. And the way that they did things, Deion Sanders was like, listen, man, that ain't me. I'm more loose than this. I ain't about all of this tight neck stuff. And it's a lot of guys that blew back on that. And that's why he didn't remain in 49ers. That's why he went to Dallas. He went to a place where he's just like the owner. Hey, we laid back over here. It was tight. It was tight.
And it worked out.
during
It
that
worked
time
out really well
49ers.
for him too, man. That was
Worked
probably
out
one of
I agree
perfect.
with that.
Worked
I
out
agree
perfect
with
for
that.
him. It even worked out perfect for him for the 49ers because it's just like I'm saying
got a
with
championship.
he got a championship out of it. And he blew back at the 49er way because he was Deion Sanders. Every person can't come in and do that. Like Tom Brady blew back at Bill Belichick's way only because he's Tom Brady and he's got them 5 rings. So that cachet comes with the kind of player.
But Cam Newton is nowhere near.
You don't
Deion
have that
Sanders.
cachet yet. You're right. You don't have the cachet yet, either of them.
Is he almost 30 now? Is Cam almost 30?
Gotta be.
Cam's got to
So-
be in his 30s.
So
I'll find
he's
out
on
right
that.
now.
And between Cam and like other quarterbacks with injuries, Cam's on this side
Right.
of his career. Okay,
Yeah, you're probably
Deion and Brady are always, even Brady at 43, he's probably right here. Cam's over here. Brady's is probably right here. Rodgers is probably right there.
He's
You know what
exactly
I mean?
30.
Okay.
So it's different. That's why I think Winston makes a lot more sense right now for teams that are in need of a quarterback or even a backup or someone to come in and push somebody. New England makes total sense for Jameis Winston. I would actually say the Giants make a lot of sense for Jameis Winston because
Belichick
Daniel
will
Jones-
definitely not put up with those picks, so that might help fix
Yeah.
whatever's ailing him when it comes to being that kind of
neither will
quarterback.
Josh McDaniels either. McDaniels has a way to work with quarterbacks. Even in Denver, he had Tim Tebow playing well. I mean,
I think you could put. I also think maybe it's a pipe dream, but I mean I've seen it in other ways. I think you might be able to lend a little bit to that LASIK surgery. If he was having that to the type of eye problem that needs LASIK, it could have been playing to some of the turnovers. Something has
that's
always
true.
seemed off with Jameis anyway. Like Jameis is way more talented than he's shown, and we all thought that he would be a better quarterback than he is right now. So I hope he
he's
gets a chance to
country.
get on the field and show what he could do. Yeah, he is that. He is
he's
that.
country.
Yeah, damn, for real.
He had some other things. He's country and immature, and I think that's part of it. With everything that happened at Florida State, prior to what he was accused of, the story behind that, from my understanding, was him and his roommate, which was Kelvin Benjamin, were running a train on a girl. To be quite honest, and
stealing crab legs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was all of that stuff, comes into, and she didn't like it, and then she thought she was gonna be his girlfriend. He said no, so she came up with that elaborate story. That's why they never pressed on. But she was a girl that's from the hood talking to somebody that was there. She was a little thought running around, and that's what it was.
Yep.
I mean, it's the reality of it. Then stealing the crab legs. I bet he had an agreement with somebody there that the store
sure.
manager and. Something happened and they didn't like it, so then they wanted to come after him, and he's just doing what every other athlete was doing down there at Florida State. I mean, Squeeze, we know, look at how they did Peter Warwick. He was the most electrifying receiver, and he goes to dealers and doing what he normally would do, what they were going to let him do, and then they report him for whatever reason because somebody's pissed off and it cost him a Heisman Trophy. Yeah, he won a Natty, but he should have won a Heisman.
Yeah, he should have. Yeah, and it can happen that quick. It can happen that quick. But I also think that a lot of that stuff, man, the NFL puts stock in it for the TV. That's the only reason. Like, if this man is an athlete, let him get over here and play for our organization. Period. And like they'll say all the off the field this, blah 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 blah. If the man can ball, man, it's a grown man sports. This is sports for money. All that sound good is being politically correct or whatever, but come on, man. Like it's like you say, look at Burfict. How many chances the man had? Man can play ball. That's why people keep giving him shots.
Right.
That's real.
Joe, what do you know about his 3-game suspension in 2018 because he like violated the sports league's conduct policy?
Jameis Winston?
Yeah, that's what I studied about him.
It may have been what happened back in college. I think there was something there, and they just kind of...
It probably caught up to him then.
Well, no, I think because he like said... Oh, no, that's what it was. It was something to do with he sexually harassed an Uber driver. And and they gave him 3 games for that. But that's the thing, like... when you're an athlete, you have, or an athlete or entertainer, I'm going to say, I'll use the whole broad spectrum. People know where to go. So they know what clubs to go to, what hotels you're staying at. They know what time you guys are pulling in for the most part. So when you're there, you kind of used to certain things happening, or you got people in that town that facilitate certain things. And when you have people always doing this for you, and you're used to this, and you're immature, and you're used to this on a regular. I'm not making any excuses for it.
How old is Jameis?
It's probably like 26, 27,
yeah, 26, 27, something like that.
So when you're relative, you're still a young man, and that's 3. So he's 23. He's in his first or second year in the league, and something like this happens in the off season where you're somewhere, and you thinking it's one thing, and you're having a conversation, and a lot of people can make accusations, and sometimes and they want money, and sometimes because of that, and it's sad to say, but in life in general, sometimes people can put something in a report, any type of report that are baseless lies, and innocent people get fucked over because of it and get hurt. And other times, people's reputations get ruined. So I really don't.
But then you gotta also understand these kids, man, kids are stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and they really kind of open up, or they open themselves up for a lot of bullshit to happen to them. And Jameis in particular has done it numerous times. And I don't what I think they don't realize is that nobody is gonna allow you to fuck over their brand. And
definitely not Bill Belichick.
Exactly.
I would.
And these brands have been around for our dads and our granddads. So nobody's just gonna allow you to just be an asshole and make your actions above the logo of that team or the logo of this league. So the fact that both of these guys are sitting here at this point, I know Cam's is more so due to injury than anything else, but well, yeah, and maybe not. You never know. You never know. But the fact that both of them are here in 2020 and they don't have a team at this point.
Well, Jameis Winston for me though, obviously he's really good. Like literally just this past 2019, he led, I believe, the NFL and I think it was league passing with like 5,000. It was a 5,000 yard season, which is good. So for no one to want to pick you up right now, that's what shocks me. Like it literally shocked with Jameis Winston. Maybe with the eye thing, but with his overall production, he's been there. Besides the turnovers have been literally the biggest issue for him, probably.
Yeah.
And I think it didn't hurt or didn't help him that you go to Bruce Arians is the head coach and. He's a guy known as a quarterback whisperer, and he throw 30 interceptions.
Then a lot of those interceptions was to the house too. Like that part was crazy.
Yeah.
But he also threw 30 touchdown passes too, though. So do you think it equals out at that measurement?
Nah, that's too many interceptions
That's
regardless.
too many interceptions.
That's
Like
too
you
many
effed up, but you still got 30 touchdown passes. Like
Nah,
Nah,
I mean,
that's
hell,
too many. It don't matter. That's too many interceptions. You can't get a
You
ball
know,
up that much.
you equate that to like Brett Favre early on in his career. I mean, he was throwing 17, 18, 19 interceptions. There was talk that they were going to get rid of Brett Favre because of that. So until he finally, reined everything in. And I think that's the same thing. Like, Jameis may not have been able to adapt to Bruce Arians. Like, yeah, he's worked with Roethlisberger and Carson Palmer and a bunch of other quarterbacks. And some of those guys have had success. Some of them have had more success when he's gone. Right. But at the same time, I don't think personally that Jameis Winston and Bruce Arians were a good fit, and I could definitely see, again, like a Belichick, he could even end up in San Francisco, even though they have a bunch of backup quarterbacks. That may be a good fit for him. And Kyle Shanahan's office, Tennessee, it could be a good fit for him. I just think it depends on, I think he needs a coach that's kind of a hard ass. Hell, send him to Dallas with Mike McCarthy to back up Dak Prescott, and learn from a guy that's a quarterback guru that is reconfigured and changed some quarterbacks' lives and made them a whole hell of a lot of money doing so. So go to one of those types of places. But back to the topic, how we got on with Cam Newton, he'll be somewhere, but let's like Jameis Winston, he's not going to be somewhere starting this year.
Yeah, they're going to be backups, and they're not going to be happy about that at all. Like, they're going to be, their ego is going to be coming real high. Like, they're going to be frustrated with that.
But there's plenty of places where you could possibly go, still have a potential opportunity. Kind of like, even with some of these older, like, well, I know they got Jordan Love there,
To
so
start,
it's a bit
though?
harder. What about not to start? No, not to start. They'll have to go in as a backup and and wait for an opportunity, because it's not like you brought up Tennessee. That's a perfect one. The Giants, that's a perfect one. They're not necessarily sold on what's going on there yet. You could easily pull someone out of that role in the Giants organization and put a guy like Cam Newton or Winston. We haven't even talked about where Andy Dalton would be a fit. Here's a guy that could benefit from a new fresh start. You know what I'm saying? Dalton, I say that's the best fit, my personal opinion, for the Patriots. He's more Belichick type person, and he played in Cincinnati. Yeah, they had some talents and stuff, but I think that he's a perfect candidate for a second chance kind of quarterback that can make a difference.
Hey, where's Brissett? Is he still in?
He's still in Indianapolis. Yep, he signed a new deal, so I think he got another year or two on his deal. So he'll be down there backing up Rivers, and they have, again, now they got East in there. And keep an eye on like a team like Houston. There's someone to back up Deshaun Watson.
That's another good spot.
Deshaun goes down a lot, and the Rams need a backup for Goff.
Rams,
that could be another one. See who's backing up Russell Wilson in Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle.
The Bears.
The Bears is the quarterback. That's where you go if you're a dumpster
Foles.
fire and gonna die. But they have they got Trubisky.
Man, Cam could do something up there, man.
I'm just saying.
But doesn't money come into play? Money comes into play with this as well, though, right?
I don't think they can command. I think it's about the market with them at this point, right?
Okay.
They can't command too much at this point.
True that.
I think, yeah, you would hope so, but I would say that a team like Cam is gonna want to get paid.
For sure.
But is there somebody that's gonna entertain that want though? He might have a desire to get paid, but is somebody gonna do it? They can't. They can't check him out. The last time we saw him, he was broke up. He couldn't throw the ball for shit.
Some people will say that's him when he was healthy. He couldn't throw the ball for shit.
Please, man, threw the ball to an MVP trophy and a Super Bowl berth.
We still got to give them their credit. We still have to give them their credit.
No, I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying there's some people that never believe Cam Newton is a passer.
But a healthy Cam Newton still could take another team to another level, I think, at this point.
He won the most
100%.
valuable player in the NFL, man. Like,
yeah, 100%.
That means something. Everybody don't do it.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying I'm the guy that feels that way. Don't get it confused. We were at your house watching that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If you recall, we were at your house watching that Super Bowl. So, I mean, we were kind of, that was when I didn't care who won. I had no interest in it. I'm hanging out with my boy and I'm watching good football. And I remember Coldplay, Chris Martin was a halftime show. And I remember, I really liked what he did at halftime.
He killed it.
So, I mean, I like Cam Newton coming out. It sucks that he's been injured, and I would love for him to play well, and get healthy. But I mean,
he may eventually sit out, right? You think he'll sit? He'll end up sitting out.
He could. He could.
I don't have a clue, man. I don't know. That's why I asked that question.
I think it might help him. I think it might help him get fully
that was
healthy.
a good question, TQ. I like that question. Imagine the Super Bowl coming to Vegas, guys. How awesome would that be?
Oh, it's coming.
2025. It's happening in 2025.
2025? How old will I be then? I'll be maybe 30.
I was about to say 14.
What?
Hey, that's a compliment. You're saying I look young. I'll take it.
Can you carry my med bag?
I got you.
Cool.
No, that's great. That is great.
All right, so the Vikings pick Josh Metcalf,
this-
and now the Jags are on the clock. You're chilling, Joe.
I am.
I like
I'm. This is the time. This is the time where I'm kind of trying to decompress a little bit. It's.
He's trying to figure out how he's going to break down the Packers.
I've never seen you sit back that low, chilling. Like you're straight chilling.
Let me explain something. Let me explain something to everybody here, because I think I may have been knowing this guy the longest, right? This man is in pain right now. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay.
The Packers, the Green Bay Packers, listen, they have walked in the bathroom that is the NFL draft, and they have took the worst dump in history. I'm talking about Metamucil magnesia dump. They had a fit, and he is not happy. My
How
friend,
do you feel, Joe?
my boy is upset right now.
You got. I mean, they have 2 picks coming up. You guys have
like
2 picks
I'm
coming
not.
up.
I like some of the things that they did, and there's some things I just
right.
if I had hair, I would scratch it.
You do, huh? Oh, you like what the Packers did, do you?
Yes,
Really?
yes, I do.
Boy, please. You don't like what the Packers did?
Yes, I do. Oh man.
Oh, I wish I had my soundboard instead of the phone lines right now. I'd be blowing this up right now.
I'm not in pain, but I there's some things I'm just scratching my head at, like what the fuck, I mean that's the only, but there's nothing I can do. And look, I learned this a long time ago, and I try not to get caught up in the hyperbole of the draft because you want instant gratification. We'll know within 3 years how good this draft is for every team in the NFL. In 3 years from now, if half these dudes are gone, and your team is still rebuilding, it's a shitty draft. If you're drafting guys and all of a sudden they blow up, and you're having Super Bowl runs and all pros and first team all NFL, now it's like that's a good draft. So I try to stay as even keeled as possible. It's just I guess and everybody does it. As someone that follows the draft closely, I try not to, but I do it every year. You try not to fall in love with a specific player or specific players. There are certain guys you just really jump out on you on film, but everybody falls in love with the guy. Chris, Knight had his guy, with Murray. Chris had his guy. Squeeze had his guy. Nye, you had your people, and I did as well. And when they don't go there, it kind of deflates you a little bit, and then you have your idea and ideals of how this team is going to get built or how your team should be built or what their biggest needs are. And then when they don't address those needs because the person running the team who actually knows what's going on feels those needs are a little bit different than what you're being told or what you think it is, you're like, what the hell are you doing? Until it's all said and done.
Joe, who was your favorite player in this draft?
It was Justin Jefferson, and I know where he went. And
I was going to say, what team he go to?
Yeah.
It's okay, man. My favorite player was Kenneth Murray, and he's a Charger, so I feel your pain.
So do you think that it's going to be a 3-year for some teams, or other teams can have an immediate impact? No.
You can have. Let's say you have a draft where you get immediate impact 1 year, but then the next 3 years, those guys don't do anything. The league catches up with them, and you're no longer good. That's why you wait 3 years, 4 years before you can actually see how well a draft is. That's why I hate the give us your draft grade. Right after the draft, you can't because you're grading everything off what Kiper, McShay.
Let me infuse a little bit of reality here, please. What he's talking about is the case, unless you're a game away from the Super Bowl. What you're supposed to do, if you're a game away from the Super Bowl, what you're supposed to do over these 3 days, you're supposed to get one game better. You're supposed to use this draft and this offseason to get one game better if you're the Green Bay Packers. And the first damn thing you do is draft a quarterback that ain't going to get on the field this year. That is absolutely stupid.
No.
That's
dumb,
homie.
Translation on the Packers draft.
If you're one game away.
That was a good one.
If you're one game away from the Super Bowl, you don't want to get one game better. You want to get 2 games better. You want to win that game and the Super Bowl.
Thanks.
But hey, it could be worse. It could be worse. I'll take that loss in NFC title game because I would hate to be 9 minutes away from a Super Bowl and your head coach chokes it away.
But for today's purposes, you lost that game to me.
Hey, what did the Packers say before the draft?
Well, just sit there. I'm gonna tusslehead poking there.
We are blowing out the Packers right now.
It's good for him.
I don't mind it.
He shouldn't have wore that stupid jersey, disrespecting all the Raider Nation with that dumbass jersey on. Terrible.
I'm surprised you're not wearing a 49ers shirt.
The worst uniform in professional sports on earth. Been all over the place. Seen soccer teams and rugby teams. There is nothing worse than a green and yellow uniform. It's terrible.
That's what you're saying about the A's.
That's the second worst one.
All right, guys. Well, the Packers are officially on the clock. Give us a call at 253-993-3651.
Oh, there he goes. That's his answer. Hey, an all joke is your answer.
51. We want to know what you guys think about the Packers jersey. Is green and yellow ugly?
Great.
Yo, Knight, listen,
What's
bro.
up, man?
That shit right there.
It's hilarious. Hey, fuck you all.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
What's happening, Raider Nation? We are back in at. Oh, we're not back yet.
John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parch throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
What's happening, Raider Nation? We are back in action with your draft coverage. And the Green Bay Packers with the 208th pick. Jake Hansen, a center from Oregon, and Joe can give you guys a little bit of knowledge.
This is how I'm looking right now.
Oh, man.
That's what, I feel, man. Yeah, Jay, he was my 7th best center. He can also play guard. He went about where I thought he would be. He's...
You see this bullshit right here? Bullshit I'm talking about right here. Man.
You fellas been doing a bit of boozing, have you?
You don't seem too happy about this.
Good Lord.
I got him all day.
They need the line. And look, Dub City Tay, Hub City Tay, why you gonna do that to me, bruh?
Packers suck, upgrade Tay.
Hub City, I'm gonna let you know. You ain't getting no more inside information from me, you rat bastard.
And the 209th pick, the Green Bay Packers pick guard Simon Stefanak.
Really? Another guard? Golly.
A guard in the center. That's what we're going with. Green and yellow. Do you guys think these jerseys are ugly? Question mark.
Oh God.
What are the Packers doing?
I don't know.
This.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Oh my Lord.
I'm crying over here.
That was a good one.
That's what they're doing right now.
Hey, Joe, me and TQ got something for you real quick.
You
Shit, here
asshole.
we go.
You asshole.
God damn, they just, oh my goodness.
I knew these would come in handy eventually.
Bro, I know Aaron Rodgers is cussing like, woo,
We're
boy.
off the rails.
This.
Bro,
Yikes.
Oh man.
You know what?
You gave him the bad luck with that jersey.
They do need to get some. Ain't nothing to do with luck. Ain't nothing to do with no bad luck.
No, they need some protection.
They
need some line work.
They
for
need,
sure.
yeah. They needed to add some depth to that offensive line because there was times last year they were just really, really bad.
But KJ Hill's still on the board. Like
He
he would
is.
have been dope in the for you guys.
He would have been perfect for the slot right there. So for them to not get him, I mean, they know something I don't. They better do something.
Yeah, I just feel like they're not
but it is
going
what it
for it,
is.
man. They just act like a team they don't act like they were so close to me. It's like they feel like they drafted like they got all kinds of time or something. Or
Maybe
like
they feel they
they
overachieved
believe
last
they
year.
just have it. Maybe they feel like they had a
you can't look at
squad
either.
already. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know.
maybe they feel like they overachieved. That maybe, they feel like, last year we did all we could possibly do. We went through this whole, we went to the NFC Championship game, but maybe we know we're more than this, 1 or 2 pieces away. We need these are the guys that we need. So, it is what it is. I don't think you could go wrong with building your O-line because Green Bay does a great job of selecting O-linemen in the middle to latter part of the draft. I mean, David Bakhtiari, they have Corey Linsley. They're all pro and arguably one of the top 4 or 5 centers in the game. So they do a good job of drafting their linemen middle to later part of the draft. But to me, their biggest need was receiver. I mean, it was glaring outside of Devontae Adams. There's nobody that excites you, and Devin Funchess isn't that guy to me. I don't get it, but Gutekunst knows.
Maybe
better
like
than
you
me.
said, they got a deal, already with somebody.
We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. I mean, shit. I hope for their sake. You know, I think.
Well,
they
I
got
guess
one
you're just
more
gonna
pick
be a
coming
Raiders
soon.
fan this season.
I cover them. I
We'll play
can't
more
be a
work.
fan. I look. You guys act like I don't like the Raiders. Like, I mean, this is not my team. You know what I mean? You know, it's just not the team I grew up rooting for.
I want to see when Nogo get drafted. You think somebody will pick him up?
Who?
The tackle from Auburn, Prince.
I wonder why he has. I would have drafted him over either one of these guys, to be honest with you. If I'm Green Bay,
Yeah,
there
That's
must
what I
be
would-
something going
That's
on.
what
with
I
him.
would have thought too. What's the deal with him?
Wasn't he one of the top prospects anyway?
He was one of
Was are we
mine.
talking
I
about
had
Prince?
him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought he was.
I had.
Thought he was higher up. Than
There he
so I
goes
thought
to
he
the
was-
Eagles.
Oh, he just went.
He was
huh?
one,
Yeah.
yeah, he just went.
Oh wow.
He was my
Shut it
ninth.
down.
He was my ninth best guy. I had him no later than fourth, but he did have an injury, so that may have caused him to slip.
I'm
He
sure
may be
that's
a
what it
COVID
was.
case right there too. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I'm waiting
You
on
guys
some
know
of
that-
these dudes to get-
You guys
Go
know
ahead.
that Prince he's actually really a prince because his
Yeah.
dad was king of a village, right?
Yeah.
Yep. In Nigeria, I think.
Ooh.
And started playing football like real late.
And he earned a hoop scholarship. So
Yeah.
he got the talent.
Yeah,
That dude's a
yeah.
beast.
Guys, here's some again. I think I'm the Grim Reaper today. So, King Jong Un passed away today. I told you that. This just came down. Jerry Bishop, better known as Judge Judy, died today of 84 due to heart disease.
Judge Judy?
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
Judge Judy
Yep.
is dead.
I'm so glad the bitch is gone. I'm just kidding. That's a
Oh, you
joke.
wrong.
Oh my
Damn,
gosh.
Judge Judy. Oh my goodness,
She was a tough cookie, that girl, man.
bro.
Dude,
think she was like the
2020
highest-
has been wild.
Yeah, it has. I think she was like one of the highest paid TV people in TV. Like
$9
for
million
years.
a year, bro.
What is it?
$9 million a year.
Well, it's not
$9 million a
Judge.
year.
I don't think it was Judge Judy.
Who was
It's
it?
Jerry Bishop, who was Judge
Bet-
Judy's announcer.
Oh.
Oh
okay.
gosh.
Oh
Joe.
yeah. Judge Judy's under. My bad.
You know what?
Hey,
no.
hey, Joe. Come on,
See?
Joe. Come on, Joe.
We at Franchise Sports
It says
Media
Jerry
are suspending
Jerry Bishop, the
Joe
announcer for
Arrigo
Judge Judy
for the next 30 days for false information reported online.
Oh man.
Jerry Bishop's a
Hey.
dude.
Gosh, Judge Judy, you would have made things go viral right now.
In the words
Man,
of
for real.
I think
Go
we
do
all
some
remember
push-ups.
the Judge Judy shows.
Hell yeah. Go do 50 push-ups, damn it, Verb.
kiss my ass, squeeze.
He can only do 10. That's why he's not saying that.
Hey, real shit. Because of the I got a rod and screws in my
Alright,
left
so the
arm.
Colts
It
are on.
hurts to
The
do
Col-
even 5.
Well, damn.
Oh, we lost her. Damn. Okay.
Oh, just like that.
It's like that. It's like that, Nye. You
Yeah,
just
she's
bounce
bounced.
like that.
She didn't like your joke at all, bro.
She didn't like it
She
at
didn't
all.
think it was
is what
funny
is.
at all, bro.
She was probably mad at Judge Judy. Sorry, Nye. Come back.
Hey, who's not making
No,
the
it's-
team, man? Who's getting
The
cut?
Raiders?
Yeah.
From the Raiders?
Raider?
Yeah.
Oh,
Nevin
good
Lawson.
Nevin Lawson's probably on his way out. Yeah. I think maybe to safety. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Harris?
Eric Harris. It might be on the bubble.
Nah. Who's
Man, I
the
don't
other
think
piece
so.
of shit safety? Who's that other piece of shit safety that got burnt? Like, he got burnt worse than.
He's not bad. They didn't resign
Already.
him.
Yeah, he went to Green
Oh,
Bay.
No,
Bullshit.
no, they just didn't resign him.
Yeah, he's trash.
Yeah.
Was he in Houston or something, right?
No, I don't even think he's gotten picked up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think he went to the XFL. He's part of the reason why they folded.
Awesome. But I think Eric Harris might be on the bubble with Randall and some of these younger hybrid inside backers, even like a guy like Joyner could move back there like we've talked about. So with Robinson being there and then Arnett, you still got Keyshawn Nixon. and Isaiah Johnson. And Isaiah Johnson, we haven't had a full spectrum of what he
Right.
is yet. If he steps up and plays the outside really well, now you got two inside slot type cornerbacks that could probably do some safety work too.
I can tell you this much: the guys that got drafted this weekend, they're going to make the team. You know,
Oh, for sure.
you get drafted in the top 4 rounds, it's usually a shocker if you don't make the team.
So there you go, Renfro.
I would
out.
say
No, Renfro's not going nowhere.
Renfro ain't going
Renfro's
nowhere.
not going anywhere.
Not Renfro.
Yeah,
my bad.
Renfro's
Gafford. I'm thinking Gafford. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
Gafford.
Gafford, and I think Aitman are both gone.
Oh yeah,
You know, hey, I'll
Zay
say names.
Jones
I mean,
is gone. Aguilar's gone. In my opinion.
No, I think one of those, Zay Jones or Aguilar, has a chance
I
to
think-
make the team.
Yeah, I think they're
One of
We'll
those
just
guys.
list out the receivers. You only
Well, you're
keep
gonna
5 or 6
carry
on the
6 to
roster.
7. You're gonna carry 6 to 7, and
No.
yeah, you will. Sure, you will. You usually do about at least 6. Sometimes you
Especially
carry 7, depending on
when they
special
don't
teams.
play special teams.
They
saying, who you
play
gonna-
special teams sometimes.
Who you getting rid of, Chris? You say you're getting rid of Zay Jones,
Zay Jones,
and
Aguilar. Yeah,
I say you keep one of those guys. You got to
you
keep
can't
one of those
get
guys.
both- you
Yeah.
can't get rid of both of them.
So let's run it through. Let's count them up. You got Ruggs, because you remember what is this? Bowdy? His name's slipping my mind.
Bowden.
Lynn Bowden. He's a running back. He's listed as a running back, so that's not even going to be part of the receiving core. So you got Ruggs,
You got
you
Williams,
got Edwards
Renfro.
that we just picked up. You got Williams and Renfro, right? That's only 4 wide receivers right there. That's your base 4. So you're going to keep, a guy like Aguilar and Jones makes a lot more sense, and Doss, that's 7. So maybe that's what I'm saying. Zay Jones and Aguilar are kind of the same dude, and you're going to want to keep Doss around. So I'd say one of those guys might be out. If you go 6.
I think a name to watch to get cut potentially is Demarius Randall. If he doesn't show anything in camp, he doesn't show anything, and considering how much he's gotten, in his career, early in his career.
But his history shows a
how bad
high
he's
pick guy.
gotten
They're going to
burned.
want that guy.
Yeah, but look, history also shows you're on your 3rd team in 5 years or 6 years,
Yeah.
and you're a first-round pick. That shows a lot about you.
But the Raiders want turnovers.
And he's also given up the 2nd most touchdowns in the NFL during that time. So I think he's he's a bubble guy. Honestly. I know Richard just signed a new deal, but who's the other
Richard
kid?
sticks.
Smith? Yeah, Smith. I think that he's gone. The running back,
Mm-hmm.
I think special teams guy, but he could be someone that bounces. I think one of the guards won't be back. I
would say Koosh.
And then you have the two quarterbacks, Peterman and DeShone Kaiser. That one of those 2 guys will be gone.
I think that would be a good camp battle right there for the 3rd spot.
Do you
Yeah.
think
I
they're
think
going
in
to be
today's
done now?
NFL, you don't need a 3rd quarterback.
But
Because I watched a conference with Mike Mayock, and he's naming them off, and he's like, "We're good." Is that just saying he's naming them off just for our knowledge, but they're still going to end up cutting one?
No, I think
who's
he's
he
just
naming off?
quieting down all of the speculation of the draft. People thinking that
Yeah.
we're going to pick one up, which we never would
So who do
do.
you-
Yeah.
And
Peterson's
Mike
pretty
Mayock
good
is
to me.
about to talk to the media shortly, so I'd say that's a wrap
See what
for
he
their
says.
draft.
Yeah, for sure.
So what quarterback do you think would get cut? Because I like Peterson. I think
Kaiser.
He's good.
Yeah, Kaiser. I'm
Kaiser.
saying Kaiser.
I think they
Well,
both
we
will.
haven't got a
Yeah,
chance to see Kaiser fully in this too, and the rumor had it that he was a good practice squad piece for mimicking some of these guys that we have to face. So,
Right.
I think it would be a good camp battle
Man, look,
between
I
him
had
and Peterman.
Kaiser.
He's not going to be a start. He's going to be a
Kaiser's in
3rd
Green
guy.
Bay for 2 years. He shouldn't have left Notre Dame when he did. First of all, so he's not that guy. Peterman's got Gruden's attention more so than any quarterback other than
Just because he could
out of
run,
the
though.
young
I didn't like his
quarterbacks.
throws, dude. He could run. He could move a little bit in the pocket, and he had some good runs, but I didn't really like the consistency of his throws.
He killed it at the beginning of the season. Maybe preseason.
I'm
but-
not-
That's what I'm saying against
Preseason.
4th round talent. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's what he is, and the same thing that Kaiser. I watched him in person. He helped Green Bay earn that 12th pick in the draft a couple years ago. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I'm not a Kaiser guy. But I think Peterman, and he's more athletic than Kaiser, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Kaiser he'll bounce around. He'll be EJ Manuel.
And Peterman was hurt, so Peterman could take his spot on practice squad, mimicking some of these mobile quarterbacks too. So
Yeah, exactly. He's got a bigger arm.
but none of those guys are getting past Mariota. It's going to be Carr Mariota all day. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it really
They're
don't
training
matter, to be
Mariota
honest.
up. They really like him. They said they really like what he said during the interviews and stuff. So I think they're loving him right now. He'll
Big
be
time.
he'll for sure be first string, like starting. I think within for sure the next few years.
Absolutely. I just find it I find it interesting that we're talking about the receivers, and as a former receiver, I look at it from this perspective. You have your big guy in Tyrell Williams. That'll be your X on the outside.
Him and Edwards.
I think you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if Edwards also is taught to Z, the same way Ruggs will be taught to Z, and Ruggs will be taught to slot, as just like Renfro. And you could put both of those guys in the slot with Edwards outside, and then you still have Waller. So when you go, with 5 wide receivers, you had those are your 5 guys.
Yeah, but not only you have depth at all of those spots at this point, especially with a guy like even Keelan Doss who already plays all 3 spots. You got depth, man. There's always going to be some fresh legs, some fresh talented fresh legs.
Doesn't Ruggs he play all 3 wide receiver spots or what?
He mostly played
slot, right?
He did his slot work, but he did Alabama lined him and Judy up all over the place.
Right.
But he was predominantly on the line. So for him, but he's got the ability and the size, the frame, and I think the work ethic to learn all 3 spots.
Yeah,
I think
he wants to learn too. So I think that's what he wants to hustle. I like that.
And we got 2 backs. We got 2 backs behind Jacob that both can line up at the line of scrimmage as receivers also. So there's a lot of offensive weapons. I mean, I know we've talked previously, Joe, and I know you're not the biggest fan of Rashard, but if you go watch the tape, that guy's very effective out of the backfield catching the football, especially on 3rd and longs, and he's a playmaker in open field. So I know he's getting longer in the tooth, but I mean this guy serves a purpose on the squad. Everybody in the backfield, in our wide receiving core has hands. They every single one of them have hands that can do different things. So we're keeping people on notice. You can't just think these guys are back here, they're running the ball. We could be throwing. We could be just it's going to be something fun to watch.
Wasn't he out at the beginning of the 2019 season for maybe a little bit? And they were
Rashard?
talking about him a lot. Was he? Yeah, wasn't he?
No,
out for a little bit?
Rashard was an Iron Man. He played hurt. When he got hurt, they were afraid that we wouldn't have him for pass protections, but he came back and did it anyway.
Yeah, they wanted him back. Yeah,
He came back.
They were talking about him like he got hurt, and then they were saying we want him back. Like
he came back and did his thing.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, I think my biggest, you said he's a playmaker. I think for a bad team he is, but for a team that's trying to, he's a third down. He's a third.
But
down.
remember, he's a playmaker and a backup position. He's never been the star guy there.
No, that's my point. I think on a team that has playoff aspirations, or let's say a really good team, he is the 3rd running back. He's not even the backup running back. I think that's why they got. I know that's why they got Bowden in there, because they feel he's the backup.
Well, they got younger. He could do more. But
exactly. I mean, they may trust him in pass protection, but like he didn't
an undrafted guy that beat out D-Wash every year. Undrafted guy that beat out D.
What did I say about D-Wash? Sam
he was pretty talented too, though.
Sam Congato ran for 1,000 yards. And you're going to say, who the hell is Sam Congato? An undrafted guy that ran for 1,000 yards that had
more opportunity than Rashard did. Rashard's never been a starter.
He became a starter due to injury. And then when he had the job, he lost it because there's better people there. And I think that's where it is now. It's a great story. Hey, undrafted guy, went to a tryout, made the team. Good job, buddy. But this is a league now where Gruden drafted his guys, and he wasn't his guy.
But he's an excellent depth piece. Is my point, Joe. He's an excellent depth. I'm not talking. We're not talking Rashard as being the immediate face of the franchise. We're just talking him as a straight up guy you bring in on 3rd down. There's a reason why he was on the team last year. There's a reason why they paid him to come back. You don't pay a guy if he's nobody and he's just a guy on a very bad team. You don't pay him to come back.
2 years, $3 million or something like that.
He's fitting his role, man. He's getting paid for what he does.
I mean, but I guess my point is he's never gonna. Well, one, he's never gonna be a face of any franchise.
Nor does he want to be, or not. That's why he stayed. He doesn't want to be.
Gosh, Joe.
He wants to be. He wants to be, but he's
he
just
knows
not
at
that
this
guy.
point
Like,
with Josh Jacobs, and he signs. If he wants to be, he would have hit free agents. He wouldn't have signed back with the Raiders to be behind Josh Jacobs.
He didn't have a market. He wouldn't have had a market like that, bro.
D-Wash had a market. D-Wash got picked up. If D-Wash got picked up,
D-Wash-
Rashard definitely would have got picked up, just from a pass
D-Wash-
protection standpoint.
Got him. See, I think you're overvaluing him. Honestly,
Not at all, man.
I think you're overvaluing him big time because by midway through the year he's gonna get passed over by Bowden anyway. I mean, it's the reality.
Not in pass protection. We haven't seen Bowden do pass protection yet. We haven't seen Josh Jacobs do pass protection yet. I think Jacobs will be fine. I'm just saying, there's a value there with Rashard. There's a value there with Rashard.
I think it's going to be more Jacobs, Bowden, and we'll see Jacobs do more pass protection. I think last year they didn't want to throw too much at him as a rookie. You know, I mean, and I'm not being harsh. I'm just being, me watching football as long as I've watched it, and running backs, and he doesn't do anything special, and he is what he is, and you're not going to get better, and you're not going to get worse, but you could get better with somebody else, and you may not get worse because he's still there. He's a third back. I mean, that's the reality. It's like, look, I like Jamal Williams a lot. And
the game is slipping my mind, but that game that he actually think he got hurt on, he's one of the reasons why we came back. Josh Jacobs had to go out. He came in there, man, on third down and picked up some huge third down and long plays. The guy can make plays. He's good out of the backfield catching the football. Maybe not as a pure runner, but as a pass catcher out of the backfield, Rashard's one of the best.
One of the best, maybe one of the best on the team, but not in the NFL.
But that's all that matters, dude. We're talking about. I'm not talking about the Packers. I'm not talking about anybody else.
I'm not talking about them either. I'm talking about in the NFL. I'm speaking generally with the NFL. Like if I'm going to compare apples to apples, it's the Raiders to other NFL teams.
But
it's
we're not paying
Raiders.
him as be a starter. I'm not making the case that he is the face of the franchise or the face of the backfield.
I'm not saying that at
matter.
all. I'm not saying
you're,
that he's not.
You're not going to have
and
Josh Jacobs as your running backs. You can't afford that.
No, you're going to have Josh Jacobs, who's
Bowden and Rashard. That's a great backfield.
The heartbeat of the Raiders' offense. You'll
Right.
have Bowden. You'll have Bowden there, who's going to be your difference maker of the offense.
He's a gadget
you're
player.
Going to have Rashard. No, he's more than a gadget. He's a
He's
weapon.
going to be all over the field, dude. He's going to be He's going to play receiver. He's going to play a little bit of option quarterback. He's going to play running back. He's a gadget player.
Versatile. He's very versatile.
And then you'll have Rashard, who's gonna fight for touches. That's where it is.
And that's fine though. That's why you're only paying him $3 million a year, or 2 years, $3 million, $150 a year. Like that's $1.5 million a year.
I don't see the big deal with him. You could, it wouldn't surprise me, and if there was a back that's available that they could get, he'd be the guy that'd be probably on the street.
He's proven to know Gruden's system. He's proven to protect the quarterback in Gruden's system. There's a lot of value to that, dude. And I'm like I said, I'm not banging the table saying Hall of Famer, make him a starter. I'm just saying like this guy has value on this football team, even as a third down back, or not third down. Yeah, he's been a third down back last year, but a third option in your running back field. Like that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying like he is the face of the franchise at all.
Oh, I know you're not.
But when you're talking from if you're talking from a third back perspective, he's a solid third back, dude.
I think he's the third back, and there's a reason why he's the third back. If they
that's what I'm saying. But a solid third back.
No. Like what I'm saying is, there's a reason why when we were talking about needs that they had, running back was right there.
And I brought that up myself.
And that means, like, if he's that backup dude, that running back need wouldn't be right there. You see what I'm saying? Like, but
that's what I'm saying too, though.
For the backup.
That's what I've been saying all the time.
You value. I think you value him more than I do, because I think you can find a guy like that
from a third
anywhere.
back. I said since the offseason. We need a backup.
No.
We need a complimentary back to Jacobs. Richard's not the answer, but what Richard is a pass protecting third down back if needed, but he's a great third option to have back there, and it's a solid one to have. I'm not saying, I expect.
And that's where That's where I just disagree. I think I think you can find another Richard off anybody else's team that gets cut. That's a back. That's just my opinion about him. I don't value him the same way you do.
But if you have a guy, if you're Gruden, you have a guy that's proven to know your system, play well in it, and protect your quarterback, you don't find any value in that at all?
I don't think I think that the pass protection side, but I think you're overvaluing his playmaking ability. I mean, he has moments where he makes plays, but he's not a playmaker to me. Like he'll make a play here and there, a first down. But as far as like, oh my God, Richard did this. I mean, they wouldn't have went out and drafted Jacobs if they felt he was a playmaker.
He's a better pass catcher out of the backfield than a running back itself, absolutely. But I mean, that's his value.
Again, I just I'm gonna pull something up about him, but I
think he has value too. I think he has value as well.
Thank you,
but,
Nye.
I mean, I got you. Joe is very particular with his picks, so.
Hey,
I am. I'm about even like no matter.
This is friendly debate, by the way. This is not.
What he's just saying now. What he's just saying now is that we've already drafted so many weapons now that he doesn't think that he has a chance, but we won't know until we see, right?
Oh, I don't need him to be on the field all the time, but running backs get hurt all the time.
As a backup,
I'm glad he's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at a guy who has ran for 1,100 yards in 4 years. A good career
as a backup,
average of
never a
5
starter.
yards to carry, but never carried the ball more than 83 times in a season.
Exactly.
I'm looking at a guy who's caught for 1,380 yards, but most of that was done the year before Jacobs got there when there was no running back, and he caught for 607 yards. And I'm looking at a guy who has a career total of 6 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
A playmaker's got more than 6 touchdowns. To me,
he's played on some very bad Raider teams. Like this is not a John Gruden draft pick. This goes all the way back, even Jack Del Rio and before, right there. Like Jack Del Rio.
I understand that. So if I'm going, he played
how many seasons? How many seasons has he played?
4 years. 4 years.
4
6
years.
touchdowns. 4 years. So this is going his 5th year. So my point is, if I'm going to say, well, he played on bad teams. That 600 yards he got in a season was on a shitty team.
As a backup, not a starter.
Who started at running back the year before Jacobs?
It wasn't Richard. It was.
I think he started half the year. I thought they had somebody and he went down.
Late in the year, not half the year. But you're thinking of oh my
Murray.
God, what's his name? Murray.
Was it Murray? Okay, so no, I think Murray left the year before that. I thought. Because I thought he was in Minnesota for 2 years.
And they did the combo back thing where him and Washington split carries. It was never one or the other that got to run the rock.
But one got the start and one didn't. Is my point.
And they're small backs. I never wanted them as starters. They were too small.
So
you know what? We also had my bad. We had Mr. Oakland himself.
Oh,
we had
Marshawn
Lynch. We had Lynch.
Yeah, okay.
And we also had what's the other cat that we had before that helped Lynch out? There was someone else that we had too. And his name slipped on my mind.
Lynch would be the guy. So. He ran for 200 yards the year, 259 yards the year Lynch was there.
And when Lynch got hurt, that's when you're talking about Richard took over.
Yeah, that's and that was the last few games until the very last game when Lynch got his 10,000 yards and then that was it.
Right.
But again, that's on a very bad team. So on a bad team, players that are average to below average are going to put up numbers. Those numbers are deceiving, right? I mean, I think that's off the argument. Those numbers were on a bad team. When I said those numbers, or when I said only 6 touchdowns, well, those are bad teams. Well, 600 yards receiving was on a bad team. So apples to apples, bad numbers on bad team, good numbers on bad teams.
In one of those years, our offensive line was so depleted, Carr got ripped. Carr led the league in sacks.
But here's my biggest problem with him. 13 fumbles in his career.
As a Raider, 13.
Is that
D-Wash or is that Richard?
13. He had... No, that's Richard. He 8 year 2, 3, and then 2 the 8 in 2017, 3 in 2018, 2 in 2019. 13 career fumbles. That there's a reason why he didn't get drafted. There's a reason why he is what he is. I could find other running backs.
But those fumbles are primarily from the running back from the running back spot, though, right?
It just says fumbles. No, and out of those 13, 5 were lost. That's a huge number. That's Tiki Barber-esque when Tiki had the fumbleitis. That's Cleveland Gary-esque. So you're looking at a guy that there's major deficiency. He is a third back. I'm not disputing that with you at all.
But,
I just think you're I think you're overvaluing.
But your argument is beyond the third back scenario. Your argument is almost like I'm overvaluing him. If I was overvaluing him, I would be having him as a backup, pure, good, solid number 2. I'm not. I'm saying he's a number 3. How am I overvaluing a guy who I'm saying is the third back on this football team?
My argument is you're overvaluing him as the third back. I think you could find I think you could find a back on another team that was a free agent and put them apples to apples, and I don't give a damn if he's drafted or undrafted, because that don't mean shit. He's been in the league 5 years now, going on 5 years. So undrafted don't mean anything. You can find another back.
But if you're talking that, you're talking about another retread. He's going to have the same issues or issues that are like his if he's going to be a third option on a football team.
And that's what I'm saying. There's other guys that do the same thing, and that are probably better. That's just my opinion.
But the same argument we made for Derek Carr all year, a guy that's been in Gruden's system going on 3 years that understands it, knows the pass scheme, and can protect the quarterback.
But
that's his bread and butter.
Not a starter. But he's not a starter.
No, but
he's not a starter.
But who protected Carr? How many? We talked about the protection for Carr all last year. Who was a big part of that? Richard.
I think
Knight's valuing him, and you, Joe, on the other hand, are looking more at stats. But I do agree.
No,
I value him as well.
Year.
But I do agree with the pieces that we just add. He may eventually get cut, but he may not. It kind of
he won't be there in a year or two.
But they're gonna for sure look at his stats though. They're gonna look at his production to see if it declined or whether it stays stagnant. So
I'll say, look, a more valuable blocker, and I think already to the offense, and I think he has it front, back, side to side as Ingold. I think Ingold is 10 times more valuable.
But it has a different role. So when you're talking about a third down back and it's third and long, and he could not only protect, but he makes a play after he catches a ball when he leaves the backfield.
I don't think NFL teams are like third down, watch Richard.
Like they do. From a pure pass protection standpoint.
They'll say, watch the back out the backfield. Check, if he's there, this is where your drop is. If he goes out, you got him. I don't think there's any, like, okay, Richard, there goes 30. There's 30. There's 30. There's 30. No, there's none of that. Like, when 28's in there, hey, there's 2-8. There's 2-8. Oh, there's the fullback right there. Hey, here we go. When 30's in there, they're not like,
those are the starters. No. Those are the starters.
It's my point. They're not. He's not the guy teams are pointing out for. Like I believe when Bowden gets in there, so he's just a dude.
He's a pass protecting back guy, dude. Like,
so you're gonna pay a running back that can block $1.5 million. That's not special.
When he got hurt, what did Gruden say in the press conference? We need that guy back. I absolutely need that guy to protect my quarterback.
Because you have Washington there. I mean, Jesus Christ. Dude.
He's who do we got now? Who do we got now? If that guy was there, how come we haven't brought him in? If we could get better, how come they haven't? They're always saying we got to get better at every position.
Because
why wouldn't they go and get that guy?
They did. They went and they drafted him.
A number 2 guy. I'm talking number 3 pass protector guy.
Because they have their guys. They're willing. They're like, it's a number 3 back. It's a number 3 back.
Thank you.
He's not special. He's not special.
You just said it. Am I saying he's special?
I'll take Tyler Ervin over him.
Am I saying he's special, or am I saying he's a third option?
No. I think where there's wires crossed with this is you're valuing him as a third back that can block,
that can pass protect, which is huge for me.
Okay.
Especially with Carr and his lack of confidence when it comes to not feeling protected.
For me, I think you're going to see more Brandon Jacobs, more Josh Jacobs in on third down.
I hope so.
He's as a second though. He's listed as second though. He's listed right after Josh Jacobs.
Because the rookie's not there yet.
They haven't updated it yet. Yeah.
They can't do that till he's signed.
But still, though, even after the second, though, you think they're really no, and the rookies are up there. Lynn Bolden is ranked as third, and they have Rod Smith ranked as fourth.
right now depth charts don't mean anything because they haven't gotten to camp. They haven't done anything on the field.
You're right.
They don't know what he can do. So depth charts don't mean anything.
After week 4 of preseason, you'll see like more of a realistic look at it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I guess my point, where our wires cross is, you could find every team has another back that can step up as a third down back and block for a quarterback and occasionally catch a pass up the backfield and make a play.
There's value to that, though.
Yeah, but I guess what I don't, my value for that isn't like, well, Richard is this and he does this, my thing is, okay, he does it, but so does this guy, all the way down.
But not in John Gruden's system that knows it right now is what I'm saying. So in this year, in 2020, you're not switching out a Richard, just like you wouldn't take the quarterback and be like, you know what, I like Mariota. I think in the future I trust more in Mariota, so I'm going to go ahead and swap it now and let Mariota go out there and not know the system or in the same thing when it comes to a guy that whether Josh Jacobs gets it or not, which I expect Josh Jacobs to get it and be there more often. But this is another piece that you put in there, and he knows the system, he knows the verbiage, and he's going to protect your quarterback. You're not going to take a chance and switch that out.
I'll say this: if Carr, the first 4 weeks of the season plays like shit, Mariota's going in and Carr's gone.
I would say more by 5 or 6 at least.
I agree. I agree with Joe.
They're not going to waste. They'll give him a quarter of a season.
But do you think Derek Carr's going to be that bad? I don't. Not with all these weapons. I mean, I think that's a moot point.
No. But that's my point is how you said they're not going to pull a guy out. Like I said, again, I didn't think there's a rookie.
But you're talking about a pure backup. Richard's not that guy.
No, I'm using your analogy though.
But what I'm saying is you're not going to replace a guy. You're not going to replace a guy that knows. That's
you
the
said
difference.
by year 3, Derek Carr's system, I have said that you're not going to just say there's a camp battle between him and Mariota. That's not the case. But what I am saying is, even though it's not year 3 and Mariota is 3 months into or 4 months into learning an offense, if Carr's not getting the job done, they're going to pull the trigger by week 4 and say he's not the guy. We're going to roll with Mariota and then go forward. Because they don't have the luxury to fail.
But I can agree with that, right? I can agree with that because now you're talking about a scenario, right? Because Mariota knows he's the backup going into camp, right? Right or wrong? And most likely because Derek Carr knows the system, he's gonna be the starter. So if Derek Carr fails, then absolutely. But you're talking about Richard as a third option back. I mean, he already knows, he's on notice. If Josh Jacobs could do the job, is Richard going to see the field? No. But if something goes down and Jacobs is hurt, needs a breather, huh? Bowden's not going to Bowden. He's not going to come in and be a pass protector. I'll tell you that right now. He's not going to. If Josh Jacobs can't be the pass protector back there, because you see Bowden back there, it's an option. It's an option. That's the way he's going to pass protect. He's going to be an option quarterback.
If they're flexing out, if they start with 2x2 and him back there, he's going to do something. It's not, and he may not pass protect. But
exactly.
But they may flex him out, and it doesn't matter because they're going 5 wide. If they're going 5 wide, there's no need to have Jalen Richard do anything because
they won't go 5 wide every single time. They'll mix it up.
No, they'll go 2x2 with one. They'll go 4x1. They go 5 wide. They can go 30, 32, and then him flex out to make it 2x2 or 50. Either way, but my point is Richard's role was important the last couple of years due to not having dudes back there that are better than him. Now there are dudes that are better than him, and his role is going to be decreased. He may be, and I may be undervaluing him. Who knows?
From certain perspectives, as a pure running back, right? As a pure playmaker, I get it. I may be overvaluing there, but I'm not going to overvalue the fact that not only can he protect Derek Carr in this particular system, but there's something to be said about Derek Carr. Like that's my only knock on Carr, and that was his knock coming out of college too. Was he just like maybe because he saw what his brother went through, whatever. He does get a little skittish when he doesn't feel confident in his protections. But he's going to feel confident. He's going to, but some more than others. But he's going to definitely feel a ton of confidence knowing that Richard's there and has done it for years since he's been there, protecting his backside, his blind side.
I mean, I think you have that. That's a valid point. I just think Richard's a guy. He's not a dude. He's not special. He's just a guy. And there's other guys in the league
bullshit. Jalen Richard, Hall of Fame. Let's go.
So Joe, you think that with I like that night. Do you think that Joe, with Richard's experience and already knowing the playbook, is Bolden gonna come in? You know, these guys gonna come in and take over the game.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna tell you why. He may know the playbook, but Gruden didn't draft him, and Gruden has specific roles for Bowden and what he's gonna do. So, and he's a Gruden guy, and that's the other thing. You know, he's gonna put him in positions to make plays, and he's gonna, just like he did with Josh Jacobs last year. He didn't ask him to do anything, didn't put more on his plate that he couldn't handle. You know, the only one out of all the rookies that got that force fed like that, there was three. And one was Keelan Doss, learning how to learn all three wide receiver positions in Gruden's offense. The other was Joel Ingold, because you have to learn pass protection, run blocking. Joel Ingold's the most important.
And he was the only fullback. At the end of the day, he was the only fullback we had. Pure fullback.
And then lastly, it was Jacobs that was asked to learn, or no, excuse me, and Renfro. Those were the three that got more so than anybody. So when you're looking at it, they're Gruden guys, and Gruden's going to put them in positions to be successful. Richard, look, he does a specific role. I don't disagree with the role he has. He's a third running back. He's a good blocker, and I think where we disagree mainly is I don't think he's a playmaker, but he's a guy that has made some plays. And that's cool.
It's a playmaker.
You know what I'm saying? You know. Well, no. I'm
Define a playmaker. I mean, I'm not talking Reggie Bush playmaker. I'm talking just
okay. But when I say
picked up
playmaker,
crucial first downs out of the backfield.
When I say playmaker, it's anytime the ball's in his hand, he's a threat to score, and that's not Jalen Richard.
But there was a game he took over the fourth quarter and won the game for us. Purely. Okay, just from him coming out of the backfield and catching the ball.
And there's a game where Lindell White did that for the Denver Broncos. I mean, that doesn't mean Lindell
so
wasn't a bust.
what I'm saying, we're talking about a third option guy that has that ability. We're not talking about, a starter that can do that. And again,
hold your thoughts. Hold your thoughts, because we are going to take a quick break. So my question is to Raider Nation: is Jalen Richard a playmaker or not? Stay with us, Raider Nation. And when we get back, our phone lines will be open. The number is 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651.
I love you, Mini-Me.
All right, Jason Kowski. Jason Richard.
What started off as a dream is on the verge of becoming a reality. From the youth coaches showing you how to put on your pads to you leading your high school to a state championship, you've come a long way, baby boy. All the sacrifices you had to get a game just to get a shot. From two-a-days to after-school workouts. Don't forget 7-on-7 tournaments and film session with coaches. You had to get up early in the morning to get the run in before school. But it paved the way for your early success. And now every college coach is coming to your crib, eating your mama's cooking, trying to get you to come to their school. You got to choose the college you wanted to play for on Saturdays. And you made damn sure you worked your ass off every day, on and off the field to get your shot. There was no way you were gonna blow that opportunity. You stuck to the script, balled out, catching the NFL's eyes, and now it's go time. It's a long ways away from them Pop Warner games in front of family and friends. Eating oranges at halftime or Friday night lights being named the homecoming king. Hell, it's a long ways from Saturday afternoon games at the Collie against the crosstown rival. We talking the NFL, young man. Welcome to the league. It's a privilege to be in this fraternity. And now it's your time to try and become the GOAT. Finally, time to fulfill your destiny and reach the next level on the dream board. It's draft day. Join your new franchise. Franchise Sports Media has you covered live all draft long. Tune in to YouTube, Periscope, Facebook Watch, and franchisesportsmedia.com/live, the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Jason Kowski. Not your phone. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
You mute me?
Welcome back,
No, I
Raider
didn't meet you.
Nation.
No.
So is Jalen Richard a playmaker or not? Is he worth to keep on the team or not? I want to hear what you guys have to say because Joe Arrigo usually has a different opinion than everybody at all times.
Where's my backup at, man? I feel like I'm on an island over here. I know there was a guy in the franchise. I had his back all day. Where's he at? Squeeze. Hello.
Nah, Chris is gone.
Chris is gone, yeah.
Chris is gone.
I really want to know what Squeeze has to
Tap.
think about this.
You know, look, I think he's not a playmaker. He's a chain mover. He moves the chains for you, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
He's just a chain mover.
But he does make
He's a
plays.
chain
You know, but there's other chain movers out there. Is my point. There's other dudes that are better chain
He's a
movers.
chain mover, but he still has value, though.
Everybody's replaceable, Joe. Everybody's replaceable unless you're Tom Brady, which in this case at 43 is replaceable.
replaceable.
But you know what I
Everybody-
mean?
no.
Like at a point in his career,
Everybody-
like there's certain guys that are
everybody's
not
replaceable.
replaceable. Yeah, but most part everybody's replaceable.
Everybody's replaceable. Everybody has a price.
Thank you.
Everybody has a price. No matter what, everybody's got a price. Tom Brady's
guys.
ass would have been traded for 4 first-round picks from Belichick. He'd have what?
Right?
Jets, take his ass. You know, like and Squeeze. I wish he was here. In a lot of ways, Belichick made Brady and saved Brady's ass. That's just my opinion. You know, he saved his ass a lot of times.
Where I have squeezed back on that though, Joe, is the fact that Tom Brady has never had a solid, consistent number one wide receiver in his career, and he was still able to produce no matter what the situation was. And as he got a little longer in the tooth, yeah, he relied on the defense a lot, and that's kind of my point too about last year. That was the biggest argument people make for him is who was his wide receivers, who was his playmakers. They tried to bring in Gordon, they tried to bring in Brown, and that didn't work either. But at the end of the day, he's 43 years old, man. I think it's a little bit more than that. I think a younger Tom Brady still would have flourished more, and his numbers were still pretty good last year. They were comparable to Derek Carr. So, you know, I think it'd even be better had he not been 42.
Sorry, guys. I like this comment we have. I like this comment, Fire Bro. We are about to pay Peterman $2.1 million and Witten $5 million, and we are discussing about Rashard on the. Okay. We rest our case. Boom.
I got no problem with Witten.
No, dude.
Peterman,
See,
2.1,
yeah,
that's-
Fire Bro. I know Fire Bro's been on Witten's ass since we picked him up. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fire Bro. But at the same time,
Call
I mean,
in,
Witten
Fire
is
Bro.
a.
We want to hear what you have to say.
No,
Witten
he's in
is a lock.
He's in Amsterdam. He's in Amsterdam. Yeah, he ain't calling.
Witten is one of those locker room dudes, but he's also he's going to be one of our red zone targets. Just having him on the field, like Witten doesn't have to do nothing but just be on that line and block at that point, because people, you know, Joe just got done saying, no one's saying, oh, watch Rashard, but I guarantee you, even at Witten's age, you're going to say, watch Witten. Right, when you got Faroux and Waller on the other side, and now you got guys like Edmond that can go across the middle and go up and catch a ball. So Witten brings value, even if it's not young, fast, talent, old Jason Witten type value.
All right, we can go back to your Tom Brady.
Oh, my
if
base
you
in
want.
Greece. Yeah. No, I'm done. with
Fire
Brady.
Bro,
I'm cool.
Fire Bro's been rocking with me for a long time. Much love, dude. He follows my blind
he's
stuff
in-
too, so he's a good
in
dude,
Greece,
man.
not Amsterdam. Yeah,
Stay safe in Greece, Fire Bro.
Yeah, real talk. I need to make a trip there. I want to check out those badass ocean views that they have.
That would be amazing.
Greece is that spot. I need to hit that. Like,
You don't really
shit.
hear too many people talk about going to Greece. I like that.
Nah, Squeeze and I have long talked about there's an island in between Sicily and Africa. I forget the name of it, but that's where we want to buy it someday and just retire there, and or just retire there, and that's where we live the latter part of our lives. Just live in that island full of
Could you really do that?
hell yeah.
Away from the world? Away from sports?
All day. No, kidding me? We'd have sports there. We'd have a. It's not like we're gonna be living in huts and shit. We're gonna have a badass
No, I mean, you're
house
not.
with TV.
You're not
He'll have his squeeze.
You're not going to be doing franchise media on American
Why not?
sports.
No, why not? Why not?
You can't be here interviewing.
I'll have you guys do all that. We're there running the day-to-day operations.
Okay.
Oh, I see how it is.
He gonna have us slaving.
All right,
putting in the
Belichick.
work.
All right, Belichick. I got you.
Yeah, I like that comparison.
Hey, but that island is so like we talked about. Like, I mean, there's actually, and it's weird. Like, there's Squeeze and I believe fully in this. Like, there's a song he has called "The Water," and it's called, and he says, "Take me to the water." There's something so soothing naturally about the water, like at a beach or at a lake or something like that. And so the one thing that we've said, and COVID-19 really fucked it up for everybody because, like for his birthday, we're gonna go to like Mexico. We're gonna go somewhere, just the guys, for a week and just kind of be out and it's somewhere on the water just to kind of decompress and just stop life for about a week. And and it's
and then life stopped altogether.
Then life stopped altogether, exactly.
Yeah.
But we believe fully, like, in going away and getting around water and just kind of like soaking it all in. And
that
that's
would be
why, like,
so nice right now. Could you imagine?
For real, especially with the weather being as nice as it is too. Like,
that would be beautiful.
I'm looking forward to getting back home, and I know it's only Lake Mead or Lake Las Vegas, and going back there and just chilling.
We miss you, Joe. You've been gone since January, I believe. Goodness.
Since January 27th, I've been in Fresno. I know.
Yep.
But all for good reasons. So,
right.
But yeah, the water and you know what, and it even goes, and I think too, and I could tie this in with the Raiders too. For so long, they were in just a real divisive situation, in a real contentious situation in Oakland with everything that's going on, from the stadium issues to the municipality issues to actually then moving to Las Vegas, to relocating and everything. And they're in such a divisive situation that you would have to think, as an organization, COVID-19 aside, this has to be a breath of fresh air to be in a spot where you're loved and you're appreciated, and that the local municipalities really appreciate and value you and what you bring to the table. And I think it's the first time in a long time they felt that way, because even when Al moved them back to Oakland back in 94, 95, that was, under not the great circumstances. I mean, there was promises made and promises that didn't happen. And when they moved in 81, you look at the same thing then. There was, LA loved them, but just, they were going to give you a new stadium, and it never happened. So
it was blocked.
For the first time, it was blocked for the first time in a very, very long time. You have a city and really a state that is 100%, behind them, and it's like being on the beach and in the water.
And Golden Knights aside, and no disrespect to the Golden Knights, right? I mean, this right here is the biggest thing to happen in Vegas and ever, outside of what they've always been, right? They've always been.
This is bigger than Golden Knights.
The Strip. Well, yeah, just because it's an international value they're getting, right? The Golden Knights are doing a fantastic job. That's why I said no disrespect. They're just as part of the DNA of Vegas now as the Raiders. But I mean, the Raiders are bringing an international value that's not just captivating what's in Vegas. It's going to bring people to Vegas of all 32 teams.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll say this, and this is just probably going to have me lose a bunch of. I'm probably going to piss some people off with what I'm about to say. But we're 5 hours, almost 6 hours into this, with another hour to go or so. I think the Golden Knights did a very good job of taking advantage of the tragic events of Route 91 in Las Vegas. They marketed themselves Vegas strong. The night of their game, the night of October 1, they had tickets for $12 at T-Mobile and $24 for pretty decent seats for a preseason hockey game in their inaugural season, and T-Mobile was far from sold out. And then Route 91 happened. They marketed Vegas strong. They retired the jersey number. They really did a good job embracing the city and really putting themselves in a position to where they utilized it and capitalized off of it. And the city just flocked to the Golden Knights, which helped create that rabid fan base. So
part of business.
I think Yeah, and it is a part of business, but I think that's part of the reason why. And then if you look at them this year,
Stanley Cups too, by the way, they were contending for the cup.
And everything happened that one year. Everything was lined up right for them. You know what I mean? Just fell into place. But you look at it this year when they were struggling, there were more visiting fans at T-Mobile for the first time than there were Golden Knight fans. So
Options,
I mean,
options.
Well, it's not just options. They like winners.
Well, but
And
again,
if
I
they
mean,
don't-
that was the argument from the other side of this coin, right? Where I'm from, where they say, well, you're going to have a bunch of people in your stadium. The only way that we'll be outnumbered in our own stadium is when we're struggling. But the point is, there'll be people in our stadium. We're still making money. We're still functioning as a franchise. And, I mean, it's Las Vegas, for crying out loud. I mean, it's one of the smartest business moves I've seen from any type of organization to say, hey, I for once in our franchise history, we need a home where we're respected, loved, and we know that people have our backs. And Davis took them to a place where it's that and more.
Yep.
I mean, it has its own other identity. But when I say options, I'm talking when I go to Vegas, whether I'm a Raider fan or not, and I'm sitting there like, what do you want to do tonight? I don't know. Hey, the casino's giving us tickets to go. You're going because you're a sports fan. Like, you don't have that option. You're not going to some of these places just to be on vacation and land tickets because you're staying in the casino.
But I think too, like, I don't think the black hole isn't going to be filled with visiting fans. What you
Not
see
for
at
a
the
while.
Fortress
It's
this
got to
year-
be a losing franchise for it to be that way.
And yeah, exactly. And what you've seen at the Fortress at T-Mobile, like towards the latter part of this year, there it was, and it wasn't. And at times it wasn't even just fans from other teams filling it. Some people just weren't showing up. And it's like, hold the phone. Like, this is a brand new team pretty much, and they're still not showing up. I don't think that's going to be a problem because let's be real. Out of the major sports in North America, in America, NFL reigns supreme. And in Vegas, NFL reigns supreme, followed by the NBA, and then it would be hockey and then college football for that matter, until UNLV starts winning. And NHL is always going to be the third or fourth option in a professional sports town unless there's no other sport that's there. That's why I think the Golden Knights did they knew they had to get out in front of everything and get everything moving and get their boots on the ground before the Raiders got there, because once the Raiders touched down,
taking over.
Mark Davis said this is the new nation's capital, and I fully believe that.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed.
How about the Aces? Do you think they got any identity in this?
I don't think the WNBA has any identity anywhere. I think it's sad to say because
Very
the brand
unfortunate.
of the brand of basketball is really good for women, and I think the worst thing that could happen to them was Kobe dying and Gigi passing away tragically, because I think Gianna would have came in and not only been the face of the WNBA but carried it to heights that they've never even dreamed of. But I think it's also the best thing that's happened for the WNBA, because now you have the legacy of Kobe and Gigi tied to the WNBA, and what they want, and that league will continuously grow because of Kobe and Gigi and what they believe the WNBA could possibly be.
Yep.
Hey, there's Squeeze.
I made it back,
Squeeze.
man. I can't complain. Slogging.
Man, you had a
through the
bunch
end
of people
this
looking.
draft.
You had a bunch of people looking like this. Where's Squeeze?
So, guys, Raiders were supposed to hold their mini camp out here in June, remember? Or that you think that is still happening, or what?
It potentially
defer to
can if we
Squeeze.
get
Yeah.
out of the right phases. I mean, June is still a little ways away. We'll see how all this starts to clear up with the heat. I think Vegas is one of those places that gets hot, and they're expecting and hoping that helps slow down the COVID. And if that's the case, then maybe they can get some practices in.
I think camp is something that you can pretty much get a hold over anyway. You can keep
Well, as far as
players
making
together.
it open to the public.
Yeah,
I
I
know
don't think.
John Gruden. Yeah,
I
John
don't
Gruden
think
was,
that's happening.
They were discussing that.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. I think they can go. They'll be able to go ahead and go proceed with camp, but I don't think it's going to be open to the public. I think we got a while, guys, before before we're allowed to like have big congregations of people. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
for real.
I don't think that's happening for a while. I mean, I would love to be wrong, but I don't see it. I don't see it.
I think what separates like the NFL from things, and it sucks, is because there's certain position groups like receivers and DBs. You can kind of do things, quarterbacks and running backs. You can kind of run 7-on-7 where there's no contact and do things. But offensive, defensive linemen and linebackers, you can't do that with for the most part. And I'll take it a step further. I think if there's one sport that could have taken advantage of COVID-19 and they didn't, is golf. Golf could have kept on going. No crowds. You don't touch each other. You're hitting a ball. You stay far away from each other. Golf could have really maximized their marketing potential if they would have kept going and televised it. But because they didn't, they really fucked up.
Yeah, because I would have been watching just to see some competition.
All of a sudden, we all would have been wearing our golf polos and these plaid pants. We're golf fans now, baby. Woo!
For real, man.
Tiger Woods, y'all.
Hey, I'm a blind golf fan. Doesn't make any sense.
And honestly, I mean, I feel like, I like golf. I mean, that's not something I do on a regular basis. I mean, I haven't golfed in a number of years. I'll go to Top Golf on Tropicana right by, UNLV, and have some fun, have some beers, hit a ball, whatever.
It's not the same thing.
No, it's
not. No, I know it's not. But my point is, like, I don't mind going to a golf course, and hitting some balls and riding around the golf cart and throwing back a couple cocktails. But the competition side of it is what I think I miss the most of watching. I love competition, and to not have that, and for golf to do what, I think golf is for the optics. Probably decided they didn't want to do it, but if they really were trying to maximize and take advantage of a market, they probably should have. And Firebro brings up a real good point. He says, he thinks camp will take place only if all teams can participate,
right.
and that's the thing the NFL put into place. If all 31 teams can do it, but let's say
nobody can do it if they all can't.
Carolina can't do it. That's the one state that won't allow things to happen.
It's all for
nobody can do it.
Yeah,
but there's ways around it. You just travel somewhere else to have camp. You don't have to do it in Carolina. You can leave Carolina in practice.
I think it's more of just all of the teams have to be able to do camp. You know what I'm saying? Because if somebody can't, it gives a tremendous advantage to the ones who can. So it's only going to work if it's unanimous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
True. Well, because it has to be fair. It's the competition part of it.
Right.
And that's the thing too. Like,
that's
why this draft is being held the way it is.
What's the deal with Mark? Is he leaving, or are they just celebrating the anniversary or something today? Chris Mortensen.
What's the deal with who? With who?
Chris Mortensen from ESPN. Is he leaving, or is it just like a 30th anniversary?
I know he was been there for 30 years, but I'm not watching. I don't have the TV on. I haven't watched the TV on at all.
I think maybe they're just talking about his 30th draft.
Yeah, he started 30 years ago.
Right,
that was his first draft. So he had talked about that on Thursday. But that's the thing. Like, even for this draft, that's why they're doing things from people's houses or from their own houses, because states like California won't allow more than 6 people in one place. There's certain states that aren't allowing that, so you're not allowed to have people in the facility. And with that being as it is, you can only imagine. Like how pissed off some organization. I would be pissed off if I'm like Bill Belichick. I'm pissed off because I want to be in my office where I have everything at my disposal, not at home. Where I have a lot of distractions. Even though my kids are, his kids are older and one works for him, but
it's on the curve though, man. I mean, everybody's in the same position, so.
How do you guys feel about the NBA finishing their season in Vegas? I mean,
I would love it.
Where that rumor, because we have so many different arenas. We have a ton.
Yeah, and it's ways to quarantine too out here. It's pretty easy with all of the hotels being in close proximity and all of that.
Yeah,
so.
you put you take let's say the Palazzo You take Caesars or the Bellagio or Cosmo or something, and you know really the Cosmo makes more sense because the Cosmo wasn't really a hotel first. They were high-rise apartments initially. That was the plan, and they converted it to a hotel through midway through construction. So you take those and turn that into basically everything for the NBA. And then you play at Cox, you play at Thomas and Mack, and you play at T-Mobile. You got 3 different venues, and you just bring, and it's all ready to go for film crews. And with the NHL talking about finishing and concluding their season and running their playoffs in Vegas, it's a way to jumpstart Vegas once again, and once people are allowed to come, to get people to come. Because I had someone tell me that's been there a long time and builds buildings and venues. No one's gonna come to see the same hotels with this all over again. Vegas has to give people a reason to come, and that's why they felt it was vital for the stadium to be finished, because they felt like if the stadium is finished, it gives people more of a reason to come. Now they can see the stadium, they can see this and that. Because I will say this too, talking to some DJ friends, shows are starting to move to like middle of May. So, like, there's certain shows at the middle to end of May that will be back in Las Vegas, and I think that's where you're going to start seeing things. But, like, I hope it's back because, man, I can't see Vegas without the pool parties on the weekends, man. Those pool parties and the night swim, night party.
I can't see it. I can't see it this year, man. I want to, but I don't see it happening
NBA,
this
guys,
year.
Speaking of NBA and in the unison, it says NBA's to open some facilities on May 1st. So teams can open practice facilities to players in cities where local governments have eased stay-at-home orders. So if the NBA is doing it, then football can do it too, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if one team is practicing, then all teams got to be practicing. I would say in every league, because if not, then that's unfair competition. Like
it is.
If it's a team that can't practice because of some government law, because of some state rule or something, and then it's a group of teams that can,
and it will be used as an excuse.
That's out of competitive balance right there. Like that's no fair. I don't see how it could happen without everybody being on board at the same time, and actually the same amount of practice days, like starting at the same time, ending at the same time, all of that. For camp, at least.
They would have to all open all at the same time. I think that's for all sports, competitive balance, competitive advantage. I'm interested to see. I am interested to see what happens with college football, because there are some people that are feeling like it may not happen this year, and those guys that are seniors will have the option whether to come back and be a senior all over again, or some guys go pro. And I'm going to look at it from 3 different angles. I'm going to look at it from an angle of Trevor Lawrence, where you don't go back to school. You say, fuck it, I'm preparing for the draft. I'm not playing. You look at it from someone like Charles Williams from UNLV, their running back. You're a running back. You go pro. You'll have your degree already. Don't go back and take more of a pounding. And then I'll use somebody else, a kid like Farrell Hester, the linebacker from UNLV. He would be the guy that comes back, and he would be a guy that take advantage of that. And I think it would benefit all 3 different parties at 3 different levels. Chuck is a mid-round guy. Farrell's a late-round undrafted priority free agent. And Trevor Lawrence is a presumptive number 1 overall pick. So you have those 3 different scenarios. Things could really work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all 3 levels. Makes sense. But I mean, if it's going to be safety first. You know what I'm saying? And across the board, what I see more than anything regarding COVID is a lot of confusion. Seems like those who are supposed to be experts don't necessarily know as much about this as they've known about other things in the past.
At all.
So I think we should keep. Anything could happen. I don't think we should expect for any of the leagues to start back up. We can hope, but I don't think it should be an expectation that we're going to see. That we're going to see anything this year. That we're going to see basketball start back up, or even football start for that matter, because we just don't know. I'm hoping, and I've heard one side of it that the worst of this is over, and that we possibly could be in the second wave of it already. and
Well,
just
Then
didn't
I've
know
heard
in the
another
first
end.
game.
I've heard another end where we'll be good for the summer. It'll be back
And
in the
then
winter.
it'll come
it's
back.
So
Yeah,
many,
exactly.
It's so many controversial issues and assumptions that people are coming up with that's making us all wonder.
Yeah, for real.
So we talked about basketball, and we were talking about that. Adrian Wojnarowski dropped the Woj bomb right now, 20 seconds ago. Beginning on May 1st, and this is what you talked about, Nye, the NBA is allowing teams to open their practice facilities to players in cities and states where local governments have eased the stay-at-home orders. So that's not saying that they're practicing.
But they can open the facility.
Yeah. Wow, and Green Bay made their pick, and guess what? They still didn't take a receiver. It is safety out of TCU.
Yo.
Yikes.
Let me see where I had this dude ranked. Hold on. Where the hell are you at? Are you that low?
They about to trade for Julio Jones, bro.
Bro, don't tell me that. I'll call cousin up. I'll go drive him. I'll go drive cousin from Atlanta. Shit, I'll make, and I hate that drive down, 10 to the 20. I'll make that drive, bro. All day. Oh my Lord.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I didn't know where I had this dude ranked. I don't even. Honestly, I don't.
You
and
can't
I
find
did,
him nowhere. It's absent.
He don't even have a picture up, so he's absent.
I mean, like, for real. What's it? Vernon Scott.
Vernon.
Hold on.
Vernon Scott.
Vernon.
Or
Vernon Scott.
It's Vernon.
I'm gonna have me a couple of drinks after this. After we're done, I'm having me a few. More than a few. Like,
I'm gonna have to jump off in a little while, actually.
If I was Green Bay, I would have taken fucking Javen White. Damn it.
I think you have your personal opinions about him because you keep hyping him up, and I don't think anybody else thinks the same necessarily.
Scott is my 33rd ranked safety as a free agent and a tryout guy. Like, literally, he's a tryout guy. Like, that's what I have him listed as.
Damn.
Now, yeah, like, that's where there's guys that are. I watched film that were way better than this cat.
What made y'all pass on KJ Hill? I don't understand. KJ Hill just got picked up a couple of picks ago. Like, why did y'all pass on him?
I have no idea. I didn't. Dude, some people have him as a 61st best safety in this class.
Good Lord. LeFleur.
Like, here's the thing. LeFleur. Here's the thing. And I'm gonna shit on my favorite team right now. I said some organizations rely more heavily on their scouting department and some are relying more on analytics. I think Green Bay is one of those teams that's relying more on analytics. They're looking at numbers and measurables versus watching a lot of film. Green Bay used to have a very good and deep scouting department. A lot of those guys have branched off and became general managers and presidents and vice presidents of player personnel. Those guys are no longer with the team. There's a new way of doing things. I don't always agree with it. This is one of those times where I don't agree with it. And if this blows up in their face, there's going to be a lot of hell to pay from fans and people, even though they just were a year removed from the NFC Championship game. It's ridiculous that they've made some of these moves. Like this dude Scott. Like, again, my opinion about Javen White is higher. I've watched him in person. I've watched him live. I'm on the sideline seeing what this guy does. I'm seeing how he moves. You know what I mean?
Player. He was the best player on the field for a lot of UNLV games. On the field.
And that includes games against Vanderbilt. That includes games, those games. He's the best player on the field on either team.
That's what I mean.
It makes there's guys that have no business being drafted ahead of him, and to be in the 7th round and for him to not be drafted, even this is about the time where he's supposed to go, I think it's asinine. It's ridiculous that I'm more upset about that than I am the Green Bay draft because I think Javen is a legitimate NFL player.
Yep. What was his year? Was he a senior?
Javen was a senior, right?
Yeah,
Senior.
he's a senior.
So he's really feeling it right now, huh?
Well,
this is where
I think
he knew he was going to go.
Yeah, this is probably around the time anyway. But then I also believe that if it wasn't for COVID, and he would have got more eyes on him.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot of football people making these decisions, and football guys, if you can get a chance to look at this kid, you'll understand what kind of player he is.
Yeah.
And you know, he's a bit undersized. He played for UNLV naturally. So this is about where you can expect. But what hurt him is not being able to get that exposure after the season between then and now.
Yeah.
Big time. And watch him go to, like, God, I wish Chris was here to jinx it, but watch him go to a team like the Chargers.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, or Denver and just blow up, and you're like, oh damn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then with the cold part is that we knew. It ain't like
Yep.
he's just somebody we didn't know. We knew already.
Hey, look, this is recorded. We could,
Yeah,
press
right.
Oh, we are.
rewind. We said this.
I'm actually gonna hit him right now. You know what I'm saying? Hold on for a minute.
Don't hit him. What if he's emotional?
Nah, he'd
I'm
be
texting.
all right.
He knows. We've had this conversation.
what it
he and
is.
I. You know, Javen and I have had this conversation. You know, I'm very honest. You know, when I talk to these guys about the assessments of, you know, he asked me where I thought. I told him where I thought he. You know, this is where I think you're. You know, where you're gonna fall.
Well, hit him up and tell me if you don't go, just go be a Raider. You'll be all right.
Man.
Like, yeah, but it's, the interest has to be reciprocated.
Yeah, I know, but I want him to be a Raider at this point for what you guys told me about him. Sounds like a Raider.
She does. He
Too
does.
late for that.
Even if it's special teams year one.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll play his way onto the field.
That's why I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like get him on there. Like you know, he can go right along with Moose. I mean, we're not guaranteed Kwiatkowski and Littleton. It could be White and Moose in the future.
Yeah,
Or
we don't
Muse.
know.
Using White in the future.
He would be the perfect fit for that team.
Yeah.
For the Raiders. I mean, literally the perfect.
Well,
the
you got his
perfect-
number, you got Bidane's number, so what's up? Let's do this.
Make
Come on,
connect,
come on,
Joe.
matchmaker. Come on,
Make them
matchmaker.
connect.
I got a few people's numbers, but you know we
Well,
gotta,
then matchmake it. Let's go.
I'm not. Hey, let me ask a question. Let me ask you a question.
Me?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask. It'd be a general question. Okay, so let's say I wear. What am I getting paid out of it?
You're getting paid?
What squeeze?
I love it.
And the word is squeeze. Fuck you, pay me.
Goodness, man.
Uh-huh.
You know, we'll. I mean,
fellas been doing a bit of boozing, have you?
I wish.
nope, not yet. I'm going to be. Shit. In a couple minutes. After we're
Chillin'.
done, I'm throwing them back tonight.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick minute break, so don't get too excited about throwing them back right now. Give us a call at 253-993-3651. That's 253-993-3651. We want to hear what you guys have to say about this draft. Call us anytime. Go Raider Nation. Stay with us.
Las Vegas. Al's Garage is the perfect location for watching your favorite sporting event, including our UNLV Rebels, Las Vegas Golden Knights, and the brand new Las Vegas Raiders. But you can find your favorite game on most of the time, along with everything you need to make your experience watching it perfect, including awesome service, food, and the best drinks in town.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup.
Al's non-smoking, family-friendly environment is the perfect place for the entire family to enjoy a night out with great food and watching the best games. Al's is your place for large parties, fantasy drafts, work gatherings, or just meeting for the big game. For gaming customers, Al's offers a great voucher program, so make sure to inquire with the staff when you're there. Al's Garage is located at 11760 West Charleston in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you. John Cutter is a neighborhood drinking and dining establishment that tends to parched throats and empty bellies for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night noshing. The laid-back atmosphere and awesome food is perfect for getting away from the hustle and bustle of the strip. The menu is short and sweet and does the trick anytime, day or night. The steaks are 100% Angus beef and the fish is flown in fresh. No freezers here, so you can be sure that the meal is made from the freshest ingredients available. From steaks and seafood to sandwiches, wings, and salads, you'll have no quarrel with the food, trust me. And stick around, because the later it gets, the more the place percolates. John Cutter's is located at 11770 West Charleston Boulevard in Summerlin. Tell them the franchise sent you.
Welcome back, Raider Nation. We are back, and I want to hear what you guys have to say about this draft. And until you guys call in, Knight, what is your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway from a Raider perspective or the whole draft?
I want to hear both.
So from a whole draft perspective, I think Miami did a real good job of all the picks that they gathered to start rebuilding their franchise. I believe that some of the key teams, when you look at like Cincinnati, you could throw in there too, picking up a hometown boy in Burrow. The AFC West in general, I was hoping that the Raiders can gain some ground on Kansas City and really separate themselves from the rest of the pack, but it didn't happen that way. I think it's going to be really, really a competitive division, which is scary and exciting at the same time. So I think the draft as a whole, I think it was pretty successful for the NFL, being that COVID changed the dynamic and the layout. It was a very successful situation. And first and foremost, thank you to TQ and Joe for putting this all together, man. I've had a blast. This is probably one of the best drafts I've had, considering being able to hang out here and talk football and joke around and have fun at the same time. It's just been an amazing experience. As far as the Raiders go, I might have came in with a heavy defensive type heart, and it's the draft started off perfect. You got a weapon as a wide receiver. You got a cornerback weapon. I was happy, and then it just went all offense. But looking, hindsight being 2020 as the year is 2020. They drew their line in the sand and said, we're going to be an offensive football team and we're going to explode. And they stuck to a plan, and I could respect that. So I'm really excited for the 2020 season.
Love it. How about you, Joe?
I like what the Raiders did. That they addressed, I think, every major need that they had, and they got faster. They got stronger in certain areas, but they got guys that fit what they wanted to do. I think the NFL does have a problem, though, and it's going to sound kind of funny to say, but the NFL draft went a lot smoother than it had in past years, and this format is probably better than they anticipated. So they're going to have to turn around and reevaluate some things going forward. But overall, I think a lot of teams improved. I think some teams didn't. I think a lot of teams, and it sounds like well, no shit, Joe, but but you look at the Raiders, the AFC West. I think they all improved. I think the Miami Dolphins improved. The Buffalo Bills, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Those teams all really did a hell of a job. And I think you got a team like Atlanta who, it was cool having them draft Hennessy. You get Hennessy Atlanta jersey. I mean, you can't go wrong. We joke about that. Cushenberry to Denver, you joke about that, but those are good fits for those organizations. So, and Dallas, I mean, Jerry Jones flexed, okay, Cliff Kingsbury, you got your badass house. Well, check out my $250 million yacht. You know what I mean? Like, you see stuff like that, and you get to see how the other side lives a little bit, right? So I enjoyed the draft, and I'm glad we were a part of it. You guys are all a part of it, and everybody that's taking the time to watch these marathon shows that we're doing, that you guys were a part of it as well.
Yeah. My biggest takeaway is am I still on there?
Yeah, you're here.
You guys hear me? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So my biggest takeaway overall, I think there are some teams who came up and did really well. Particularly the Ravens, they did pretty good. They came up on Justin Matabuke, J.K. Dobbins, and then who else? Patrick Queen. I think they have a really good, well-run organization, and their scouting departments did their job as far as looking at film. With the Raiders, I'm actually pretty impressed. I think that a lot of people doubted them with the Damon Arnett pick and then going forth. But with the last few picks that we made and the trade that we made, it really came into place and we came up, especially on the cornerback. So I really, really like it. I'm super, super happy about the Raiders. And I'm excited about the season. So, and then there are teams who didn't come up as much, like the Bears, but it's all right because, okay. It's all right, but yeah, I think this draft was pretty successful. This is my first time doing the draft, and this is my first time ever hosting. So I'm really thankful that you, Joe, gave me this opportunity. This was really fun for me. I had a lot of fun, although we had a lot of delays, a lot of freezing. I think that it's still pretty successful, and we're only at the beginning. So I love you guys.
We set the foundation is what we did, and everybody had technical difficulties. The internet is on fire. Everybody's on the internet, especially in bigger cities like Las Vegas. So, me and Joe being able to hold it down. Fresno's not the smallest town in the valley, but it's the valley, so it's not as big as Vegas or anything like that. So you did a fantastic job, Nia. You should give yourself a pat on the back. You really killed it.
Big time.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. You guys did good too.
Don't worry about this, guys.
Hey, don't worry about Joe. Joe's struggling.
Don't worry about this guy's face right here. Don't worry about that guy's face.
Joe's having so much fun.
Just look at his jersey. That says the kind of weekend Joe had right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers didn't come up at all, guys. We see that.
Don't worry, my soundboard's not
Was there not one player that sparked your interest for the Green Bay Packers?
I like the first two picks. I don't have a problem with the Jordan Love pick. Unlike TQ, I think it's a phenomenal pick for him because you have to look ahead as well as project, where you're at now. And when you have a quarterback that's been injured to the last 3 years, no matter how great he has been in the past, you got to make sure you cover your ass a little bit. And that's what they did. They got a guy that can teach the system and groom, and hopefully they grow into being an elite level quarterback. And if he does do that, that's 3 quarterbacks. That's 45 years of being a quarterback, of having great quarterback playing the NFL, which is unheard of. And I really like the A.J. Dillon pick. I think he's got a chance to be a very good back, and if he has to play an extended period of time, he's a guy that can do it. I like that pick a lot. After that, where's the receiver? I would have liked to have seen another corner. I would like, the safety they picked, go get Javen damn White. Shit, but, they can't even do that now. So, I mean, whatever, it's they're
especially in a draft where wide receiver was the heaviest it's been probably ever. You guys can't even get one.
Yeah, this was a very
deep
wide out draft.
And
they didn't get one. It's not you couldn't, you just didn't.
Yeah, they just didn't. They chose not.
That's
to,
worse. That's worse.
Yeah, and for me, but then I go back to what I tell anybody any other time. I have my board and what look, they must like their receiver room and their D-line room more than, people outside of it, and I think that, they have a better idea of what their needs and whatnot is compared to, what I think or anybody else thinks. So, it is what it is. They get paid millions of dollars to do their job, and we're running the franchise, so.
Farrell Hester, my goddad, says AFC West is the Big 12 of the NFL.
True. Yeah, it's going to be definitely an offensive powerhouse. So.
Yeah, for sure.
So, hey, what do you think about the Raiders draft, Squeeze? the first couple of days.
He's dogging you right now,
really?
dude. He's giving you the look right now. He's saying,
really?
hey, just wait. Just wait. He's telling you, just wait. Wait till you get back to Vegas. Just wait.
Oh, man.
2022. We in there.
2022 draft, I think I told you on the show a couple weeks ago that it was going to happen. If I remember right, that's where,
I think you guys said it at the beginning. You said 2022 at the beginning, which is nice.
Yeah. So I mean,
we've been talking about it for a while.
So I'm just kind of okay, what it is. I'm with it. I'm excited for it. it's been a long 3 days, and you know, I will say this. What we've all done.
It's been a long 3 weeks, Joe.
They don't. Okay, so I'll pull the curtain back. Nye and I have had at least half hour, 35, 40-minute conversations up until this week, probably every day or every other day. Like text messages. We as a group done various run-throughs, so like fake shows, you know, like practice shows that we put together, so we can kind of know where we're going, and then having to do a rundown and say this is how it's kind of going to go, and then let things happen organically. So it's been a lot of work. I mean, there's been a lot of missed sleep, I think, from everybody involved, and kind of adjusting schedules and whatnot. So except for this guy gets to do whatever he wants to do.
He gets to chill.
He just posted up right over your shoulder, looking over you. Don't make a mistake, Joe. I'm watching you, boy. Yeah. Hey, did you make those phone calls? Did you write? Did you write me an article, Joe?
Hey, Verb. Hey, Verb. Look here. Look here, Verb. All right, look. Hey, man. Look. Let me tell you. You know, but it's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and everybody involved, from, you know, Nye to Chris to Unite to just everybody involved that's played a role in this, to everybody that's listened and joined us, man. Like, thank you so much. And you know what? And I'm gonna, you know, somebody that I you hear me talk about, Jaleesa, my girlfriend, like what she's done to help like me set the room up and adjusting things that she has going on, and you know, I give her all the credit in the world, even, you know, just making sure everything is.
And feeding you. Yep, feeding you too.
Well, not today, you know.
She did a fantastic job,
Not
dude.
yet.
But there's always room for improvement, Jaleesa. And from now on, could you please dress the man? Because he's embarrassing himself on here with that shirt.
No, she got me this for my birthday, her and my grandmother.
Jaleesa, see, man.
Thank you, Jaleesa, for putting. Now you need to go give her your time, full attention, because she's been dealing with you, paying attention to this, literally 20 hours of your day. Like you're up all night studying.
More than like the first. Okay, so Tuesday and Wednesday, I got 3 hours sleep combined, and then that's why, like, on Thursday, my eyes look like this. I was just like, what was that movie, Roger Rabbit? You know, when
with that, the guy's like, oh, and you laugh like him too. I just thought about that. See, there it is.
Well, that's what my eyes look like. And my grandmother was like, you look like you were drunk. I said, I wasn't drunk. I had like 2 beers. Like, you know, whatever. I told her how much sleep I got. But then I went to bed. I got 8 hours and I was good. So, yeah, Jaleesa, thank you for bringing me the beers all the time. That is true.
Yes.
But that don't stop with our shows. The shows are still happening. We're still going to do that. But
for sure. I had mimosas. I had pizza.
It
guac.
is tiring.
I had it all.
When are you guys doing? When are you guys doing the next Raiders show?
Oh, Wednesday for sure.
Wednesday?
But we'll have to talk. But Wednesday for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, we gotta, like, we'll put out more content. Like, in the next the next few weeks, we're gonna have basically shows and have our schedules of shows, you know, starting to run. So,
and your girl Nye's gonna have a show. Hey.
There it is.
Yes, she is.
About to get it on poppin'.
We have another show called the 70213 podcast. It's a Lakers show. We have another show called the Burger Boys, which is a college basketball show. The UNLV Hoops podcast. We will have.
Did you say the Lakers one?
Yeah, 70213. Yeah. We will have our UNLV athletics show, which will be football, you know, football and what's going on in the world of UNLV athletics. So we have a bunch, plus all the Raider stuff. All of our Raider stuff, I believe, if I remember correctly, is going to be 7 o'clock weekly. So you'll have, or daily, so you'll have a 7 o'clock show daily, Raider Nation, to go to every single night to vent your frustrations or just have whatever talk you want to have, talk about. Even this guy, this joker right here, will even have a show. You know what I'm saying? We'll have our show.
What's his show going to be called?
Well, it's our show. It's the franchise. It's the franchise podcast. So it's gonna be us together. Hey, Knight. I think Ruse said he's trying to call in. But
yeah. I just saw it right now. No, yeah, he's out. He gets automatic.
So,
I'll bring him in right now.
All right. So, it's just there's a lot of things that the franchise has in store for everybody, and it's just everything's more content coming out. I don't know if I want to write it. I may have somebody else write a draft recap because I need time to decompress for the next 2 days. But I will say what I was gonna say before I gave Jaleesa her props was nobody lost their voice, and that's important, because if you go back a couple years, Mike Mayock loses his voice midway through the last round of every draft for NFL Network.
Yeah.
There's hosts and hostesses that lose their voice throughout a show, and that's not us. So I'm glad.
I would never lose my voice. I talk a lot, so and I'm loud, right?
No.
Yeah.
You talk a lot? No way.
Oh, I thought you were talking about being loud. That's not you, girl. That's your mic.
Both. Both.
But you're good. We'll fix that. We'll fix that all up. Hey, let's go ahead. We're gonna bring in Ruse.
What's up,
Ruse?
Ruse?
Ruse has been solid, man. Being consistent, Ruse. What's up, brother?
Thank you, Ruse.
Oh, don't tell me we're gonna have that problem. All right, Ruse. Now you're up, dude. You there, Ruse? Did I not get the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Here we go again. It was acting funny because my computer got hot. I mean, it's been on for 18 hours in the past 3 days. Hang in there, Ruse.
I'm gonna let Knight handle that. So okay. So Knight, what's the first thing you're gonna do now that the draft is just about over?
So let me tell you, my place is a disaster right now because I've been running back and forth trying to figure out Wi-Fi, freaking out. So everything's everywhere from getting ready every day. So the first thing I'm going to do is pack a bag and go kick it with my family. That's all I want to do right now is hang out with my family. We dance, we have fun, we eat. My dad's getting me food. I just want to be spoiled right now. How about you guys?
I want to be spoiled too.
You've been getting spoiled.
I know.
Hey, Ruse, does that work, Ruse? Are you there? Dang, Ruse, I think the phone lines are dead and down, bro.
Sorry, Ruse. Are you going to take a nap? No,
me?
right? Are you guys taking a nap after this?
I'm going to go chill with the wife and watch some movies. Yeah, I'm going to chill back. She's taking care of me today like nothing, man. I'm not telling you, I have had mimosas, guacamole and chips, pizza.
I'm gonna go get some chicken tacos. That's what I'm gonna do. Go get some
You love tacos. You definitely a Latin, aren't you?
Do you like shrimp, Joe?
I like if it's fried. I don't like
shrimp.
it raw. You know what
Dude,
I mean?
there's a place in town. I'm gonna sound like Rich right now. There's a place in town. There's 3 different spots. One on Kings Canyon, which might be the closest to you. There's one right there on Blackstone, and over here on Herndon and Ingram. It's called Don Pepe's.
Oh, yeah.
The spicy shrimp tacos with the spicy Corona, dude. You're in business, bro.
Yum.
Bomb.
That may be, but I don't. The texture of certain seafood I can't eat, like the rubbery, fatty texture. It doesn't. Man, I'll throw
So you don't like salmon, tilapia, none of that, huh?
If it's fried, I do.
You don't like oysters?
No.
You are missing out. Oysters grilled is fire.
I can't do it. I can't do it. But and it sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some chicken tacos and I'll probably go sit down, eat.
Joe loves pink tacos. Is that true?
Indeed, yes.
All right. Wow. Now I just wow.
Salute. But I'm gonna sit down. I don't know what's gonna be on TV, and I'll probably end up passing out if I don't get kicked for passing out, and I'll have that look when I wake up and be like, "What the fuck?"
You got 18 hours of airtime and you fall asleep now? Really?
Yeah, and if the draft was still going, you'd still be, probably. But, I'm just gonna chill, and it's this is the thing. I'll probably, I'm probably gonna inundate her, but I'll probably put on the NFL Network, to be honest with you, and to see their recap and, hear how Green Bay gets hammered for having the worst draft in the NFL, and just kind of chill out and vibe. I mean, at the end of the day, that's where it is. That's what I want to do right now. Just kind of chill out.
Just chill. Yeah. That's what I want to do too, guys. Chill.
I mean, and the cool part is, like, everybody has watched, like, various parts of the draft. I haven't watched a single moment of it, to be honest.
I haven't either because the service is terrible. I really want to catch up on that. At least the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, like, I'm in the room, the kids' room, and their TV doesn't have ESPN or NFL Network. So, I'm not, everything I've gotten is straight from people that work there, and, other methods. So, I know Rue said, what a perfect TQ picture. That's how he's looked all weekend. Didn't I say that when I put it up there? See, Squeeze? You are predictable, buddy.
Oh, hey, kiss him on the cheek, Joe. Kiss him on the cheek, Joe.
No.
he almost did it though. He thought about it. He turned around real quick.
I see you pucker those lips.
No. Never.
He has to save that for Jalecia.
Man, it's crazy, but I'm gonna chill out. I'm just gonna chill out and.
Me too. Put my feet up. I mean, we've been sitting for long, so maybe I don't want to sit, but I want to lay down. I want to lay.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay back. My back is all cramped up. I'm just like, man.
Man, so they get caught up in the last little part of the draft. There's a guy that got picked a few picks ago by the Miami Dolphins, named Malcolm Perry, and they listed him as a wide receiver, but he was Navy's quarterback, and for the last couple of years. He played receiver there early on. He is a special player, and now the schools like Navy and Army, Air Force, the service academies, they have a new rule instituted. I believe this is the first year, or maybe the second year, that if you get drafted to a NFL team, you do not have to complete your 4-year obligation, your military obligation. So
yo, hold up.
Oh, here it is.
Listen. See.
What's up, TQ?
I'm trying to get my day going here, and I'm getting all this flow to my phone saying that Joe's on here being real disrespectful and acting like an ass. So as soon as I turn the shit on, I say I don't like your background.
No, look at the comment. Look at the comments. What a perfect TQ picture. LOL, that's how his face looks all weekend.
Yo, Rouge, you played me, bro. You play me, Rouge.
Disrespectful to you, brother.
You play me just like this guy.
Never disrespectful.
Yo, bro. You know what? I can't believe you got that right now. But see, the real homies is hitting me up saying, you better go check Joe, Squeeze. Better holler at Joe.
Hey, look, Rouge said the same thing as I did yesterday. What's the deal with Thaddeus Moss?
Nope.
Why is he not drafted yet? I said the same thing, Rouge, and they got on me. So
he's got a medical issue, huh?
His foot is that's what it is. Squeeze. This is my face because of Green Bay's draft. I'm using this because of Green Bay's draft. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
It's supposed to be your expression, or
Green Bay draft got me looking like you and Daly, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do you? Shit. Yeah.
All right. You got that.
Yeah, I'm just saying so. I'm walking around like this all season, like, the fuck?
Oh, shit.
See, as I say, what do you think about my squad strap, bro? Exactly.
Boy, you stupid, man.
Of course. You know me, bro. You know how I am. I'm gonna have fun with it.
Hey, Ruse, we all right, bro. We all right. I ain't mad at you, homie.
Oh
my goodness.
Plenty of other things he could be mad at right now than that, for sure.
For real, for real.
So Squeeze. Now that the draft is just about over, we are talking about what is people going to be. What are you going to be doing now that the draft is just about over?
Oh man, it's back to the boring life of quarantine. Feel what I'm saying? Every day, wishing I could watch some current sports. I will say this much though. I am very excited about episode 3 and 4 tomorrow of The Last Dance. Like that's some
Me too.
That's some very good television, and that's gonna be a good 2 hours. Just like the draft did. It did take my mind away from, we've been on this quarantine shit for a while now, man. And as positive as you try to be about it, I run around my neighborhood and you can see it on people's faces, man. They just want some interaction with human beings. You know what I'm saying? So anything to kind of pull our minds away from it. And, with us being sports fanatics, this thing just kind of just took everything from us, took our livelihood, just kind of took everything. So the draft was a welcome release from it. And then The Last Dance has also been pretty good. I actually watched both episodes twice. It was that good. And I remember being them teams just completely shitting on us at the time. Yeah. It didn't feel good then, but when you look back at it, man, you can't really do nothing but give them respect because they was doggish, boy.
Those Bulls teams were so much fun to watch. In fact, I'm gonna put this up for members of the homie. Those Bulls teams were so much fun to watch, and they did. And Jordan, that's why. Look, my boy, my friend, God rest his soul, Squeeze. I know like how you felt about him. He's the closest thing we've ever seen to Mike, and I think will be the closest thing we'll ever see to Mike. And to go back and relive those Bulls teams and watch that and bring back memories of, late teens, early 20s. Those were some special teams, and
special to the, but it was they special to a point of right after seeing, Kobe's Lakers, seeing LeBron's Heat, seeing the Golden State Warriors. The appreciation, how we throw around the words greatest teams of all time. Like we throw it around because it leaves the memory how good these dudes were for such a sustained time. And then we also forget the man went and played baseball for 2 years, year and a half. Nobody would have beat him if he kept going. It would have been 8 championships straight.
Yeah, it would have been more than back to back.
Real talk. Houston could not have beat them, even with Olajuwon playing out of his mind for them years. They couldn't have beat Jordan in 7 games. It was just impossible to do. That was a well-oiled machine 2 times in a row. And the fact that it hasn't been seen like this, people don't get to watch these younger kids, how basketball has changed so much. They can, you say Kobe Bryant's name and you compare him to Jordan, or you say LeBron's name, you compare him to Jordan. But did you get a chance to watch? Did you get a chance to remember? Yeah. You weren't there to actually see how unstoppable Jordan was. It was like it was nothing he couldn't do. So to be able to get the younger generation to see it, to see what we saw growing up at the perfect time, it's a good idea, man.
And the man consumed my childhood, dude. I'm literally wearing the shorts and it's tattooed on my leg right now. The flight symbol's tattooed on my leg right now.
Really?
It is.
Bro, I got them. It's on my shorts right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. It's like my daughter.
It's on my feet.
Guess what her name is?
Jordan.
Yep.
Look at
just
that.
Saying, like that's my favorite number, 23. That's just it's my whole livelihood.
Look at that.
The thing it irritates me about The Last Dance and how it's being portrayed. And I'm not being a hater, but I think we're having revisionist history on who Steve Kerr was. Steve Kerr was an 8th man on the bench that was just a shooter. He wasn't a vital part of the team or integral part of the team. He was an 8th man on the team. And I think they're making it sound like Steve Kerr was a part of the big 3. No, the big 3 was Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, and Kukoc. And then you had guys on the bench. You had Ron Harper who played a bigger role.
BJ Armstrong.
Well, he wasn't.
But Kerr had his moments though, Berg. Kerr had his.
He did.
He had some ice cold shots that made you say, "God damn it, there they go again."
But I can't wait for the story and this to come out when Jordan busted his ass in his eye because Kerr was talking shit at practice, and Jordan was like, "Man, you've failed everywhere you've gone. You just were a shooter. You're not an all-star. You're not an all-NBA dude. You're a shooter. Shut the fuck up." And then Kerr shut up. And
what else was he gonna do?
Then he says this to him, right? They're on the bench, and Jordan's like, "You're gonna be open. Pass me the ball. I'll hit the shot. I'll hit the shot." Yeah, you better hit it, because Jordan will bust your ass in your eye again. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like,
come on, man.
to me,
Steve Kerr got a lot of hardware, bro, as a player and a coach, more than most people.
No, he got a lot of hardware. He took over. Like, I don't think Golden State would have won titles without him as their head coach when, they moved on from Mark Jackson. But
he was the starting point guard for the Bulls, though. What are you talking about?
No, he wasn't. Who was? No, he wasn't.
Who
Ron
was?
Harper. It was Jordan, Harper, Pippen, Rodman, Longley, or Bill
Cartwright.
Okay.
And then he wasn't there with Cartwright. It was talking about during this season. It was Longley.
Are you talking about
Rodman?
Yeah, Kurt.
Longley, Rodman, Pippen, Jordan, Harper. And
Right.
the reason why Phil Jackson started Harper was because of his knees. And after he got going in warm-ups, when his knees cooled down, because they're arthritic, it was a hard time to get going. So he kept his knees warm by starting them. Plus, he played better defense.
Kerr played a lot of ball, though. You made it like Kerr was just sitting on the bench and he come in and shoot a shot.
He made a lot of big shots.
He played a lot of ball for the Bulls, though. He wasn't just like he was definitely deep in. He was in the rotation, like 6 man off the bench.
I said he was in the rotation.
Okay.
No, he wasn't 6.
But
he was like
he's
7 or
heavy
8.
off.
You know
He's
what I'm saying?
heavy in the
That's what I said.
rotation, though.
Phil would go 8, 9 deep, so he would get a lot of playing time. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying the role that he played, he wasn't one of the big 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying? It's a secondary role. And
But I think part of it is he's a personality now, though. He's bringing entertainment to the piece, bro. He's won championships as a coach now. People know who he is.
As much as I know people want to remember him for leading Golden State to a title, or
not only that,
whatever.
he led them to the best season ever. He led a team,
but they didn't win the title.
Break his own record.
73-9, and they lied, bro. 73-9, and they lied, and they blew a 3-1 lead in the finals.
I get that, but what I'm saying is
that's
significant.
And that team is nowhere near the Bull team of Jordan.
That's not what I'm
team
saying.
Would sweep that team.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
he's
the
saying
significance
is
of
Steve Kerr
was the one that was playing on the team that had the record, and then he coached the team that broke the record. That's all I'm saying.
I get that. I'm just.
It's
not
the
a
reason
guy.
to include him the way that they're including him, because it's a talking point.
Because he's relevant. He's relevant today. Because he's relevant today. That's
right.
The only reason why he's relevant today.
Exactly.
But at the same time, Gus asked Paxson or Kerr. I'm taking Paxson. He also hit a big game-winning shot.
Paxson, that was the other name I was thinking of.
And
Paxson was a big.
And
I'm taking Kerr over Paxson.
I remember how I think of Kerr is his failing as a general manager and a head coach in Phoenix. That's how I know Kerr. When he had the opportunity to build a team, he failed at it. And then it was like, okay, you built it, you coach it, and he failed at it. So he's coaching the parts of what Mark Jackson and Jerry West and their ownership group has built up there. He's doing what Phil did. He's managing egos, but he's not the guy that Phil is as a coach. And that's he's doing his. I enjoyed watching them win 13 or 14 games this year. Honestly, I enjoyed it because it was like, shut the hell up. The bandwagon got released. Now go back to the teams you really were rooting for. You know what I'm saying? And us diehard Laker fans stayed on the bandwagon and now are flipping everybody off as we're gonna win another title, number 17.
That Golden State shit never meant nothing to me. I'm a Laker fan like that. Come on, man. Been beating them for so many years.
Right.
Get out of here.
Are y'all true Laker fans, or you guys
till the wheels fall off and we're rolling on the iron?
Are y'all double riding that horse like you with the 49ers, TQ, and you with the Packers?
No.
Raider Nation, baby. Knight and I are the true Raider Nation fans.
Please.
Here.
Please.
Through and through.
I've been rooting on the for the Raiders and the 49ers when you was a little swimmer, little mama.
Whatever.
Just when you think it's over, ladies and gentlemen, right?
Yeah.
So Ruse brought up something right now. He says Kerr inherited a great situation from Mark Jackson, who got a raw deal in Golden State, and Mark Jackson got blackballed because of his religious beliefs. It's not why Mark Jackson got blackballed.
Look what else Ruse said though. 22 minutes per game. That's what I figured.
I seen that. Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say he was a 7 or 8 minute guy. He's not fucking what was it, Craig Hodges?
Yeah, that's what you was acting like. Yeah, you acting like he was Craig Hodges.
No, I wasn't. I'm just saying he wasn't.
He should get some pub for 22 minutes a game. He should get the pub that he's getting in the dock.
I want to
for
see what
22
he
minutes
averaged. Ruse, did you're good with numbers? What did he average a game during that season? I bet you it was like 7 points. But my point is, when Mark Jackson, he's not blackballed because of his religious beliefs. There's more to that story on what happened in the locker room and what he did to Steph and Clay and what was told that will never be released to the public. And there's a reason why Mark Jackson won't coach in the NBA again. And if he does, it's going to be with the. Oh, I know, yeah. And there's a owner, and unless it's an owner that really truly wants to put him out there. And no, it's not because he's against gay marriage and whatnot. That's part of it. He averaged 8 points a game. That's what he averaged. Where he's getting all that pub for averaging 8 points a game. He averages Lonzo Ball points a game.
Lonzo Ball don't have all them championships, man. The man went to the Spurs and won 2, didn't he?
On the backs of Tim Duncan.
So what? He still shot the rock. When they give him the rock and shoot the rock goes in. What?
Robert Horry is
Robert Horry.
Robert's big shot Rob. Rob hit him clutch shot after clutch shot after clutch shot.
Kerr did the same thing. He ain't do the same thing. Don't get me wrong.
One clutch shot.
He didn't hit just one clutch shot, man. Kerr was a hell of a shooter,
yes,
bro.
For a title, yes, he did.
The hell of a shooter, man.
And he did that, and he did that in 97, 96, 97, not 97, 98.
Kerr was wet. If he wasn't wet, he wouldn't be playing 22 minutes a game for the Bulls. Be quiet. What are you talking about? Crazy. That's one of the best teams of all time, and he's playing 22 minutes, and you trying to say he's a bum. How can you play 22 minutes on Michael Jordan's team and you're a bum? Can't happen.
Feel like them.
This guy.
TQ and Joe at it again.
Yeah, because you know what it is? He's on
round 20.
It's this Green Bay thing. He has he has a hate for Chicago like no other. I don't understand it.
No, I don't.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
No, I don't.
Chicago anything. He hates Chicago with his whole heart. It's like, bruh, I thought it was just the Bears. Why does it have to trickle off into everything?
Nope.
We can't even get a Chicago deep dish pizza around this joint. Good Lord.
Full disclosure, when the Lakers weren't winning during that time period, the other team I was rooting for, I was a Jordan like night. I had everything. Jordan was my guy, so I was rooting like hell for them to win titles. You know what I'm saying? So I remember these teams. I know all about these teams. I watched them religiously. I love these teams. I think it's the best team in NBA history. Honestly, I'll put them up against anybody. I know Shaq said that the difference between and Ruse brings up 2 good points. I love Ruse. I like how you thinking right now. You know, Kerr's a coattail rider, and he only played because Ron Harper had to limit his minutes.
Man, y'all act like Kerr didn't have.
Don't matter though. It don't matter. He still got the time.
What y'all talking about?
You can't blame Kerr's career just off Ron Hopper's knees. That's not right. That could have been anybody else.
I bet
Pharaoh Hester says Tay Crowder is Mr. Irrelevant
from Georgia.
Who is it?
Oh,
Tay Crowder from Georgia.
Tay Crowder.
Linebacker.
Damn it, and that means Javen White did not get drafted.
He didn't get drafted.
But that's all right. You know what the Raiders just did? They just posted on Instagram a picture of all of the undrafted guys on the team, saying they still building. So it's still some hope.
I like that.
Yeah.
I would love that. Yeah.
The 85 Lakers would be a good. Them and the Bulls would be a good. Okay, let me say this. Those Bulls teams, let's say from 96, 97 through this generation would beat all these teams. But that 85 Lakers team was a different beast. That was a different team.
I don't know.
Before Jordan, I was a big Magic dude.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I agree, Ruse. I agree with you. I think he gonna make it in. I think Jaden's getting in there, man. Undrafted.
Yeah, I'm waiting on him to hit me back. I know he's busy. I hit him up, waiting on Jaden to hit me back. But I guess at the end of the day, I like where I like what they're doing with this, and like I was talking about earlier, Kobe was actually documenting his final season with the Lakers, and when he passed away, he was in the process of editing it. So we're gonna have that, and again, that's gonna be an emotional roller coaster for a lot of us that knew him, loved him, cared about him, admired him. So I mean, I'm gonna be waiting anxiously for that to come out, but to see this Bulls documentary, and I knew Krause was a douche, and you heard the whole thing, but I'm really intrigued in how Jordan, Pippen, and the rest of them were just giving him the business.
Yeah, it was douchey back and forth. It wasn't just one sided from what it didn't show so far.
I like that.
But it's a trip, man. I think I alluded to this earlier, like how it doesn't matter across the landscape of sports, like those dynasties, man, they just can't stay together. And the reason why they can't stay together is always some petty shit. Always. It's like it's always like, okay, I didn't play a couple of years for the common good now, but I don't like this asshole, so I ain't doing it no more. We done won the rings enough. You know what I'm saying? And it just would seem like with the amount of talent, you keep on going for it until somebody knocks you off the top. Like you keep whatever you got to put up with, you keep on going for it because you're building a legacy, you're building an HOF, you building what you leave after you die. So it just seems to me like the pettiness, man. Like we walk into the bank together, let's walk. We can hate each other and hold hands to the bank, right?
Yep,
damn,
100%. But see, I think that's where ego comes into play. Like Krause's ego was like this: I want to build this team, doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. Well, look, you got the greatest player ever, arguably the greatest coach ever, the greatest number 2 guy ever. You got the best rebounder right now. Keep winning until
keep
and then you can get into your rebuilding.
Just keep going. Just and then you've been playing together. You don't have to go hang with each other. You don't have to go to the movies together. You don't have to go team build. Fuck all of that. Just win. Just keep winning. You hate each other. Don't talk to each other when you ain't on the court.
I'm sure it's not that easy, though.
Why not? Yes, that's why I'm asking. Why not?
Yes, it is.
You grown men. You've been playing together for all of this time, and you've been winning. Why do you have to love this guy?
It's called ego.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It seems to me as if it should be the reason to check your ego. It should be a bigger reason than your ego. Like the fruit at the end of checking your ego is more championships. They stopped winning when they were still the best, and nobody stopped them. They just decided they was gonna stop themselves.
Rue says, agreed, TQ, but keep in mind that the NBA season is a grind.
Right.
They play well over 100 games to win a championship. The last 5 years, the Warriors played an extra season. 6 seasons in 5 years, it adds up.
It does. I agree. But then, so what do you say? What happens when you look in the mirror and say, okay, fuck these dudes. I don't want to win no more championships. Yeah. That's not in me. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
I don't either. And me, I'm the type of guy, if I got something special cooking right now, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm the one, and I'm the GM, and let's say Squeeze, you're the head coach, and we may have some type of beef. Hey, keep winning. I'm
whatever we gotta do. Yeah.
Hey, my ego wants to be the greatest ever. He got the most titles as a GM. That's what my ego's telling me.
How you gonna do that? You gotta win. You gotta win. That's how the way to be that is win. So if you don't if I'm the coach and you don't like me, you the GM, and I'm winning, it behooves you to keep dealing with me because I'm winning.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
Yep.
That's true.
Hey, Ruse brought up Cash Money. He says they could have been bigger than Death Row so much
Case in
talent
point.
and it all fell apart. Very good
The
point.
same question that I asked about these dynasties, I could ask about that situation also. It's the same thing. When you're winning, why stop winning? It's nobody forcing you to stop winning. You just decide that you can't get along with the people that you're winning with.
Right.
Who cares if you can't get along with the people that you're winning with? If me and Wayne making hit records together, who cares if we like each other or not? Doesn't matter.
Well, just don't call them ugly anymore.
I mean, it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter,
shit.
man.
You know,
But it's the truth, though. It's the truth, and it happens across sports, from baseball, basketball, any dynasty you can think of. It always happens. It's due to ego. It makes no sense, but it'll continue to happen.
I mean, I like, you look at Shaq and Kobe. I think as they got older, they realized, you know, that if they just would have done some things differently on both ends, things, you know, they could have went on a bigger ride. But what nobody realized, and I think, Squeeze, you and I know this, and I seen it in the locker room, what they seen and what they played with the media wasn't always the case. Like there's a genuine like I love you, brother. I love you, brother. We got to do this, but I know how I can get the best out of you, and you know how to get the best out of me. So we're gonna go ahead and go. This is how we're gonna do it. And it's the only way they knew how. But they probably could have done things differently, you know, looking back. But you know, that if they would have stayed together, that's another one. If they could have won a hell of a lot more titles, as you know, because I know Jordan and Pippen may be the best duo I've seen, but I think Shaq and Kobe were I mean, that's equal.
I don't pick Jordan and Pippen as the best duo. I pick Shaq and Kobe as the best duo. That's the best duo I ever saw. Because Shaq was unstoppable. Shaq was, Jordan was unstoppable, but it's a different kind. Shaq was unstoppable, meaning like, I'm too big, strong, powerful, and unstoppable for you, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Regardless of what defense you play on me, regardless of what your skill set is, you can't deal with me because I'm bigger and stronger than you. That's a different kind of domination than Kareem's or Jordan's. So for that reason, that's why I'd say the 2000 Laker team will also give them Bulls teams a run for their money, because it was at a time when Shaq hadn't got to unstoppable yet. But at the time when around 2000, you couldn't touch Shaq. Shaq just was ridiculous. Do you remember Allen Iverson after I think it might have been the third game of that final series? They had won the first game. I
remember.
And it may have been after the third, and he couldn't say nothing. It's just like, man, it's just Shaq, man. They got Shaq. Can't do nothing with Shaq. and period. That's just was anybody's answer for Shaq at the time. And I can't see nothing on that Bulls team at that time that could have dealt with him and Kobe and the team that they had then. Like that they might have got ran.
All right, guys.
Ran.
They might have got ran, bro.
Any last words? Because we are coming to an end with the 2020 NFL Draft.
Last word on the Raiders draft. How y'all feel about this Raiders draft? How you feel about it, Nah?
I'm very impressed. At first, especially with y'all in my ear, I was really happy about the Henry Ruggs pick, because obviously he has... Are you pointing to who? Joe? Anyway, I was really happy about the Henry Ruggs pick because he's super athletic and he did really, really well in his combine, which pretty much showed something. With the Damon Arnett, I personally don't know much about him, but from watching tape about him, he has skill that he can really bring to the Raiders. And then with the rest of the picks, like, we're on it. Like, I don't know about y'all, but the Raiders are going to kill it this season, and I'm having high hopes, but I'm pretty satisfied. How about you, Knight?
I think that when you highlight both draft along with free agency, I am more excited about our offense. But I came in wanting an offensive weapon and some defensive players, and I know I didn't get it. But at the same time, when I look at how they handle themselves as an organization by coming up with a game plan for the offseason, executing it, and not letting anything get in their way. I mean, they sold all their back-end picks to make sure they got all their picks by round 4. And you know they're not done. I mean, TQ just reported they're posting stuff on Instagram like, oh, we ain't done yet.
Right.
Like, they already have guys pegged that they knew that they didn't have to draft. So go ahead and why do we need to draft them? We'll just sell them all out, go get these cats, and then we're going to go get those dudes. But you look at the AFC West in general, it's going to be an offensive powerhouse, and the Raiders are going to be able to keep up with the points part of it for sure. So I'm excited. I'm excited for what 2020 has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, it started off rough for me, which I figured John Gruden was not getting out of there without getting one of them receivers. But like I say, I have my philosophy.
Had you looking like this?
Snap.
He loves it. He just loves it, right? It's this guy. Jeez.
I'm gonna take
anyway,
it off. I just like
they you know, I have my philosophy about how you win championships. But the Raiders have a lot of time, regardless of what the nation says. We're the most passionate fan base in the NFL. So when you watching social media and you talking to Raider fans, sometimes they make you feel like the sky is falling. You know what I'm saying? I knew in my heart Derek Carr is the quarterback for this team going forward. I pretty much knew he wasn't going to waste no pick on no quarterback. But I wanted more
backup too, so I'm not worried about that.
Exactly. I wanted more defensive players, but I also have to remember what the Raiders did in free agency, which I wasn't expecting. That was a pleasant surprise. The moves that they made there. The latter part of this draft, they showed their ass again. So my philosophy was to load up on those rotational guys, those guys that could play multiple positions in the front seven. The Raiders did it in the back. So I can't be upset about it.
Yeah.
I think when it's all said and done, the Raiders, they went and drafted every one of their needs that they needed to add. And they drafted their best player available at who they felt, and it's their opinion is the only one that mattered, was their biggest position of need. You know, they went and they needed to get faster, they went and got faster. They needed dynamic playmakers, they went and got dynamic playmakers. They did everything they needed to do to not make excuses for the offense, to not score points, and to not be more explosive. Now it's time for them to stay healthy. It's time for them to go out there and the defense to take that. And they've improved 2 years in a row from under Paul Gunther. They got to take a huge jump this year because the division took a huge jump this year. And if you're not going to stop people in this division, you're going to have to outscore people. And I think they put themselves in a position to do that. I like what they've done in terms of adding explosive playmakers. And I think they're going to be all right. But again, it's a work in progress. This is year 3 of a rebuild that started a couple of years ago. And I think the culture's changed. And now you got guys that have played together, guys that know each other and know what to expect from each other. And that's going to rub off to the rest of the guys in the locker room. And Gruden has his guys. So the other thing I'll say regarding the draft is I hope the Raiders go out and sign Javen White. Go bring him in. Keep Jay White home in Las Vegas. You know, he would be it's like adding a 5th round pick. You know,
come on, Verb. Let's get on the phone when we get on this. Let's make some calls, man. See what we can do.
already.
You got it like that. He got it like that.
I already hit somebody.
Hey, whatever helps. Whatever helps.
So, but with that being said, look, you know, I think the thing I'm impressed with most out of this weekend is the amount of work that everybody here put in. You know, everybody put in a ton of work. You know, Squeeze behind the scenes with all the IT shit and everything that goes on with that. You know, Knight with everything that he does audio wise and helping out with certain aspects of it that can helps the site grow. Nye with the way she, you know, Nye was putting in. Nye FaceTimed me on my birthday with her godfather, and she was at the table studying, working, and it was like this time, and the amount of work and preparation that she put in, she blew it out the water. Same thing with Chris.
Thanks.
And everybody that was a part of it, including you guys that have watched this from day one to now. You know, this is 23 hours worth of content, almost a full day worth of content that you can go back on YouTube if you subscribe to the page and watch. So I implore you to please subscribe to the franchise page, sign up for the newsletters and news alerts on franchisesportsmedia.com, and you know, this simulcast was for you guys more than anything, and thank you for the support that you've given us, because this is something that we're passionate about, and we're passionate about it because we're just like you, except we just have a little more access than most people. So, thank you everybody that's tuned in very much from really the bottom of my heart. You have no idea how appreciative, humble, and grateful I am for you.
Real talk. I thank y'all for all the support y'all giving Franchise Sports from the beginning, to be honest. We just a little company that's just starting up. We didn't expect to have the type of coverage that we even have at this point. So we thank y'all for the love. We ask you to keep spreading out the YouTube page, the Twitter feed. Everything is the Franchise LV. The Franchise LV. So please continue to share, subscribe. We'll have a lot of video content coming on. We're developing a lot of shows. Nye is developing her own show right now. We got the Burger Boys basketball show coming up, the 70213, which is a Lakers show coming up, WWJD, which is Joe's only show, the Franchise Podcast with me. Raider Knight has his show going on. So we got a lot of stuff planned for y'all. So continue to support, continue to watch, and we're going to continue to entertain and bring y'all the best of Las Vegas sports.
We at the Franchise are live.
Yay.
Throughout the year.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining in. You'll be seeing a lot from us. Happy draft.
Hey, Joe, one more time. Joe, one more time. Go for it, Joe. Come on.
All right, Jason Kowski.
I got my hat, man. You want Jano one more time? Is that what you want? Do you want to get kicked in the balls?
Come on, let's get it.
One more time,
Come
man.
on. Raiders. There you go.
Raiders. Kick the ball, Jano. It's good.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.